into RoadCraft. So I pick it up where we left off in RoadCraft. For those who missed, we have finished the first 4 maps, and we're about halfway through our 5th map, and that kind of stuff. And it looks like we're actually pretty close to just about halfway through. Ignore the infrastructure requests completed, because I found a lot of the maps, you finish them, and it doesn't mark them as completed, because, like, you disable the route so it stops complaining. It'll actually take that off again. But you get the idea. I'm halfway through my side objectives, and just shy of halfway through the main objectives. So, the TCG with Pokemon mods is hilarious. 6 generations of Pokemon cards and every trainer to catch. That was fun. Yeah, I don't generally mod my games. I actually really enjoyed TCG for its base. The only problem I ran into is when you get to late game that you really don't have much to do around your own store. So you kind of just go goblin in the corner and you just open the packs trying to get the cards you're missing, which is fine. But that's kind of where the game dropped off for me, where it's just like, oh, I'm just sitting in the corner opening packs.
Feel like something different? I have a request from a bunch of scientists.
We've
like they're on
already
the
heard
for
this
things
mission.
To dig up. They want you to check out a few areas where some relics of the past could be hidden. Nothing wrong with helping out science for a quick change of pace, I guess. Yes. These tanks look intact and should fit right in when we deliver them to Sirocco. And if you're
That's
still worried about
like
ownership,
the second
don't
mission
be.
on
We're
this
not
map. What's
stealing
going
them.
on?
We're just borrowing them. And not even for ourselves, but for the good folk of Sirocco. Who'll owe us a big one, and they'll pick up the bill later.
One second. That looks like it's a road I might want later. She seems to be repeating all the dialogue.
An apocalyptic desert wasteland to get your imagination going, right? But don't get too carried away. You're there to get rid of the apocalyptic and wasteland parts, and maybe sign autographs for the grateful populace. But that's optional.
Yeah, that was weird. It seemed like she literally went through all of the dialogue for this map, which is strange. Fortunately, not that big a deal. But yeah, so where we're leaving off, this map we're on now, I picked up exactly where I left off. Basically, we are in, I believe it was North Africa, but they had a, I guess I'm going to call it a natural gas mine. Mine might not be the right term. Basically, they were pulling up natural gas, doing all that kind of stuff. Dug a little too deep, a little too greedy. And as happens in Dwarf Fortress, bad things happened. The mine ultimately collapsed, and we are here to absolutely F this place. For those who haven't seen RoadCraft, basically the idea behind the game is you're going from place to place where some type of disaster has struck, local infrastructure has been devastated, and you are there to de-scuff the whole place. So far the maps we've done, we've had one that had a really bad earthquake that collapsed a mine. So we had to put a lot of work to get everything fixed up. We had an area that had been struck by a hurricane. So there's a lot of figuring out all that stuff. Sometimes my brain struggles with the controls a little bit because these crane controls are a whole thing. Oh, I see. Alright, so if I wanted to put this the way I want to, I need to back this off, rotate it around, then raise it back up. Perfect. But yeah, so what ends up happening in this game is it's made by the same people that make SnowRunner, but the big difference being SnowRunner is basically a game where the entire roads and all that are completely jacked beyond all belief. Same kind of premise of area's been hit with a disaster, de-scuff it. The difference being that in SnowRunner, the de-scuffing it is very prescriptive in that put bridge here, which you don't really get to customize anything. It's when it comes to push bridge here, it's literally there is a spot that you drop planks of wood and then a bridge appears once you've dropped the wood there, that kind of thing. Where this one, on the other hand, you do have some places where it's like you need to put a road there, like that it is prescriptive. But then there's also, it's like, well, get this caravan from point A to B. And in doing that, you end up deciding, okay, well, what route do I want to do? What infrastructure do I want to add? That kind of thing. So it really does let you make a lot of changes on the map that you can kind of do how you want. So, like, I don't have a good example on this map, but I did have another map that there was, like, this really windy road that went to this mountain pass and all that they wanted. You're like, hey, get the thing from here, take this windy road, go all the way up here to this big mountain up there. This is just, I'm giving examples, not this map. And instead of doing that, because I'm like, that's gonna be a lot of work, I just built a bridge up the mountain and just went straight there. So we have, like, the prescriptive thing here where it's like, hey, build... That's a weird bridge. Build a bridge, or like, nah, we didn't build a bridge there, did we? Like, we could turn around and be like, you know what? It would be really convenient if I had a bridge from there over here. I don't think it is, but let's pretend. I could just go here and be like, yeah, let's... So, max sections would be 20. Yeah, so I could just make a bridge from A to B and have a new route we could take. I might decide that, you know what, this road isn't convenient enough, I'd rather go straight there, and I could build a road that connects from here to there to allow my vehicles to just bypass all of this junk and go this way instead of going down and around. That probably wouldn't be a good use of my time, but you're getting the idea. Or for a more realistic thing, we got this area that's looking like it's going to be a bad time to reach. I could sit here and go, you know what, let's make a bridge from here to here. I have to tinker with the angle. I think I'm bumping into a rock. Build a bridge from here to here. And then build a bridge from here to here. And you get the idea. Then I could make a road so my vehicle could just go straight over to that building instead of going all the way down and around and then back up. So you do a lot of infrastructure changing kind of things. And it's got a lot of depth to it and all that. It's a lot of fun. But one of the big things that's happening with this game right now is there's just a lot of people are basically going, it's not SnowRunner. And it's... You kind of want to be like, no crap. Like, it was never marketed as being SnowRunner. It tried to actually specifically mark itself saying, this is not SnowRunner. And yet people are like, it doesn't have this feature from SnowRunner. And you're like, yeah? You are correct? It's not meant to? And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. It would be kind of the same thing as if you're going to play something like Fallout I guess Fallout Tactics would work. Like Fallout Tactics or Final Fantasy Tactics or one of those, and then complaining that, you know, it didn't have turn-based party-on-party combat, and you're like, yeah, it distinctly said it wasn't going to do that. That is a different product. It's good enough for me. So we had a bunch of that. Or it'd be the same thing about someone getting Mario Kart and then complaining that they don't have any platforming mechanics. That's how it feels to me. And maybe the game needed to market that more clearly, but I felt they did a pretty good job of being like, hey, you know, this isn't SnowRunner, it's not trying to be SnowRunner, it's not, like, trying to fill that niche. They are actively updating SnowRunner still, all that. But yeah, now people have been very vocal in their complaints, being like, hey, it doesn't have all these SnowRunner mechanics. It's been frustrating for me, because I like when games try new things. We get a lot of our best games from that, when games do say, you know what, every one of the games in this genre has always done X. What if we did something else? What if we didn't do the cookie cutter same thing that everyone's done in the genre since the genre came to be? And we've got some of our best games out of that kind of thing. So it's a little frustrating to me when the devs do experiment a little and be like, what if we did a game that focused more on X instead of Y? Or, you know, that bunked a mechanic that some people found dull and boring, or added new mechanics and all that. And then when people throw a fit because it's not the same game they played the last time, you kind of want to go and scratch your head and go, right, because we have the other game. And even more so when it's being actively updated. Like, it's different if, like, you know, SnowRunner had come out and then it hadn't been updated in 5 years or something like that. I'd be like, okay, I get it. People are itching for that content and it doesn't exist anymore. So, like, you know, they're looking for it. Kind of what happened with Diablo. But then, you know, literally less than a month before RoadCraft dropped, SnowRunner got a major DLC that added, you know, new maps, new vehicles, all that. And people want to go to SnowRunner, that's fine. But it's the fact that's like, you kind of feel like they're, you know, almost trying to trap the devs into only making one game ever. And so help them if they make something else. And it's been frustrating. The good news is it does seem like the reviews for the game are improving as time goes on. Like when it first dropped, there was a lot of big negative reviews that pretty much I would put entirely in the camp of people wanted the game to be something it wasn't, and then got mad that it wasn't the thing that it never purported to be. And it is storming something fierce outside. Yeah, finding its real audience. Right. That's pretty much what I think, because I think a whole bunch of people bought the game without looking into the game kind of at all. And then when it wasn't, you know, what they had come up with in their mind of what it was going to be, that they're mad because, you know, they had an expectation and it failed to meet it. You don't want SnowRunner 2? So, I'm actually of the camp that I don't think SnowRunner 2 makes sense right now. Like, very, very genuinely. Like, the SnowRunner 1's engine is still relatively solid. Like, it's, you know, there's some features that have come out with Expeditions and now RoadCraft that are not in SnowRunner. That certainly there's some desire for. But, like, beyond that, like, the engine, you don't look at and go, oh man, this thing's looking really dated or anything like that, or oh man, it's missing some core functionality. So I'm very much in the camp of being like, you know what? That's an interesting place, that crane. Oh, I imagine we would use this crane to give myself a better route around things. To, like, maybe clear a path over there or something. We'll figure that out. So I've got that spot to clear there. Steel piped. Right, I do have a base here. So for those big heavy... Actually, we have a pipes facility there. And these steel beams are going to be pretty good for that. I also still see I have a power substation here. Let's go check our power grid. It's not marking whether that's going to have power or not. We apparently don't have access to that. We've got to figure that out. So let's check our objectives. So we have repair the power out. We have this. Restore the steel pipe facility. Let's track that. And the reason I'm thinking about doing that as an earlier priority is I could take these metal pipes that are blocking this area, drive them over there, and that'll give us a bunch of pipes I'm sure we're going to end up needing. So. You want me to bring an object to where? We need to get power up there. Need to get power up there. I've got three objects here. And I need to bring them over, I was presumably to the pipe facility. Gotcha, cool. Okay, so what we're looking at is going here, grabbing a bunch of stuff and driving it over. I wish I could see what those are. It says electric motors, but I can't see how big they are. I'm assuming they're fairly large. I don't like the Wayfarer very much, but for the sake of ensuring I can actually handle that much cargo, I'm going to use it. Alright, which way am I going? Okay, so just take this road to the left. And to be honest, I don't think there's much they could add to make it worth doing a sequel. Yeah, because I was thinking about it as well. So, the big thing that Expeditions, for example, adds to the equation that's lacking from SnowRunner is Expeditions gave you this entire thing where you could take your vehicle and equip a bunch of different stuff to like more customize your vehicle for travel. So you can get your anchors, your fuel, your repair stuff. They also added the mechanic of being able to raise and lower the pressure on your tires to make you better suited to climb stuff and all that. And those could be interesting adds to SnowRunner. The catch-22 of that is because the game has existed without those mechanics, the moment you add those mechanics, all the earlier content now becomes trivialized because you have these tools the game was never balanced around. And I don't think it'd be worth their time to go through and rehash that, and if you just arbitrarily said, well, you can use these things on map A but not B, it'd be a bad time. So with that, I'm like, okay, with the Expeditions mechanics, maybe some of that customization come across, like, again, the fuel and the service parts kind of stuff, but the anchors and that kind of stuff, I think would break the game in a way that would hurt the game in the long run. Like, if you have a net new game, sure, you could balance around it, but then you'd have to balance around pretty much the obligation of the player using those. They would become an absolute necessity, because it's not a minor change, it's a very massive change. So ultimately, kind of a negative on the existing one, and honestly, for what SnowRunner is, I think adding those into SnowRunner would kind of take away from what SnowRunner benefits from.
I'm not sure that us borrowing these motors was arranged with the owners beforehand. Still, we're only doing this to save the entire region, and they'll be
Alright, meanwhile, I will grab the crane.
properly compensated down the line. I'm almost sure. So it's a win-win for everyone involved. Plus, they're not using these at the moment anyway.
But yeah, so it's like the Expedition stuff, and plus, Expedition was definitely one that was very mixed reception. I need to keep going left. Was very mixed reception. And that boils down to is an experiment that they wanted to experiment more with the exploration side of SnowRunner, because people do seem to enjoy that a lot, and they're like, alright, well, what if we made a game that was that, but really fleshed out? And for people into it, I think it actually did deliver pretty well after they got some of the bugs fixed. But for people who wanted SnowRunner, you know, as SnowRunner, it obviously didn't meet that target demographic. Like, that just wasn't what they wanted. So it was not well received. And just the same, this one is trying to be not flip the entire formula on its head, but a very big, like, switch on the formula of, instead of muscling through crappy roads again and again and again, instead we make those roads not crappy, which makes them far less interesting to drive on after the fact because you fixed them. So the draw is more around planning and improving the infrastructure and less around, okay, well, how do I figure my way through this crappy environment, you know, from A to B with logs. Stream soon, let's go. I mean, we are streaming. They not a pause, but yeah, and then thinking from this game, so with SnowRunner, again, kind of the big draw there is just the fact that, you know, the roads suck. It's difficult to get these materials to these remote places. And I feel like, in a lot of ways, giving the player the freedom we have in RoadCraft would directly take away what SnowRunner offers. That as much as a player you get frustrated about going through that same mud patch for the 1000th time, not really 1000th, but you know, like 20th time, and you just really, really wish you could fix it, if you fix them all, then the drive gets to be a lot less interesting, because you're just, you know, you're just driving on a relatively safe road. And so I feel like in some ways, the thing that makes RoadCraft good for RoadCraft is kind of antithesis to what makes SnowRunner good for SnowRunner. Now, it's not that they couldn't borrow ideas from each other. They certainly could. I just feel like, in some ways, the two things that make each game good run counter to what makes the other one good. That to bring what RoadCraft offers to SnowRunner would require taking something important away from SnowRunner, so far as the game loop. And there's ways that could mitigate that, not say it couldn't be adapted. You could have fixing the roads be cost prohibitive, that you have to actually pay for, you actually have to, like, pay for the sand and the concrete and all that kind of stuff, and it could be particularly expensive to do so. So, you know, your ability to build new roads and repair roads would be very, very limited, or you could have resources that were fairly limited on the map in general required to do stuff. So again, limiting it. And then you also run back into the same problem of, if you bring these mechanics where you can just fix the road into existing SnowRunner, you could trivialize a lot of the game, taking away what makes it special. You know, new maps could be made to consider it, but all the existing content would not. And then plus, if we were to move in the range of a SnowRunner 2 that does bring in the expeditions and RoadCraft functionality to some degree or another, we also run into the problem that realistically, because they're going to need to redo the models of the vehicles and the textures to be up to snuff for the new engine and all that, and then all the customizable parts and all that, again, need to be redone for the new engine. Realistically, they're going to release with a very, very small subset of the vehicles compared to what SnowRunner has. You would have it go from, like, whatever the 120, 150 vehicles it's got now to something like 40. So a lot of people would be very upset about that. Because it'd be the exact same problem as, like, when you went Sims 3 to Sims 4 and suddenly you lost a huge breadth of content. And then it kind of feels like you're paying to get that thing you already paid for back. So I do like that they're just continuing to update SnowRunner. I would be even okay if eventually SnowRunner hits a point where they're like, alright, here's the deal. We want to add new things to this game, but we're now on engine limitations. We can make a new engine, or not make a new engine. We can update the existing engine to accommodate these, but it is going to increase the hardware requirements, because that's just the way it works. And then offer, like, a version 1 or version 2 of the engine that you have some content that's... Or they'd probably just make it a DLC, that the DLC would have a higher system requirement and a warning that has a higher system requirement. Oh, well, I should check the map to see that wasn't blocked off. Okay, yeah, so just need to go back the way we came. You know, you could get the DLC that has the higher system requirements. That way, you know, people who can't afford to upgrade their computer and all that can keep playing the game they previously paid for, whereas people who do have better hardware want the new stuff can get it. So they could keep it all bundled in SnowRunner, the original, and just keep growing that existing product. Because I definitely don't mind that that strategy for development, where you buy a game and they just keep producing content indefinitely. You know, yeah, it could get a little silly with the DLC over time, but the alternative is we pay a huge price for the new iteration of the game. Oh, I've got them just far enough apart. I've got them just far enough apart, I can't technically get all three into this area at the same time. I see. That's a very fixable problem. We'll grab the smaller crane, since it can just drop it right here, and we'll have this. Man, I very much have enjoyed both SnowRunner and RoadCraft. If people were to ask me which one's better, I would probably make the argument that that's like asking what's the better RPG, you know, Final Fantasy or Chrono Trigger, and it's like, well, they're just different things. Like, they're not even, like, they both have RPG on the tag, but they're really not the same. Okay, so the objects are in range. So from here, I need to set up the trade route. Or, like, what's the better first-person shooter? Is it, like, you know, Team Fortress 2 or Doom? And you're like, you're asking me about things that have very little in common with each other. Okay, so you need to go over there. We got a bunch of debris blocking this spot. Oh, there's a gap there. Alright, I accept. I understand. Okay, so I got a bunch of debris blocking the route. So rather than just ignoring that, let's just take care of it. I can go ahead and grab... this bulldozer will do fine. We need to shove the stuff out of the way. Alright. But yeah, I've already mentioned a couple times, I'd be really curious, you know, a couple years from now, DLC worth in this game, what's it look like? Once we start expanding and getting more and more vehicles, and there's more and more maps to check out. Okay. Got a lot of concrete in the way. I just want to shove it off of this main road here. Because of that, I could just cut the vehicles right down the middle path here. Otherwise, I gotta do a whole elaborate around path. And I have a suspicion this one we're gonna end up having crossing over logistic stuff. Just by the fact that we kind of roughly touched on the last map. Okay. You know, it should be fun. I genuinely think this is an excellent game. I've been having a lot of fun with it. It's been a lot easier for me to jump in and enjoy this game than it was for SnowRunner. Like, I do very much enjoy SnowRunner now. But I will say, one of the negatives that I've said about SnowRunner since the beginning is it does have a tendency to kind of set up the player to fail at the beginning, where you have your mission objectives keep popping up, like, directly, but the game never really does step back and be like, yeah, you should buy a new vehicle, you should get upgrades, you should spend more time exploring. They teach you that the watchtowers will reveal the map, but they kind of just leave it at that. And with objectives that are practically blinking, you know, yellow lights in your face being like, hey, do the thing, that generally speaking in games is usually you get punished if you kind of ignore a lot of that stuff because you don't learn basic mechanics, because that's usually how they teach you. In SnowRunner, that's just not what those missions are there for. Is it kind of puts you in a bad space if you've played games before, where you suddenly find yourself going, man, why is this game so hard? Like, why is every last inch something I have to fight for so hard? And then the moment you realize how important exploration is in the game goes from being brutal and unforgiving beyond all belief to being like, you know what? Yeah, this game can be pretty rough sometimes, so far as just difficulty-wise. But, like, with enough time and prep beforehand, you can make a lot of really hard missions pretty relaxing. You know, getting the right tool for the job kind of thing. But the game does kind of hold your hand in the wrong direction by how much it wants to hold and not hold your hand in certain things. Does he always go in the customization windows as soon as you get into the garage by standard? What do you think that chain link fence is made out of? Don't know. That's always been a thing in games, that it can be very unintuitive at times of what things you can and cannot interact with. It's one of the reasons why when people whine about the whole yellow paint thing or the caution stripe that they put on stuff, that I'm like, no, I think it's great when they do it. Yeah, it can take you out of the immersion sometimes. But especially with environments that are very rich, it can be very difficult to be like, oh, I'll just run under that ladder and climb it when this thing chases me. And then you run up to the ladder and realize it's not real, that it's not in play. But other ladders are, and that can be a whole lot of stuff. But as our environments have gotten more and more and more involved with more and more and more lights, and, you know, graphic fidelity and all that kind of stuff, it's been way harder to see, like, okay, can I interact with this, or is this off limits? Like, where is that boundary? And so quite often the whole, like, yellow paint thing takes that ambiguity out, and I do appreciate that. Because it'd be very infuriating when you're running around and there's, like, all the control consoles and they're all designed to look realistic, and you're going, okay, one of these I can interact with. Which one is it? And you just start running around the entire building to look at the one button that's a real button versus the not real buttons that are everywhere. Okay, so now we should be able to plot that route. And it not be nearly as involved. So you can go here, have it cut down there. Let's scooch down this way. Trying to get down there. So you can have them cut down this way. We just cleared this route. Oh, we did not finish clearing the route. We will have cleared this route in just a moment. We got the route planned. Meanwhile, I need to back up and go push those big pipes out of the way. So they do force you to get the pipes out of the way before the time you can actually use the pipes to make the pipes that you use. Man, that's the thing. With SnowRunner, once you realize the importance of customization, you get in there. And you might customize your first vehicle and whatever, but at the very beginning of the game, everything's locked just about. So it is just one of those things about going back and realizing how important it is to do the regular upgrades and yada yada. Which once you do it, it becomes kind of obvious, but it's putting yourself back into that you've just booted this game up for the first time, assuming you didn't read a wiki or watch someone else play it or otherwise got out-of-game information about what you should and shouldn't do. There's just that whole beginning part of figuring all that out. Alright. This will be interesting.
Hey, look at that pile of pipes. I wish we could somehow help the port get rid of them, just to make the place clean and all. Definitely not in any way related to any recycling bonuses whatsoever.
Yep, that's the game giving us a pretty strong-armed hint, being like, yo, you're gonna need pipes later, and this is a great source of a whole lot of pipes. Hey, Eunuch, it's good to see you. Which you'd already anticipated wanting to do that, because we've had enough times they've had to farm materials for stuff like pipes and steel beams and all that. So having them just kind of a good opportunity for them to put right here. For a second, not going to complain about. There we go. And you three probably push over here and then shove off to the side as well. You play a game that upgrades, customizes our features. Yeah, no, that's the thing. A lot of games have that. That's actually one of the things they got very little of in RoadCraft, which that is one I understand people being upset about, but it's also kind of one of those things that if you look at what the game does, there's not a whole lot of why would I, like, tire-wise, off-road, all-terrain, all that kind of stuff, because of the much reduced concern about traction and all that in this game. The need for those is much more limited. Honestly, that's clear enough that we can start turning on the pipe factory. And if I could turn that on, there's a good chance I could, instead of fighting this the way I'm fighting this, just grab the crane, grab any pipes that are trouble, and just walk them over to the recycling center. So let's go ahead, and we've got the route here. Dispatch vehicles. That's probably fine. Okay. Meanwhile, infrastructure-wise, I have fixing broken pipes and then running a lot of electricity to a lot of places, because I need to run electricity to here, here, there. We'll have a base up here. I've got another quarry we can put online up there. We have the steel beams place that looks like it will need power. It says main power substation here, which is interesting that that doesn't have power in itself. So it looks like I'm going to be running power up this entire way up here. We're going to be running power between all of that, which would be a new thing because we've only run power from like the occasional point A to point B. Okay, and we've got a broken pipe here. A broken pipe there. So in the meantime, let's go ahead and redeploy our big crane. And I'm gonna do something that's probably a weird choice. Let's grab our vehicles and grab the Wayfarer again. Because this is all extremely flat terrain. They've just been moving things a short distance. So I'm thinking here is we take the Wayfarer, we drive over to where those big pipes are. I'm pretty sure I could fit 3 of the big pipes on here. It's been 3 days visiting various businesses in town near you, looking for work. Nothing so far. Gotcha. I do hope you find, find the type of work you're looking for in Onsa. Be helping with a friend of the heat pipe on the weekends. That should help make some money to buy ice cream. Nice. Yeah, because I think this objective is not technically done. So let's scooch on over here so that there's enough room for the vehicles to get past. At least in theory. Now let's grab our crane. There you are. To go and get those big pipes loaded up onto the Wayfarer, to drag those back to the pipe factory, because that should give us at least 3 pipes. Or sorry, at least, like, sorry, 6 of the pipes we can use. Then I can turn around and use those 6 pipes we've got. I can replace the broken pipes over here, get all the stuff online here. Then it looks like I'm going to have a bunch of work to do so far as running around getting the power grid completely unjacked up. Okay. Visiting some of the sites, quite a few, sad half of them are no longer in business. Yeah. You might be bigger than I anticipated. And here I was like, I could probably fit 3 of these on that. That's the one downside, is these pipes actually do give you a decent amount of metal. I don't think we can stack those. I really wanted to stack more than one in here. I don't think there's a way I could do it. As wide as that is, it's just gonna roll off on the other side. So most likely the most efficient route for me to take with that is gonna be to just drag them over to the recycling center. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Yeah, no, I can pull them with the winch. They're pretty heavy compared to the vehicles that have winches, but I could just pick it up with the crane and just drive it over there with the crane. I would have just needed a bigger vehicle to transport more. Because the other vehicles I have that could realistically transport some of these side by side, they're not very long, so I think it'd just be literally to flip the vehicle back over itself. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. That said, there's no shortage of stuff I can recycle in this port. Need more big, more better? Yeah, so what I'll probably do here in a minute is we are sitting on a lot of money. There's a good chance I might be able to find something there. What about a different trailer? You don't get to change the trailer on the Wayfarer. Like this is what the Wayfarer is. Alright. So yeah, but each one of those is 2 pipes. So let's go ahead and retain the Wayfarer. Just to get out of the way. We can retain the little crane to get out of the way. And let's check the shop. So for cargo vehicles, I believe we can unlock just about everything here now. Yeah, I've got just about everything. I don't own this one. But that doesn't look like it's any larger of cargo than the Wayfarer has. And the crane can still only carry one at a time regardless. Now granted, I can get the crane cargo truck, which we got. And it's got a wider one, but it's really kind of short and stumpy. So there's not a whole lot we could do with that. That's still sitting on a fortune of money. Yeah, so we've got a couple vehicles left we could still unlock. We still have new vehicles to acquire. We've got a bigger stump mulcher. I'm gonna honestly just buy anything I don't own at this point. Because there is an achievement for owning everything. So we got a big stump mulcher. Cool. The light equipment vehicle. Cool. A log grabber I'll probably never use. Cool. And then we could have gotten a better asphalt paver and all that. I'll grab the scout. Cool. They're basically broke. So I think the reality of what we're doing here is to deal with this. I'll be grabbing the crane. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. try this way. Normally I just put the crane facing straight back and drag it. Okay, we're starting to get there. The heavy crane is immensely useful. What's your key for building money fast? There is no key for building money fast. You get money from every time you finish an objective and side objective, and that's just the only way you get money, really. You can, I guess, technically take stuff to the warehouse or whatever to sell it, the salvage whatever places. But I haven't really messed with that. I haven't needed to. It's just doing these missions. Every one of the missions will give you at least a couple $1,000. Some of them are fairly lucrative. I've honestly not felt much of a pressure money-wise. It's just kind of one of those things that I run the missions and then it's like, oh, I'm sitting at a bunch of money, let me buy stuff. In a lot of ways, it's literally the same way you make money in SnowRunner, is you just do the things. And they'll make you a little bit of money here and there. Okay, let's grab one pipe, because we're driving back there anyways. A 24-pack of glass Coke bottle at one of your local Lowe's stores. It's so tempting to drop 35 for a case of them. Okay. I mean, I assume you're talking $35 for a case with the soda in it. Like, don't get me wrong, I get some people the Coke bottles, there's just a nostalgia there and all that. I don't know, I see it as a product and I'm just gonna recycle the bottles anyways. The $35 sounds real pricey.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
$35 for 24 drinks is a whole thing. And like collector's value wise, like soda doesn't keep forever. They're green Warhammer barrels that sell for 40,000. Oh yeah, and if you're getting the collector stuff, but you gotta... If we're looking at it right now, those glass bottles and all that, if we're talking about something that's being actively sold in the store right this second, that's not gonna have much collector's value in the near term, because that'll be like newly made ones and all that, which one assumes Coke will be making a whole lot of. I'm also not the kind of person who typically like buys things that have a collector following for the purposes of making money doing that. I find more often than not, things that are supposedly going to be collector, the vast majority of it ends up not really ever being worth much. Or if it does gain in value, you know, it's you bought something for $12 and then 10, 15 years later it's worth like $30. And it's just there's better things to do with my time. You mean in the game? Green Warhammer barrels. In this game? Are they like super rare or something? Yeah, because again, in my experience, I haven't really felt much need for money. It's like, sure, I don't have everything yet, but I am naturally getting them at a relatively good rate. That I have not... You know, you are really annoying, Gate. With the Scout, they're much easier to handle. Why you gotta have hinges that are so loose that you just literally bounce back and forth? Okay, one's in a good spot. Give it a... Okay. Worry about more of that later. Oh, where are these pipes gonna be on this? This could be... Okay, they're over there. I was like looking at the pipes way up there and be like, don't do that. I don't even know how to get up that high. That's actually not true. I can build a giant ramp that goes up there and deal with it. But I'd rather not. Oh, well, that's just dirty putting a low height spot I gotta deal with. Okay, and we got this spot right here. Let's see. Actually, the flavor between the same drink taste is different for plastic and glass. The glass is the best taste. There is a difference. I won't say there isn't, but my counter argument is it worth, what would the math be, like $1.25 or so per individual drink? You know, versus like the canned thing going for like 10 or so bucks for the same, or like probably 12 bucks for the same. And I would argue no. Like, in my head, I'm looking at, would I be buying the beverage at over $1 a beverage for a small, like, 12-ounce beverage or whatever it is? And that would be a hard thing for me to justify for myself. Like, if it brings you joy or whatever, like, don't let me take away from it. But $35 sounds real steep. real steep. For that. Even if you get like the glass bottle stuff at the grocery store, usually I've found the rates to not be that bad. That said, I usually don't go out of my way for glass bottles because I just don't care that much. From a pragmatism, I don't got the money that I could justify that kind of cash for my drinks. But you aren't wrong. You are not wrong that there is a distinct taste difference between glass, can, and plastic bottle beverages. Mostly the cans. Like, I definitely, like, I'll notice the cans more than the others. The other two I don't notice quite as much, but the cans have a distinctly different taste. But see, in your area, a can name brand drinks is around $5 to $6 for 12-pack cases. Okay. So you're talking somewhere in the area of little under 50 cents per can, as opposed to 35 bucks for 24. I think you said 24 pack of glass bottles. You know, you're talking again a bit over a buck per individual drink. You can buy commercial keg Coke concentrate to make your own. I am sure there are those out there who do that, and they probably save a boatload of money. I also don't particularly have problems with, like, store brands. Like, right now I've got the Dr. Pepper, but that's just... At the stores around here, there's almost always one of them is, like, buy one, get one free, and while the store brand at base price is always cheaper, when you get the sales prices... the whole thing. But yeah, like I said, don't let me stop you if you think it's a good idea. For me, $1 something a beverage is a steep price to pay. It's one of the many reasons I also don't drink energy drinks, really, is because most energy drinks, it's kind of the same thing. They're like, per can of energy drink, it ends up being like, you know, $1.50 to $3. I'm like, man, I'm sorry. With as much as I need to drink in liquids a day and all that, nah, I can't afford that. It's not my budget. Okay, so we did clear that path, and I've got the other pipe to fix. Like, with my limited discretionary revenue, I would much rather spend that on, you know, either, like, more games or, you know, going to do some fun activity in the area. Like, don't get me wrong, I'll spend extra for nice food and whatever. But it's cans of soda. It's caffeinated sugar water. Like, if it's something interesting, like some exclusive, really wild flavor or something like that, it's $4 per liter. That's not awful, but probably more expensive than you can get. Yeah. Gotcha, Darth. No, I acknowledge for getting the glass bottles, it's relatively inexpensive for that. But for me, I'm looking at the consumption of a beverage, how many beverages I'm going to be consuming in a day, how much am I spending purely on something to drink, and it becomes a very hard thing for me to justify. At least personally. Hey, Bissette, how's it going? Whereas, like, if I'm trying to be efficient on getting my drinks, by then I wanted Coca-Cola, getting like a 2-liter bottle usually will go a long way. That said, I will do a little extra again for stuff like, you know, drinks made with sugarcane sugar as opposed to high fructose corn syrup. I'm willing to pay a little bit extra for that kind of thing. Yeah. I can taste some energy drinks, but they're way too expensive. You drink that only tastes like that, but without caffeine, Torin? Yeah. Yep. Looks like I probably want to go to the other side of the block, go under that pipe. Or maybe I don't need to go under that pipe, we might just be able to go around. Okay. And again, I'm not trying to yuck your yum. It's just like, for me when I hear those numbers, like, man, I just couldn't. That's a different matter of, like, different values. I also don't, like, I drink lots of soda, absolutely. I also don't hold soda at particularly high value for myself. It's just something I drink because it's convenient. Cheap being one of the draws to it. The moment you remove cheap from the equation, the draw... It's like fast food. One of the main draws for fast food has always historically been that it is relatively inexpensive. The moment it's not relatively inexpensive, you've kind of eliminated the value I see in consuming it. Which is never big on fast food in the first place. Okay, so we got a whole lot of things of running power. You want me to repair the radio tower, which is up here. This is probably a job for the mule. Got a bunch of vehicles up here. Let's see if I got any hauling vehicles. That's our cable runner. That's all cargo stuff. That's for hauling the pavers and all that. And I do actually have the mule over here. That was the reason I wanted to look. Is I just wanted to check to see if the mule was over here. But imagine if Walmart had that case. It'll be priced in accordance to the 4-pack. Yeah, that's fine. Like I said, it's just one of these things that my value of soda is different than your own. Not that either's right or wrong or whatever. I don't value soda very highly. I enjoy it, but like if they bumped up the price on soda just a couple of bucks, that'd be enough of a deal breaker that I'd just get something else. Like, it would probably be good for me to drink a lot more like fruit juice, that kind of stuff. But that's often more expensive. It'd only take a couple of bucks before that entire equation flips on its head. At which point I'd probably just get more fruit soda. Or not fruit soda, fruit juice and that kind of thing. I have no loyalty to any soda brand or whatever. And besetting their 80 stream streak, catching the last 80 streams without missing a single one. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream and all that stuff, because it'd be a little bit weird if you were getting that big of a stream streak and you weren't. But yeah, like, also it's, like, honestly, with the whole, like, things I drink, the big thing is that's not water. Like, tap water here has always been kind of... Like, it's safe to drink and all that, but it's pretty unappealing. And honestly, the tap water here has been better than most places I've been. Just water just doesn't do it for me, which is a shame.
It's a nice change of pace to see a place that's not falling apart here. I guess even sinkholes know better than to open under supply depots. Or they like taller structures. Like that newly built radio tower that got swallowed by one. That's why they had to reactivate the old one, which we need to fix. But sometimes there's no fixing the old things. And it's better just to let it go. Let's hope that's not the case this time.
Okay. Is that foreshadowing? For the streamer, not the game? That's just bonus? Oh yeah. No, I gotcha. But yeah, so like, it's always been a thing of like, I'm mostly seeking out not water. And all that. He sounds Canadian? No idea. Yeah, so the radio tower's down here. It kind of looks like no matter which way I go, this way or that way, I'm off-roading. And then we're going to have to, like, finagle up here. And that's the reason I grabbed the vehicle I grabbed as opposed to one of the others. I even debated getting my, that hauler with the treads on it. That, you know, it's got, like, the little squatty bay, but it's really wide. Because I felt like that can climb just about anything without a whole lot of fanfare. At the same time, it's just so freaking slow. Like, I genuinely think I'll probably use that primarily for, like, picking up concrete and just chucking in the back and driving off. I also don't know, a lot of these you gotta put it down on the other side, and that little grippy arm that comes on that thing is not particularly good at moving stuff around a whole lot. Alright. You can do it. Alright, so we're trying to get to that tower. Could be some off-roading here a little bit. Yeah, no, I get the accent. And I can kind of understand where you're going. Oh, we are facing the right way. Okay. Yes, this road will take us pretty close by itself. Like there's definitely some. It's just not something that like popped into my head right away. But there's also a lot of accents to me that sound similar-ish. I was hoping that bounced the wheels just enough. I need to try and maneuver this so that I can get both tires stuck on there. Just a random crashed plane, nothing to worry about. So if we have to convoy through this, that'll be a problem. All that loose sand back there, a lot of the vehicles will not handle that well. Like for stuff like this, honestly most of the vehicles that the player uses, other than, you know, stuff for like putting down road and all that, you can finesse it through a lot. Okay, yeah, so it looks like we're gonna cut through here and then try and get up that ridge on the other side. But for like actual convoy, things are pretty loose. As you decide you want to make your own aloe vera juice, but decide against it because of the weather and, well, all the work. Yeah, there's definitely been times that I have juiced stuff. Like, I actually got a juicer, and admittedly I did not get my money's worth out of it. I just didn't take the time. Because it also is one of those things that often getting the fresh produce to juice was more expensive than just buying the end product. And sure, there's, you know, a bit of a quality improvement when you make it yourself and all that, because you got a lot more control over it. You don't have to worry about keeping it shelf safe for several weeks while it chips and all that. There's less extra stuff you gotta do to it to just keep it shelf safe. But at the same time, it ends up just being a bit more expensive, and as much as, you know, you're gonna consume in liquids and everything like that, those could be a thing that adds up real fast, where you may not realize, but, you know, each drink costing you $1 or $2 gets really pricey really quick. You know, we can go around to the right here, and as long as we don't roll over, we should be fine. That looks like it's in pretty terrible shape. Okay.
the moment of truth. I always wanted to say that. The port is all but ready to receive the massive shipments we're waiting for to fix the oil production around here. Only one minor issue remains. Well, a few minor issues. And here's where you come in. You need to fix the pipelines around the port and prepare a proper route through its territory. Nothing you haven't done before. But now it's really important. If you can't do this, we're facing an ecological disaster and rising gas prices. The company sure does care about those.
I mean, an ecological disaster, other than the giant gaping hole full of natural gas as a big oily pool, is that not already an ecological disaster? I'm pretty sure anything that had lived in that area is very dead right now. I have a certain level of confidence that that is actually a thing to worry about. I see what's going on here. So we're gonna have it where I have two different routes I have to cross by each other, which is why I needed to do this. No, it's an opportunity. Also, it can't be a disaster. Nothing is living there. Not anymore. Okay, so we've got that all hooked up. We still have the things about running electricity to everything. Let's go ahead and grab our thing for running electricity, because we know that's coming. It's just oil, it's all natural. I mean, there's a certain truth to that, but it tends not to naturally be not in the ground. Okay, so first building we need to reach is that one. As much as I don't want to run it literally through the middle of the road, I'm just going to have to run it through the middle of the road. I accept this. I understand, game. To be fair, that road just terminates into a giant chasm anyways, so it's probably fine. Okay, so worry about that first cable run up there. Then a second one here, the third one there, and the fourth one up there. Port, the gang is here to save the day, though the work is far from over.
I was expecting more jobs for you once help arrived. After all, someone has to help the helpers. Otherwise, how are they going to help anyone? But this has gotten way out of hand. My entire desk is covered with printouts. It'll take me a while to sift through it all. But I found some requests you can take care of in the meantime. I guess I'll just send them over to you in a batch. You're a self-starter, right?
Okay, so we did get access to a new vehicle. We apparently have 2 vehicles I'm going to need to deliver places. Let's look at our objectives. Oh, you gave me 6 new missions. Well, you know what I'm going to do? Is I'm going to ignore all of those things and just do my own thing for a minute running this power.
It always gets me when someone builds critical infrastructure and only has one power cable for it. It's like, golly, we certainly can't splurge on a backup power cable that will cost us a few $100, can we? And then they eat millions in losses. Classic.
Hey, Iggy. I have been very much enjoying the game so far. The big thing I've been warning people is it's not SnowRunner. It's not trying to be SnowRunner. It's like, if you go into it expecting SnowRunner, you're going to be unhappy with the fact that it's not SnowRunner. And I've just been mentioning that a lot because almost all of the negative criticism I've seen for the game across the board has been it's not SnowRunner, but with more words. But it is really good. I've very much been enjoying it. Where if you've played SnowRunner and 90% of the game is about getting stuck in the mud carrying heavy cargo, this one kind of flips that on its head, being like, you spend about 90% of your time doing infrastructure, building roads, bridges, running power, that kind of thing, and then just a bit of exploration and hauling heavy cargo. The exploration part, I guess, is a little bit more I'm giving it credit for. But it's really solid. For those who don't know, Iggy made another fantastic content creator, someone I definitely recommend checking out. Good times over there, plays a whole mess of different games. I missed the prompt telling me what was the last one being played. Has been doing Metal Gear Solid 5, Tomb Raider 1, 2, and 3 Remastered, and Indiana Jones and The Great Circle recently. So if any of those hold any appeal to you, you can definitely find it over there with Iggy Made. Because you do enjoy building up the environment, getting stuff built in SnowRunner. That's your favorite part. Yeah, so the big difference with this one and that one is, you remember with like SnowRunner, there'd be like a little box here that says you need to build a bridge, and you'd put your, like 2 things of planks and your thing of steels, and then poof, a bridge would appear. Instead, I could be like, you know what? Oh, I can make a metal bridge now? That's new. I'd be like, I want a bridge. Oh, is the metal bridge really that short? I guess the metal bridge is a fairly short bridge in this game. But I go, you know what? I want a bridge right here. And I can make a bridge there. Or if instead, you know what? This wants me to have this route where I take a vehicle all the way around here, cut up this way, and go in there. I don't want to do that. Instead, I can make a bridge from here to here. And then I keep canceling out the wrong way. Make a bridge from there to there. And then make a separate bridge from here to here. And I can do that. So you can kind of choose to navigate your way around the map how you like. And it does have a lot of stuff where it's like, you need to build a bridge on this specific spot. They do still have that. I'll win, Palmetto Bush. They do still have that, but like there was one where I had to go through this like super windy path to get up this mountainous area to get supplies up to the top. And instead of taking the route that was kind of the, okay, this is the straightforward, you just do as you're told kind of route, instead I made a giant ramp that just went up the side of the mountain straight to the destination from pretty close to where I started. And just like, all right, I'll just put a bunch of concrete here and make a big giant ramp up the side of this mountain. I had to just make a turnaround point. But you also can make roads. That doesn't use a mechanic like that. I actually take a truck and I dump sand, and then, you level the sand. And after you've leveled the sand, then you go through and put down asphalt that smooth the asphalt. And the way that actually looks on paper is that we go up here. Like, for example, you can see this road looks very different. That's because I paved that road myself. That we, this one is a mission. I had to follow that area. But instead, there was not really a path here. We cut a path through here to get around. But all the maps you go to have various disasters. The ones we've dealt with so far was... Oh, there was a single chunk of rock there. Okay, that's fine. The ones we dealt with so far was one, we were prepping for a really bad storm before it hit. That was kind of a tutorial mission. Then we had like a relatively bad storm that we then had to go through the aftermath and fix things. Like non-specific, just bad storm. We had one that was a mining area that got hit with an earthquake, so a bunch of the mines collapsed and it was a whole big thing. We had one that was hit by a hurricane. This one was a natural gas, I'm gonna say mine, but I don't know if that's the right term. A place that they were collecting natural gas and got a little too greedy on their on their pulling of the natural gas, eventually emptying out the tunnel, and then it collapsed and caused an explosion. So we're fixing stuff. It's convenient that there's a spot here where there's no railroad track. What's not convenient is our machine here is struggling to get up that ledge. There we go. Is this one I can't? Oh, it was just the railroad track itself. That's fine. Is mined in wells? Yeah. Not saying they've got the pump jacks in a bunch of places over here. So the idea is you have like your big area of natural gas underneath the ground. You know, they have the pump jack and they're slowly pulling it up. Like these ones aren't running because this is the collapsed area. There's a pump jack right there. Yeah. So it's still considered mined, but it's mined in wells. Yeah, so we'd still sit there and probably call it a mine. Those little bit of stones are upsetting our cable layer. Right now I'm running a power cable. Along here. It's getting really annoying. Okay, so this is the first extension for the cable we're looking for, is in that red circle straight ahead of me. And then when we wire this up, we can start running to the next place. Okay, we've got this powered up. So we can go to the map, remove all these waypoints. Okay, so next destination is going to be up there. That one looks like it's straightforward. Probably just follow the road up there. Okay. Clearly there'd be those pipes underground, and I would just now be chopping right through them. Luckily that's not the way the game works. But in real life, you saw those 4 pipes going down there. Absolutely. Oh, well, okay. Maybe just gotta get farther away from this building. I think the idea is there's like a foundation down there someone can't carve through. Let's try getting onto the road itself. You can see there's a perfect rectangle there that I'm guessing there's a foundation or something there I can't go through. Can you drop an above ground pole? No. We only have the machine for burying lines. I think that's because ultimately all the burying lines is effectively like painting a texture on the surface. But it is what it is. Easy for the devs. Yeah, plus it'd be probably something you'd end up getting yourself annoyed with, where you put an above ground pole and now you need to send a convoy through, and now all the convoys are getting stuck on it. And if I were to do above ground poles, I'd probably have to do them off the side of the roads, and there'd be a lot more labor involved in that. So it's probably just honestly more fun and easier to just be like, you just run a cable. Because you also notice it's not just a cable, it's just kind of a radius. And that gives you a lot more wiggle room to get around stuff versus, you know, fighting with every little inch to try and get anything working. There's definitely a time to hand wave a lot of realism stuff just to make the game more playable. Also, lines giving height caps. Yeah, there's a whole lot of stuff that I have to get into with that. Alright, next building's all wired up. Crossing out more dare drop stuff. Yeah, I want to get that done. If we start getting to the later part of the stream and I still got those, I still don't know which boats we can recycle, because I went to grab the boats here, and I actually couldn't interact with them, so I don't know which boats we recycle. That is one thing I gotta figure out. Okay, so the next place to run power is over there. I don't think we reasonably run power over here. There's a lot of rock in this area. I honestly think this is just another matter of just run the power up the road. The ones in scrapyards? Maybe. I haven't really looked at those that carefully. Because there was a lot of the wood ones I saw laying around that I was like, okay, that's probably what we scrap. Because they looked about the right size for me to just throw a crane on and yank it up and, you know, take it wherever is appropriate, probably just to sell for cash. But that. And then the other ones I need to do is build a road under a bridge I built. Most likely that's going to be jumping back to the sunken map. I've got a ridiculously large bridge that goes up the mountainside. And even though the road won't go anywhere relevant, I could just see paving, like, you know, a couple yards, couple meters of road just underneath the bridge and be like, there, it's a road under there. Do you need to smooth it out? Depends on the convoy situation. If I do need to send a convoy up this dirt road, then I will probably need to put some work into it. Does the road need to be connected, I think? No, it literally, the description on the dare drop is just build a road under a bridge you built. There's also, while it'd be a lot more work, a place I could do it on this map, where we built a bridge and I could have a sand road go down into the water and then pave it over. Like, it wouldn't, you'd still be above water when you get there, but you get the idea. It's put a land bridge below the actual bridge. And then just, you know, have the road parts snake in between two of the supports. Even though there'd be no reason to ever use it, it would still satisfy the dare drop. And then jumping over the scout, or jumping over the water with the scout using sand. Any place I find like a really narrow area, like over a stream or whatever, we can do that. There was an area I could do it on this map, but it's pretty high elevation, so it'd be a pain in the butt. And then there's not a lot of water on this map. Well, I think for the sand ramp, that's gonna be literally going up to a like a tiny little stream, and then just building a ramp and going for it. Because the challenge is I can't really make the ramp very high because of the nature of how the ramp, like the sand settles, and sand always settles into like a cone. Unless I have a wall, like right by the edge to hold the sand back, what'll ultimately happen is as I stack it up more and more, we'll run into problems. What does the dare drop do if you can complete it? So, I get different things I can give... I got hit with the ads. Yeah, I'll wait till after the ad break to answer that then. Yes, I can't go through that concrete there. I need to go up the hill a little bit more. Okay. Just snaking this wire everywhere. Yeah, it's definitely been the most involved power runs we've had so far. I've been having to snake them all over the place, go pretty far with them. But that's fine. That'll turn all these on. Eventually we'll get objectives to wire them all up. And then it's just when we get those objectives, be like, okay, all done. Alright, so right about to reach this spot. And then we'll have to track where the next run needs to go. Because I also did see that there was another location that I haven't gotten a mission to wired up yet. But it is marked as not having power. So needless to say, it'll be just another place we'll just run by, because again, that is a lot of concrete slabs there. Like a lot of concrete slabs there. So we need some slabs, that'll be a good place to go for them. Alright, so again, get rid of all of these. Okay, so I got a pumping station. That needs power. Now we've got the main power substation up here, which I'm assuming we'll need to bring the beams back online. So I'm assuming for this one, we'll want to cut across here. And I'm assuming I can pop over that. Well, I don't know exactly what's going on there. We can just assume that there's going to be a bit of a road right around here. That'll be our next length. So I got to backtrack back the way it came to get that going. But yeah, so like was said during the break, the reason we're doing the dare drops is basically there's a couple things. One, dare drop is usually really good about providing me keys, when sometimes I can't always get the keys from developers, so that's pretty nice. Sometimes they'll also offer me sponsorship opportunities. So for example, with RoadCraft, the first couple of streams were sponsored streams and all that. So it's pretty cool that they did that for me. But the big reason why I care about actually completing those dares is every one of those dares gives me something to give the community. Not instantly, I basically have to like submit the clip, and then after a little while, they'll come back and be like, yep, the clip shows that you did that, here's the thing to give to your community. And a lot of times it's keys for things. Sometimes it'll be the key for the game itself. Sometimes it'll be a little bit less exciting stuff like keys for an OST, which is music. Sometimes it's just a background image, which usually I won't take those because freaking background image. And then, like, in the cases, for example, Timberborn, a lot of their keys are to get t-shirts. So that what ends up happening is we would do that. They would give me a code, and I would give it to you all to then take to their, like, online store to get a free t-shirt and all that. But you get the idea. Basically, each one of these objectives I do, I will eventually get something that I can give to the community. The eventually is usually a couple of days. Like 1 to 5 days, give or take, depending on how hectic things are on their end and whatnot. But yeah, so when we're all said and done with all the dare drops, I believe I will have 4 or 5 RoadCraft keys to give away, a SnowRunner key to give away, I think a key for expeditions to give away. The Surge 2, I'll have a key to give away because it's the same publisher, I believe, for the Surge 2 as this. Not the same devs, but the same publisher. There was some OSTs, which I haven't decided how I want to deal with those because I don't want to take in the time to be like, hey, put your name in for this OST, because a lot of people probably won't care. I'm genuinely think I might literally just go on the Discord and just kind of do a key dump where I'm like, here's a bunch of keys for OSTs. Go get them. Which isn't the greatest way to doing it, but it's kind of one of those things that those are something I find far fewer people care about. And it ends up just being a hassle to go through giving away. Like, even if it's a game with a really, really solid OST, like Hard Space Shipbreak or Terraria, that kind of thing, that generally people just don't care about that, which is fine. Do you like OSTs? I do as well. Admittedly, there's only a handful that I tend to care about. Like, you need to be a game that your OST stands out as being particularly good. A lot of your OSTs spend up in Apple. So, to be clear, the OSTs are almost always on Steam. The ones I'm talking we get keys for. Yeah, you can usually get them on Spotify and Apple and all that as well. But usually when it's something through Dare Drop, you'll get a key to use on Steam to get access to the OST on the Steam player, which is fine. It's like no frills. Every once in a long while, I will I'll break out like the Hard Space Shipbreaker OST to play on stream just for some different music or whatever. All right, so we got another building powered up. That's the last building I'm aware of up there. But I think the answer for that one's going to be kind of the same thing of just run the line up along here. It looks like it probably crossed through around here. And I'll take care of that. And then with that, I probably have that. Because you can give away soundtracks and digital art books and stuff in packs, so there's more to it. But you think only OSTs in this case, so it doesn't work? Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of the thing. Like, I could definitely see grabbing, like, a handful of stuff and then giving it away as a collective handful of stuff. That's certainly not a bad idea. I do think because, you know, for the amount of people who probably have interest, I'll probably just have a channel on Discord where I just kind of drop them in and be like, go get it. I know that doesn't really help for people who don't hover over the Discord and all that, but it's also those things that I don't see as a big deal anyways. It's not the same as like a RoadCraft key where it's like, you know, $40 game or something. Those I like to do proper giveaways, which usually the way I handle those proper giveaways is if I got a bunch of keys, so say I've got 3 keys of a game, what I'll do is I'll choose a day and I'll be like, okay, this day I'm going to give away keys. And then, you know, if it's 3 keys, for example, I'll give 1 key away like 1 hour into the stream. I'll give another key out roughly halfway through the stream. And I'll give the last key out about 1 hour before the end of the stream. And the reason I do that is primarily to give people who watch the stream at different times a chance to get it. And then plus, on the other hand, it does incentivize people to hang out longer and all that. As opposed to like just doing a bunch of giveaways back to back to back, at which point, you know, if I do it at the beginning of the stream, that means all the people late in the stream don't have a chance of getting a key at all, and vice versa. So I see it as like the most fair. I don't require subs or follows to get keys. The only rule I usually have is when I do a key giveaway, when your name gets drawn, you just have to be like, yes, I want the key. And that's just because I have run into the situation where people weren't paying attention to what they were entering the giveaway for. And I wanted to give away the key, and like I had sent it to them, they're like, oh, I already own that. And it was like, oh, well, now I'm in a weird spot because, you know, for all I know, they've used that. The assumption is they didn't, and it wasn't a problem, but it's always a challenge with that kind of thing. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. So with infrastructure, we have all of that run. I need to run you to where? Up there. Alright, so basically you want me to go back along that route we just made. So this might present a problem for us. We'll see how that goes. Actually, what we could do is instead of going that way and not having to deal with that problem, let's bring that over here. Those are going the same way, so there should be no issues with conflicting interactions. And by going around this way, probably avoid the worst at. I'm worried some of this will be loose sand, and then where we ran the cable, I am worried both of those will end up being a problem. Can't tell if we were following a road here or what. Gonna try and cross over to this road. I might end up regretting that because I don't know what the elevation is there. It could be that it's like heavily, heavily dropped down. Alright. And then we have, that's that one. Now we have a route here that you want me to run to basically the exact same spot. Which again kind of presents the problem of I've got a lot of vehicles trying to cut through the same general space. They're gonna get in each other's way because the AI gives zero hex about anything and will absolutely just slam into each other and then whine about it. Alright, by following the same route we have this one, that means if I run into problems on this route, I fix it for 2 vehicles instead of just the one. Okay, and that was the road we ran down. Okay, with that said, chat, it is getting about time for my quote-unquote long break. It's about 5 minutes long. This was ones that I gotta run downstairs, grab myself some food, welcome my wife home, all that stuff, so I gotta do that real quick, but then I'll be back in just a couple minutes. But thank you again for tuning in. Let's see, but if you follow, you'll get the announcement when Rual goes live, so you can join the stream to get the key. Absolutely. And I do not mind people shamelessly plugging the channel, because don't forget to follow, because that's the whole reason the thing. And then usually when it comes to, like, if I have bonus streams, or if I have to, like, cancel a stream, or a stream will be late, and all that kind of stuff, that all gets announced in the Discord, because Twitch doesn't give us a place to put that central on the channel. Yes, we can update our schedule, but in my years doing the schedule stuff, almost nobody checks the schedule. It's not literally nobody, but it's a very small number. Anyways, so I'm going to step away for about 5 minutes. I'll be right back, and we'll get back to what we were doing. And thank you again so much for tuning in. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. Oh, you absolute jerk. That is absolute BS. Will had the plan. He shot the rhino next to me. Thanks, everyone. Sorry. I did not expect that to do that. My apologies. Stop it, eyes. I need you to cut it out. Are you having an emotion? Yeah. Don't you hate it when that happens? Think we broke Strainer? Yeah. I think I've only gotten teary-eyed, what, 3 times on stream? Or potential alternative for saying no, too. Yeah, how's that feel, Boomalope? Sucks to be you, huh? That Boomalope right there? That one? The one who ate my crops, who ran away? Sucks to be you. Even Cassie's tired of your garbage. Locking you into a one-style spot, telling you to get wrecked. It's not really doing anything. What's the record nowadays? 900 something thousand, like 950, 960,000 or something like that. Which was the run that beat my record. The person who beat my record just kept going and going and going. I don't know how to make you take off your pants. Oh, good. Paperwork. Oh, not good. A wall of zombies. Well, at least we did enough damage, it's gonna die. No. No, no, no. What have you done? Why would you punch a warhead? You're alive. It's amazing that you are alive, but you are in fact alive. Literally everything in Storge just got exploded. Like, I'm someone who'd actually talk through all that kind of stuff. Because I was going to put up a review that said, well, great, the bot's busted. Ooh, actively on fire? There's smoke coming out of that. That is an actively on fire building. I've not seen that before where you didn't start it yourself. If at first you don't learn your lesson, honk the horn more. Hey. Yeah, I'm poorly equipped for this guy. Did you? Well, I will take my victory. I wanted to inform you that I've subscribed to your vlog. In the recent post, consisted of you in minimal apparel diving into a newly constructed natatorium. Afterwards, I took note the beads of water shimmering off your epidermal layer, and as such, I felt content to report my observations to you. However, my observations were inconclusive, so I have no choice but to closely monitor the future video logs for possible reoccurring instances of dermal hydrosis. Henceforth, the aforementioned subscription, all in the name of science, of course. Regards, Victoria. Oh, this is my coworker. Not the... Hang on. I thought this was just some, like, inappropriate, you know, like... just inappropriate, unsolicited thing that she was trying to, like, talk up the science because she knows, like, we're some breaking engineer and everything. Nope, this is my coworker. Metal pipe is actually a pretty crap weapon. No. I missed. Not really. I cannot see in the grass at all. No, I was really depending on you not being there anymore. I really need you to get away from my car. All right. Just catching up on what's been happening in chat since I left. I got some people doing the rolls and all that. Following, like, the stream. Yeah, exactly. Yep, because we're also on YouTube as well, so, you know, like, subscribe over there as well. But the main stuff happens over here on Twitch. Did we finish with the power? Yes. So we Okay, so we finished with the power, but one of our vehicles on our routes got stuck. The other one appears to have not gotten stuck, so we'll have that one go just a little wide. Realistically, I'm probably going to have to clean this up. Maybe they got stuck in a rock? Or is the dirt too loose? And thank you for the welcome back. Yeah, dirt looks a little loose, so we might end up having problems there, but we'll see. Okay, regardless, that did get through there. Meanwhile, objectives. Okay. So restart the gas holder, resource repairs, utility truck to the excavation center. The utility truck is where now? Alright, you got stuck. Did we not just watch you cross this? Let's keep an eye on this again. I'm guessing what it is, they're having 2-3 vehicles in a convoy, and while that one's making it through, I'm guessing there's another vehicle in the convoy of a different type, like a Wayfarer, and it can't do it. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so let's go up here. Mark that as orange. I feel like we're going to need to pave that spot. The rest of it seems to be going perfectly smoothly, but it does seem like this one spot here, I'm going to probably have to put down, probably not a full-on road, but some sand to resolve that. I can probably do that fairly quickly right now and not make it a whole big thing. Let's also take a look at... I'll go ahead and grab that since I don't have it. Okay. So let's grab one of the dump trucks. Because what we'll do here real fast is we're just going to patch up that spot where the trucks are getting stuck. And I think sand should be enough. I don't think I need to go through and do the full pave job and everything. But basically put down just enough sand so it's not loose sand that we've got there, like the stuff that I rip up with the tires. Get the like packed sand or whatever this is supposed to be when we finish it. And then that should make it way easier to deal with a lot of this. I'll more than likely also need to grab one of the bulldozers and just bulldoze over it. What is interesting is I'm not noticing the really bad dip in here like we had in the other map. On Sunken, we had a problem where I followed along with vehicles where I had put down the electric cable, and when I did it, the whole area became like really mushy sand that the vehicles kept getting, or really mushy dirt or whatever, mud, and the vehicles all would get jammed up in it. Yeah, so you can see right here is where they're getting stuck, where they basically dug a big hole in the ground. Okay, let's get you out of the way real fast. And get down here to this area. And from here, we're going to grab... Oh yeah, that's our new one they just gave us. Okay, margining, flattening, destruction, and manual. Okay, good to know. My hope here being that this thing is going to be a lot better for all terrain. It also looks like this is going to be a much, much, much wider flattening path. So when we go to make roads that are like 2 lanes wide, that kind of thing, I don't have to do like the weird back and forth nearly as much. Remind the time you saw a mentally broken pod decide to slap a stack of chem fuel. Yeah, no, definitely. Oh, did it play the clip where I had it was the leader Shrike of one of my colonies had a break while hunting. I think it was like a panther or jaguar or something like that. Panther, because there's no jaguars in the game. Had a mental break and punched an anti-grain. Blew up the entire warehouse. Killed several of the pawns and a lot of the animals, but for whatever reason, the guy who punched it actually did survive. Yeah, it's one of the older clips on the channel. Yep, we did have that happen here. You can tell it's an old clip because, like, there's no noise canceling on the microphone. I'm still using push to talk at the time. It wouldn't surprise me if Drongos had that as well. It's one of the classic things to go wrong in RimWorld. You know, have an anti-grain laying around and someone tantrum and destroy it, blowing up whatever's in the surrounding area. As well as lessons you learn about not keeping the chem fuel, you know, keeping the chem fuel, warheads, mortars, keeping them away from your main storage room. Pretty much good in stockpile. Yeah, I think like a couple of the corners were left, and a couple of things that didn't have life to them were about all that survived in the storage room. Because there are some items that don't have like a durability or whatever to lose, so they cannot be destroyed. And Infinity Simplex with the 75 stream streak. Thank you for getting those last 75 streams without missing a single one. It means a heck of a lot. Oh yeah, this thing is way faster about doing this. And Eonic on their 460 stream streak. Catch the last 460 streams without miss a single one. Absolutely ridiculous, so thank you so much for that. Means a whole heck of a lot. Yes, everyone's having streaks today. Okay. So we do have one weird lump right there in the middle. I might need to fix that, but you know, we'll figure it out. So let's try this again. So the first vehicle went perfectly fine, no issues. I am noticing that's farther back that I put down the sand, so we might actually still have a problem. We'll give it a second to load up and see if it's fixed. Nope, it's fine. Alright, so we'll let that continue doing its thing. Interesting, you got stuck there. Oh, that... okay. It's a Wayfarer. That's gonna make this whole thing a way bigger problem. I was really hoping it wouldn't be a Wayfarer. Alright, well, let's get to work. So, with it being a Wayfarer, the problem with the Wayfarer is it is big, it beaches easily, like where its center highs, and on top of all of that, it also has a tendency to have no diff lock or all-wheel drive, so it's really pretty awful. So one thing I'm going to try and do try and flatten this terrain. Not perfect, but it's better. Okay. So what we're going to need to do is, honestly, a whole lot of this is going to end up needing to be gone over. I'll just put some sand down here so you can pass over that to try and make it not as bad. This spot will be a problem. Alright, so let's focus on where it's actually getting stuck and not trying to fix every single inch and make like one giant highway across the entirety of the map, because I really don't want to put that time in. So they're getting stuck up here. Hey buddy, I'm in the middle of something. You enjoy. Love. Alright, so we'll have to get that middle spot. But as you can see, this path, the dirt is loose enough that some of these vehicles without diff lock and all-wheel drive are going to struggle with it. And I'm just gonna have to do what we can. We don't need like a full road here. I just need enough sand to kind of fill in these two tread lines. That should probably be enough. I shouldn't have to pave it. I shouldn't have to do anything too exotic with it. Now, the alternative would have been, instead of following this route, making a road that just cuts across the terrain directly to where they need to go. Which honestly probably wouldn't be the worst choice. But at this point, I've already got all those routes set up. I'm like, you know what? Let's just fix it. Yeah, needless to say, that one's gonna fail its route because I hadn't finished what I'm doing here. I'm also thinking about stacking this high. There's a good chance where we were running the power cable underneath here. We can just wholly ignore it. Let's get you out of the way for a minute. I don't know how much it'll help, but I am using the asphalt flattening or asphalt destruction mode to try and help with this a bit more. I have noticed with that it does mess with things, but we'll see. Okay, back to flattening sand mode. Another nice thing about this one is it does seem to do a much better job of flattening the sand far faster, which I can only assume is because it's such a wider area, it's just doing more with it. And then the speed also being a little bit slower makes it a little bit better at this. This definitely feels like the improved vehicle for this. So certainly when I get some more money, we want to buy the not rusted version of this thing. This is definitely way, way better than the first one you get. Okay. Whether or not the thing will outlive everyone on the map, I don't know about that. Considering it looks like at any moment something could seize up on it and be the last time that engine runs. Depends what you mean by outlive. I mean, these are kind of vehicles you go to a lot of places, you'll see it sitting on the side of the road. Parts are missing. Clearly it's non-functional anymore. Like, once upon a time it did stuff, but time can be rather unfair. Yeah, and like, don't get me wrong, it is a beast. Interesting thing I also noticed is once I did the thing where I did the deconstruction, the sand flattening is affecting terrain that isn't sand. Not much, but not nothing. Which is a curiosity. Okay, let's take the 2 routes. So you need to go from there. Delete those markers. Alright, so that's pretty encouraging for this spot. It could get stuck in here because we didn't do anything with that. And that one's not going to be the one that gets in trouble. It's this one. Don't make me pave it. Alright. We got work to do is what we've got. I really don't have to pave this whole thing. But it's looking like we might be moving that direction. Alright. Let's just expect this to be a major project. Let's not... The little band-aid here and there the whole way I don't think is going to fly. This is a major project now. Let's just treat it as such. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, that's the thing. I could take the time to finagle it little by little until it's happy. Or we could accept that this is going to be a whole thing. Because otherwise, if I do it little by little, I'm going to be driving a lot back and forth, like patching up little spots here and there. But with that being a wayfarer that kind of really does need it to be paved, that does create a pretty significant issue. I wish I could easily see where my route was. It looks like it goes over here. Where it then joins the main one. I probably should just recover the really, really big sand or dump truck we have. I don't like using it because it spills everywhere, like with even the slightest little provocation. But this might be one of those cases where it's like, yeah, both as long of a route as I potentially might need to do to resolve this, it does carry 4 times the sand as this thing does. Might just be the easier choice. Alright, so let's get you out of the way. Grab you. And we can scooch on over here. Start making our new path. And just like last time, the approach I'm going to have is do 1 lap down this way and 1 lap back. The biggest problem is just the fact that it does look like for the Wayfarer I might need to pave at least parts of it, which is what I was trying to avoid, because that's kind of the most time-consuming part of the whole process, so far as the pavers don't go great. I mean, granted, I did just get a different paver, so maybe it'll do somewhat better along that route. Okay. And plus, as you can see, it's going up and over. Each pass we do should make it a little bit less lumpy like that. Now, one downside is as we go over it like this, it has a tendency to lower the sand level as it levels it out, which means if there's a bunch of bumps and weird terrain, including where we have that that wire run underneath it, then that will start to kind of show again. Alright. I'm also kind of hoping the other asphalt layer will have a wider path that will lay asphalt. So instead of like the super narrow lane, we'll get like at least 1.5 the width, if not twice. Kind of like this one is effectively twice the width of the other bulldozer. I'm gonna shove those 2 rocks right off the side if I can. It's close enough. The big thing is not have them in the middle where a vehicle can get stuck up on them. Okay. I'm also low-key hoping by flattening this out more, I can just tell the convoy to try again, and it can manage it. Because the moment it gets time that we have to start paving all this, everything becomes more and more of a thing. Because like this isn't quite flat enough yet for me to pave. We're still kind of getting the little bounce up down. I'd want to get that out of here before we pave anything. Okay, so get you out of the way. And we can go ahead and tell you to get back to work. And while that one's doing that, tell you to get back to work. Well, it's making better progress than it was. Still not really doing great, but I don't need it to do great. I just need it to do it at all. I'm just worried about hitting one little bump and then coming to a stop, and that being that. Come on. And no, wait, I thought it stopped. It's still going. You're about to crest the hill. Needless to say, the capabilities. Yeah, you can cancel route. Like, if you have a route that you're no longer getting rewards for and it fails, you can clear the route, so you remove the path, and it'll stop prompting you that it's failing. And since you can't get more rewards from it, it doesn't matter. Like Nat said, if you really care about it, you can spend the time to try and figure out how to make it succeed more reliably. Well, this will be interesting. Get a move on. You're holding up traffic. Alright, that's not exactly how I figured this was going to go, but I'm not going to complain right now. That vehicle in the back is from a completely different route. Oh, that's gonna be a problem because you're not giving them time to turn. So you shove them right off the path. I don't think it can recover with that much pushing from behind. Okay, that's gonna still be a problem, because it'll go spawn up there and try and fix their path and not be able to make it, I don't think. Yeah, physically can't even start. Oh, we could probably do to fix that a little bit is... grab this path, scoot you down here, scoot you down here, scoot you over here. Now let's try that. Get them back on the path. The other vehicle seems to be perfectly fine fighting its way around there. You're still gonna make that work? Not gonna complain if you do. Nope. Okay. They probably need to do there is just widen that path. Let's actually get you out of the way for just a minute. Grab the dump truck. Dump a bit of sand on the inside of that way around. And just widen it. That way, no matter which specific little slice of the vehicles take, it should be fine. Sky sand, best sand. You can solve most of your problems with sky sand. No, so this map actually has very, very little sand by default, but you can unlock more places to get sand for a cost. Where people are talking about using the redistribution fuel thing. That's where the sky sand comes into. So if we actually look at our map real fast, when we started the map, the only sand available, here I have to switch my view to vehicle. The only sand available is this spot for free. I had to pay 5 of the fuel resource to unlock that, something like 6 for that, 6 for that. It looks like I'll have another spot I can unlock more up here. So for free, I get that tiny little pocket. So if I'm using the redeploy using this stuff, all of this sand is not available. I would literally have to come down here, drive the sand all the way to the other side of the map. So where I kept telling people, being like, hey, you know, save that, the fuel for redistribution stuff, like, save that, it's important. And a bunch of people are like, oh, well, you could just use it to respawn. I'm like, well, yes, and that's a mild convenience. Is that a microtransaction thing? No, there's no microtransactions to the game. There's no, like, premium currency or anything like that. You get that from doing missions, and it's just, it's a more limited resource. Yeah, no, genuinely, if they had that kind of model here, I would not be speaking particularly positively of the game. I'm very against the whole you gotta buy a currency for important stuff, because it just encourages games to make their stuff balance around you spending money. So yeah, no, I would be very, very negative view on that if that were the case. Yeah, the point is, it's a limited resource you get on the maps, and they primarily benefit you for convenience, and you earn it by just doing quests and side quests and the infrastructure routes and all that. I don't believe it's fully renewable. Technically, you can get more, I believe, by doing multiplayer, or by resetting maps and redoing them. No, actually, it wouldn't be, because it's based on your map. So yeah, no, it is just a finite resource on the map. So it is just kind of one of those things that, like, you can use it to, you have like a vehicle you can move forward and redeploy off of it, but it costs you some of that strategic resource. But generally speaking, while this is the first map it's actually been significant, generally speaking, there are other things that can be used for on maps that, to me, are far more important than just conveniently teleporting a vehicle around and not worrying about it. It also is very redeeming for me, because I had a number of people, primarily on the YouTube side, who kind of really just wanted to harass me about it. It's like, you should use that to redeploy, you should use that to redeploy, and I kept being like, no, I'm used to playing hardcore games where, you know, you've got finite resources in a lot of cases, so the ones that you know you can't get more of, you use them sparingly and strategically, and mild convenience is nowhere near a justification for me to use a resource like that. Does that mean you can soft lock yourself by being stuck a lot? No. So with the redeploy thing, it's basically, I have, if I click down here, I have a vehicle, I don't even know what category it's under. I have this vehicle here that allows me to redeploy anywhere on the map, and it costs me a fuel to do that. Otherwise, I could redeploy at any base on the map for free. So I can bring a vehicle here for free, but if I wanted to bring a vehicle up here instantly, I could park that vehicle there, and then it would cost me 1 fuel to deploy it right there. I can drive between there, but it's a thing there. So you couldn't soft lock yourself. You could make it wildly inconvenient where I couldn't unlock any of these sand quarries or whatever. Which, again, that's... You traded a very early mild inconvenience for a really significant later inconvenience. Oh yeah, no, you're right. Foxeye is right. Yes, you can go to the construction yard and you can take materials and you can, like, buy more fuel, but it costs you money. So yeah, so it's not actually a finite resource. I totally forgot that was a mechanic. But still, it means grinding that resource more, which again, between driving from A to B, or grinding a bunch of stuff to dump them in to get me money to be able to do more with it, I'd rather just drive. Because honestly, there's not been too many locations that the base has been a big deal, and that, like, forward base respawn thing kind of sucks to drive. Like, it's decent, but with the whole, like, swiveling in the middle, it's kind of annoying. It's also not very fast. It also means I have to drive it there, which is one lap that I might sit there and doing. In real life, tracked vehicles outside tanks rarely have two transmissions to actually run one side backwards and the other side forwards. Alright, so I might need to make this dock go just a little bit wider, because it's beaching itself on that barricade. Then you go here, because it's catching that barricade. Let's try and get this route all sorted out. And I'm hoping... We just gotta get there. We might have problems up here again with the sand where they get stuck and I gotta fix it. I'm hoping that won't be the case. But we'll see. It might actually be worth it for me. Well, that looks like it might be loose dirt. I was going to say it might be worth it for me to go this way as opposed to that way. Oh, no, they're making it work. Oh, they're only making it work because the vehicle got behind you and is just shoving you up the hill. I really don't want to put sand down this whole route. Well, we can see how the rest of this spot goes. Well, this is all messed up. Yeah, these two are just getting each other in more and more trouble. Actually, might be the better route. I think this is a higher route. I just want to get a feel for if they can handle this on their own without the other vehicle shoving it around. Because it's not looking like it. Yeah, so it's struggling with that plate. Let's try having it take the lower route instead. Because I'm kind of curious this lower route... will ultimately be easier to traverse. It looks like it might be more flat. Okay. That's the spot I'm worried about right there, as if that's... Yeah, it doesn't look like that's loose sand, so we might be okay. I might need to adjust it because, like, catching on holes and everything. Yeah, there's a little bit of loose sand here, but can you manage that without your buddy shoving you? We'll see how the next one goes. There's a little bit of loose sand here. That looks like it's a little bit of loose sand there, but that's manageable. Yeah, it looks like both of those are manageable. Which is what we're hoping for. That might be too tight there. I might have to make that path go wider. It looks like it's catching on that pipe. It has. Okay, so let's adjust that. So to adjust the pipe problem, we can just go like that. Alright. Did that still get caught up on the pipe? Alright, make it even wider turn. Yeah, this one looks like it's got a little bit more maneuvering around it than the upper path. But on the other hand, it's flatter, so it's a little bit friendlier to the wayfarer. Because if I can get them through this route, this whole area might still be a problem. Like, there might be a big problem. This area might be a big problem. But then that's the destination. I think you're still gonna get stuck in that pipe. I'm just not taking a wide enough turn. Oh, wait. They might figure it out. The question is what the second one does. Okay, that's another one that didn't make the turn on. Okay, so again, move you over here. Right, bring you up closer. Bring you up closer. Bring you wider this direction. Alright. So just taking us a minute to fix all our routes. Let's see, does it have to follow the existing track? It will try to follow the existing track. They don't... The AI here doesn't go, oh, there's an obstacle, I should go around it. It tries its best to follow your route here, whatever you make. Okay, that's not going to work there. But that's the whole idea. You're supposed to get your infrastructure set up so that they can successfully follow it. That's the reason why, like, we laid all this sand down along this part. Because I could finagle it with, like, the next hour or so to find, like, the one path I can manage to get there. Let's see, what about to the left of the derrick? Last turns? Oh, going this way and then around? That would pop, like, that's also not a bad idea. The problem is from this angle, because I can't really turn the camera, it's really hard to figure out elevation. So you can see here, by just moving that route slightly to the left, now it's having problems getting up the elevation by not following the road. And it's because those wayfarers really, really, really do suck when it comes to dealing with all-terrain. I mean, the reality is I might just need to make a road, and that might even be the right answer, to just make a road around this way. To just circumvent that whole problem. If very genuinely, at this point, if I realized it was going to be this much trouble, I probably would have just done it. You really are having a hard time taking that corner in a meaningful way. You're also not quite turning as early as I'm hoping. Alright, let's go ahead and try going wide and just see how it goes. Because I do think we're at that point where it does make sense that this is going to be a big hassle to get through all those. That we do just instead try and go the wide way around. Because then I could just lay sand and make a path this way. I have a feeling this thing will probably make it over, but the Wayfarer will struggle as well. No vehicle upgrades going to be purchased? No, this is not SnowRunner. And plus, these are the NPC vehicles, not mine. So they're locked into whatever they are, they are. But that's the whole idea, is we build the infrastructure so that they can successfully manage the area. So it's not a matter of how good my vehicles... I was actually surprised I climbed that. Because this thing has no diff lock or all-wheel drive. So it really struggles on anything that isn't flat ground and paved. But yeah, no, the whole thing is like, a lot of the stuff, like, you know, in this game, there's really not much of a reason to have it where you can get, like, off-road tires, highway tires, mud tires, those kind of thing. It's just not really that kind of game. Alright, so I can't tell if it's getting stuck on the rocks, or if it's... I think it's the terrain, and the rocks are just exacerbating it. Alright, so let's go fix that spot. Yeah, so a lot more about this is about making the paths that the vehicles can handle, running power, paving roads, all that kind of stuff. It's not about you know, figuring out how to use, like, different vehicles or winches or that to circumvent bad terrain, that kind of thing. Yeah, exactly. It's the reasons why a lot of people... Is this where we're going over? Yeah. It's the reasons why when people ask me about the game or whatever, a lot of times, like, it's not SnowRunner, it's not trying to be SnowRunner, like, take expectations of SnowRunner, leave them behind. It'll set you on the wrong path. It is very genuinely trying to be a completely different animal that happens to have a lot of overlap in the engine. Which again, I think the vast majority of the negative reviews that have come out is people wanting it to be more SnowRunner. Which kind of my fairly direct response to that is, well, SnowRunner's right there. If you want SnowRunner, it's a great game. I highly recommend it. It's also being actively, you know, improved, developed, all that kind of stuff. If people are looking for SnowRunner, that's what SnowRunner's for. It literally got DLC this last month. Or actually, I think we might be just past a month. But yeah, so it's very much its own animal. Yeah, plus SnowRunner, you already have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours worth of stuff to do in it with all its maps. But yeah, so if we're playing with SnowRunner rules, what would happen is I would be the one hauling those logs and all that. I wouldn't take a Wayfarer, that's just a terrible vehicle for doing it. Instead, what I would be doing is probably just finding something that could all-terrain really easily, and then just, you know, blasting through this, like, low effort-wise, and not having to worry about it at all. Instead, because I am dependent on the other vehicles to convoy my stuff over, I need to make it accessible for whatever vehicles they've got, which in this case is the Wayfarer. Just because, you know, maximum capacity, even if it's really kind of a terrible vehicle. Wait, did I go this way or did I go the other way? No, I went this way. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so we can go ahead and get the dump truck out of the way. Because what we just did there is made a path that's entirely too bumpy for the Wayfarer. So I gotta level it out. But yeah, so like this whole route here, if we're going back to SnowRunner stuff, like I said, you know, if you were using, I'm trying to think of it, like you're using like one of the international highway vehicles, and it's just a bad time. You would turn around and instead grab one of your heavy vehicles or off-road vehicles and just trivialize the whole thing. On the rare occasion they will force you in SnowRunner to drive a specific vehicle, but even then, between stuff like winches and all that, you can usually abuse your way around stuff pretty easily. Or even in some cases, you could just attach a winch to a heavy vehicle, put the heavy vehicle in front, winch back to your highway vehicle, and just drag it through the all-terrain part, you know, effectively bypassing the entire thing. But instead, we gotta fix the infrastructure enough to be manageable. Let's probably go smooth that out the other way, too. Make it just a little bit wider. Timur, absolutely hate that map. I've heard a number of people, because admittedly, because I didn't get into SnowRunner until I started doing content creation, it just, I hadn't picked it up until then. And it's one of those games that I very much enjoy, but I can kind of only get away with playing so much before, you know, people are kind of like, this game's cool, but we really want to see something else. Like, it's enjoyed for a little while, but then, you know, people get kind of tired of watching me get, you know, having to, like, work through the mud again and again. It gets very repetitive gameplay-wise from a viewer perspective. It is just one of those things that I don't get to really sit there. So actually, while I've got a lot of time in SnowRunner, I have not gotten to see a lot of the maps or check out a lot of the vehicles. Just content creator problem things. I do want to try to make it more able to be on the schedule. I talked about adding like dedicated simulation games of these styles for stuff like SnowRunner and RoadCraft and Expedition, and you know, so on and so forth. We'll see how that goes. All right. And I'm hoping I don't need to repave or pave this whole area. You finally typically had staple vehicles you went for anyways. Yeah, that's actually you get some back seating when you play SnowRunner, which is fine as long as it's, you know, fairly tame. But the one I would always get is like, you should just use this DLC vehicle. It's great. And it's like, that feels super pay to win to me. Like, no judgment for anyone who does it, but it was always just like, yeah, just get the vehicle that if you hadn't gotten the packs or whatever, you wouldn't have. And that was always one that bothered me. But yeah, no, it's the same way that it's like, I'd have a vehicle I really liked, I would just use that until, you know, it started not be really capable of it. And then that's around the time that I'd start looking at a few things. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Is it true? You skipped a couple of the vehicle DLCs because they were overpowered. Yeah, so for me, and like, again, no judgment for anyone who uses them. For me, it was one of those things like, okay, well, these maps all existed before this DLC vehicle, so very clearly it could be done without it. So it's that whole bit. So it's definitely looking like I need to extend that sand more. The Wayfarer's just really not good at dealing with this terrain. On the plus side, our first vehicle looks like it's going to make it the whole way without problem. I'm going to see to manage this, because it's entirely possible we have this first batch of Wayfarers and we almost never see another Wayfarer on the route. And then over time, we will see the places where it actually fails versus struggle, because struggling is fine. The vehicle having to really fight to get each little inch, that's fine as long as it actually does get to the other side. But if we have, like, the areas where you saw, like, over here right now... Oh, no, it's still moving. I say sometimes they get stopped entirely. And that's kind of the point. I was like, alright, well, I gotta do something. Yeah, they are both crawling along. Now, to be clear, we're running into these missions here where I got to convoy stuff. Well, this is a common mission type in the game. It's not like 90% of the game. It's just, this is a particularly rough route. So it's taking a little bit more time to deal with. And honestly, the solution very well could have been to have just put the sand down along the whole route and just be done with it. Yeah, so they're clearly getting stuck there. I'm just gonna keep this going here. Considering how slowly they made their way the whole way around it. Just give ourselves a little winding road that goes around here. I don't think going around the back of this one makes sense. I'm sure I could do it, but I'd still just have to meet up on the other side. And I'd have to like really dump a bunch of things of sand to get that raised up high enough where it can go around the cliff. Yeah, no, they are getting kind of caught in the first power pole as well. So you need to both slightly adjust that route. And then over here. Because you can see how this spot isn't all dug up where I'm putting stuff there. They never purchased a key with Green Man Gaming. I have no idea who that is. Be very careful if they're a gray market key provider. And what I mean by gray market key provider is that they buy keys from people and then resell them. Those could be literally, like, really, really bad for the developers. It's actually worse than people pirating it. If you are looking for a discount, I do have, if you go into the About section down below, I do have an affiliate with Games Planet, which is like Nexus and all that. Oh, Green Man Gaming is legit? Gotcha, I'm just not familiar with that. That's the reason I said if they are. Basically, if they buy keys from people, that should be a huge red flag. If they get the keys provided to them by the publisher, then that's fine. And I don't know one way or the other with Green Man Gaming. I do know, like, Nexus is legit. And then Games Planet is also legit. Like I said, I do have an affiliate thing with Games Planet that gets you, I believe, 10% off the game. And then, you know, it's got everything. Okay, Green Man Gaming's good? Gotcha. Yeah, no, I trust. If Iggy says it's good, that verifies enough with me. What do you mean to... how are you meant to tell if they buy it off of others? If you can sell them a key. If they're willing to buy a key from you, they're a gray market. Because the problem is there's not really a great way for people to verify the keys and all that are legit. And also, like, if I take a key and then I supposedly sell it on this thing, and in the meantime I use the key, there's lots of rooms for stuff. But what ends up happening with a lot of those is that people use, like, stolen credit cards, will buy a whole bunch of games, put the keys up gray market, they sell those games the gray market, they get that, you know, that credit card thing, they get that turned into actual cash by those sales, but it can be really, really bad for the developers. Because it's way, way, way worse for them to have all these games that supposedly get sold and all that, and then, you know, they get the support problems from people who get the illegitimate games and then be like, hey, why is this not working, all this stuff, so it gets bad reviews on their stuff and all that, versus, like, you know, a pirated game is certainly a different animal. But see, some places will buy keys from one region cheap, and then resell it another for full price. Yeah, I don't know about that. I know, like I said, Nexus and Games Planet, I know those two so far as they don't do that. You gotta be very careful with, like, buying in one region, selling in there, because some stuff is region locked, and that can get you in trouble. So I can't speak one way or the other for Green Man Games one or the other. Yep. Yep, and the devs also get chargebacks, and they eat the whole thing. So this game has automation routes? Yes. You do have, like, there'll be mission objectives. So, like, we're trying to get a building online that needs a bunch of supplies delivered to it. So instead of, like, the SnowRunner model where you'd be like, okay, do 10 deliveries of concrete over there, because that'd be obnoxious to do the same route 10 times. Instead, you'd be like, okay, you ultimately go and have the convoy of trucks go and do it, and you just need to make a viable route for them to do it. Oh yeah, no, we've already talked about on this map. There's these sinkholes, and we go up here. We already made the comment that I brought this over here. And there's this giant sinkhole, and it's close enough to fill up that we made the comments like we could genuinely just see someone like, let's game it out. Taking the time here to just fill the whole thing in. Because in theory it looks like you could do it. I don't want to think about the time cost, considering this honestly isn't that much of a time investment, 15-20 minutes. But when you go at the scale of what this is, and I've just basically filled in this little edge here, you're probably talking hitting 1 and 2 again and again for a fairly considerable number of hours. Also, for those who don't know the ints, definitely someone to check out. Does stream in German, but been playing stuff like Oblivion and some other games like that. Definitely good times over there. What about CD keys? Oh, is it like a website for CD keys? The way I will phrase it is, I don't know which websites off the top of my head are gray market or legit or whatever. I have a very strong stance against websites that are gray market. So genuinely, if I know a website is gray market, I honestly wouldn't even be against putting them into auto mod to just suppress the name. But yeah, gray market is definitely something I want no support of. I would rather people pirate than gray market. Because like I said, piracy, yeah, you haven't paid the developer for it and yada yada yada, and there's a whole thing there. Which, again, let's not advocate, like, details on piracy. It is actually against Twitch TOS to do so on that kind of thing, to encourage things that are illegal. But compared to that in gray market is way, way, way more harmful to developers than piracy is. Between credit card chargebacks and everything else going on there. Because also on top of that, the gray market kind of stuff also can hurt people like myself who are content creators, because what ends up happening is, like, I'll be given an extra key for a game to give away to my community. I give it out to someone who decides to gray market the key, and then the developers start seeing that the keys they gave to me end up on the gray market, and you get where this goes. They decide they shouldn't give me keys anymore because they're just showing up for sale. And it's not that, like, if it happens once, someone's gonna make a big change, but there's a whole lot of bad stuff that can come out of that. Let's see, their website states that they buy keys in bulk from developers, but another game who devs are active in their own Discord said their game shouldn't be on CD keys, less it is on Steam. Yeah. Like that's one I'd have to check on a case-by-case basis, but yeah. But generally speaking, I am extremely against gray market websites. Like, you gotta make your own choices, but there's a lot of risk of just not even getting a working key, like whether it's region locked or the key's just not good. There's lots of scam stuff that goes through there. And a whole thing. Gotcha. Yeah, so something like, is there any deal if it's showing legit stuff? That's worthwhile. Like I said, I honestly wouldn't be against taking the time at some point if I get a bunch of the gray market websites, and don't list them out in chat, of like literally adding them to AutoMod and being like, hey, you know, just, I want to make sure their name's not said to promote people to check out those gray market sites as a way of getting stuff potentially cheaper, because one, there's a lot of risk. From the consumer side, there's a lot of risk. And a lot of those gray market websites also are not going to be taking a lot of policies as seriously, considering they're already willing to shirk the edges of the law as is. Let's see, Factorio won a lawsuit versus G2A because G2A claimed they got their keys on sale, but Factorio never had a sale. Yep, that's a thing. When you know someone's already kind of shirking the edges of the law, you could just assume what you're aware of is just the tip of the iceberg. I worked at more than one place that we ran into stuff where we found a company we had been working with was being a little bit shady on one or two things that, you know, then they'd be like, oh, it was just this, and then, you know, you start peeking more and finding more and more and more problems. Yeah, Games Plan is the same kind of thing as like Nexus. Steam is oh yeah, no, Steam is probably like the market. That's the whole thing. Steam is like the market more than anything else. But that's a big reason why a lot of these third-party sellers exist. Steam does take a 30% cut of all sales, you know, barring some special, like some very special, like, arrangement or whatever. Whereas a lot of things where places like Nexus and Games Planet and a bunch of these other ones wind up making sense for the developers to do is like for, I can't speak for theirs, like Games Planet ends up taking something like a 10% cut of the sale. And so if you consider Steam takes 30%, Games Planet takes 10%, if Games Planet sells the game 10% off, that still means ultimately the developer gets 10% more than if they sold it on Steam. But yeah, it's a classic. If the deal's too good to be true, it probably is. Being able to, you know, get 5-10% off a game or whatever, I would hardly call that too good to be true. Versus on some of those websites where you have a game that's normally $60 and you can walk away with it for $15, when it's not, like no other website has a sale similar, that in itself should be a major red flag. Unless they can have like, you know, unless like the game publisher is like, oh, this is for charity, we're selling it for super cheap or whatever. Yeah, Good Old Games, GOG, that one's legit. Yeah, so the whole moral of the story is stay away from gray market. Because even if you genuinely do not care about the developers and all that, which you should, they're the ones making the product. But even if you don't care about that, you're literally only concerned about getting it for as cheap as humanly possible, without like any other considerations. Gray market, you're still playing a dangerous game of where you're going to pay and then not get the game on the other side. You're now Darth Rhaegar on Discord? Why do you change your name all the time, buddy? Like, I'll never understand it. Like, it's fine. Like, there's definitely times it can make, oh, I'm not near enough to a quarry now? That's fine. It's just definitely one of those things that always surprises me when they're, like, when people change their names a lot, and there's a lot of people who do it, and there's, like, nothing necessarily wrong with it. But it's just not, it's counter to how I handle internet stuff. There just always was once as like a head scratcher. Yeah, if you like a game and you want more like it, pay for it. If you can. I do understand there are certainly people out there who, you're in college, money's tight, you just can't afford it. And I get it. And developers get it too. Like, you go to a lot of developers, and outside a bunch of AAAs, a lot of them are like, hey, if you can pay for it, you know, you probably should. But if you can't pay for it, you know, do what you're gonna do. See, the ladder's off to the cheapest, on launch, because their membership allows them to bypass Steam agreement. List price laws, 12-month, whatever. Yeah, there's reasons that third-party sellers who are legit make sense. Man, I do agree with like the whole $80 thing. Part of it, though, with like the $80 thing for AAA games that's happening is most of the time the bulk of that $80 is just going into making it so I can see every freckle on a person's face, and then I can make out the difference between a freckle and like what are the things where you get like a little where someone's got, you know, one of their pores will be dark or whatever. But you know, like pick out every freckle, every mole, every pimple and hair, and like see like the peach I don't care about it. Like, and I'm like, you know what? If it saves me $20, stop putting that in the game then. I would much rather the game be more cost effective, because graphics to me is just not that big a priority. Like, don't get me wrong, graphics can be bad enough that it hurts the thing. But games being, you know, this is the most lifelike game ever produced, I'm kind of going, eh. I'm here for the gameplay. Like, it's one thing if a game pops out and is like, hey, this is an $80 game, and they're like, by the way, the estimated playtime for this game without a bunch of random slowdown mechanics is like 300 hours. Like, it's just, you know, it's a modern Final Fantasy VI where you're like, you get to that point, you're like, oh, thank you. The game's just about to wrap up. I'm having a really good time with it. This is excellent. Really, really, really solid game. And then you realize you're at the halfway point. And you're like, one, I love it. Two, you're a big jerk. Or like Castlevania Symphony of Night, which is another one of those games. It's not the halfway point, it's still pretty far along the way. But they have that moment, you're like, I'm fighting the final boss. You know what? This has been a satisfying length for this game to be. I am understanding that the length of this game is an appropriate amount for what I feel like I've done. And then you turn around and you're like, by the way, here's this whole extra part of this game you didn't expect. Get back to work, man. Right, or like some of the old PlayStation games, you're like, alright, I feel like the game's wrapping up, and you stop and you look and go, wait a second, this game came with 5 CDs, and I'm on CD like 2 or 3. I don't think this is actually the end. You leaving Midgar in Final Fantasy VII? Yeah, that didn't happen with me. Final Fantasy 3/6, because it's 6 in Japan, 3 here. That was the one that did that to me. Was like, you get to the point, and you're getting ready to fight Kefka, and I won't spoil anything for anyone who does plan on going back to it. But you go to fight Kefka, and you realize this isn't the end of the game. This isn't even close to the end of the game. Like, very genuinely, we've kind of hit that halfway point. This would be going much better if this truck hadn't turned into him. Looks like it's gonna manage anyways. The good news, we're almost there. But still though, like, you could argue Factorio is worth $80 due to the amount of content, but they've always had so many fewer sales at that price point. Well, there's always... One of the things that is researched more than literally anything else when it comes to products and all that is just price. And it can be very counterintuitive what's good for sales. Alright, so you're gonna get stuck there. The blue diamond, that was, or the blue stars, those are left there for when I was running power cables. It was how I was marking where I needed to move them. Alright, so problem we have here is this is where we exit the area where we can get sand without having to backtrack. So like if I sit here, I don't get the option to refill the sand, so I gotta back up just a little bit. So I'm gonna have to do just a little bit of driving to the sand. But yeah, no, it's a fascinating thing that the company I had worked for, we were making a product for post-grad education. So like skill training is informal stuff. So not the point being it's not to get a degree or certification, it's you're a software dev, you went to college, they taught you Java. No problem. But you go into work, and the boss is like, yeah, I know we hired you for Java, and you've been doing a good job with that, but we just acquired this product, and it's made in C#. So I need you to go learn C#. And you go, okay, how the hell do I learn C#? And then we would fill in that gap. And it was a fascinating thing to me that the logic would dictate the cheaper your price, the more units you would in theory sell, and there's all that stuff. The reality was, we decided to do experimentation with pricing, so we went everywhere from cutting our price in half to doubling our price. And we did A/B testing of all of it. And the reality was, increasing our price significantly increased the total number of units sold. That literally a person who clicked over to the product and then was presented with the price, they were more likely to buy the product if we charged more for it. And that's because there is a perception of quality of the product and yada yada based on the price, where if you make the price too cheap, it makes people assume it's not a quality product, among other things. Basically, making your product too cheap can actually hurt you. In units sold, not just in profitability. And that's a known phenomenon. Now, that doesn't mean charging more is always the right answer. There's definitely a point where you cross past that point where the perception of higher quality goes away. It is a supply and demand curve. In this one, there would be nothing. It wouldn't be really a supply or demand curve on that one, because again, the same product, so the supply has literally not changed. And one would assume the demand hasn't really changed either. The only thing we've changed is the price. So the supply is static, the demand is static. One could argue the demand is impacted by the price, certainly. But as far as people in need of that product, not a meaningful difference. But it was just kind of the reality that upping our price literally literally turned into more sales. And in that case, we actually did up the price as much. We would offer really discounted versions for people in areas that were impoverished, or for students, or for a whole bunch of stuff. We had lots of sale opportunities for people who are more vulnerable. But if you weren't any of those things, we actually just had a much higher price. And as I said, we were selling more units at the higher price than we tried to sell it at the lower price. And this was A/B tested, where we would, you would click on it and it'd show you, say, $15 per month. And then the next person click on it and say $9 per month. The next person click on it and say $5 per, like, whatever the ranges were. And that, based on the users presented it to, all the way up to, like, the thousands and thousands of users, it was consistent that we had this. It's a psychological phenomena about how people associate the price of something with the quality, where making your price too low makes it look like your stuff is, crappy junk, not worth the money, and then charging a little bit extra makes your stuff look like it's sort of a premium, high quality, whatever you want to go with, that kind of thing. In that particular case, we did want to bring in the extra money because there was a lot of stuff that we had ambition to covering as additional topics, but we needed the money to be able to hire the people to do it, to have the support staff to do it, our producers, our videographers, our editors, our copywriters, yada yada. All the supporting, like, IT staff and all that. And so just well as things are like, alright, we can still do good by people at large. I think Nighthawk hit the nail on the head. We have a price range in mind before they saw it, and if you sold the best in the middle range, it was too low or too high. IRL, not subbing, it's too cheap. It's one of the funny things is there's been talks, I think YouTube added it. There's been talks about giving creators the ability to control the price of subbing to the channel. And I think it will be fascinating if that does happen, how these psychological phenomena will come into play with that. Because you will have people be like, alright, what's the minimum price? $1 for a sub or whatever. And then they charge that much. And there will be people who are just like, oh, it's another one of these ones that, like, is just not worth it. And then, like, I'm just not going to get my money's worth out of it. And at the same time, you also have people who try and charge $10 for the sub, and people be like, get the expletive out of here, that's not reasonable. And so I imagine you're going to see a lot of fluctuation with that kind of thing. And it'll be interesting, because I think that'll bring awareness to the fact that that happens. Like, it used to be an entire comment back in the day, if you wanted to buy an Apple product, you had to pay the Apple tax. That it was kind of a known thing that even though Apple genuinely did have a solid quality, like, they weren't that much better than other premium makers and all that. But you were going to pay an extra on top compared to those other makers, because of, like, both brand recognition as well as they did use price as a way of implying the quality of the product was much higher. To be fair, they could back it up on a lot of their products. But even nowadays, you look at an Apple product versus a direct competitor in that same quality bracket, and Apple's product will usually be more expensive by a fair margin. Not always. Hey, Smart says, you mean it's kind of true that some streamers are full-time workers that stream daily high-quality product. Others will want to go and live a couple times a week. They should price subs differently. Yeah, you're not wrong. And there's also, like, production value. Like, there are some channels that put an incredible amount of effort into, like, and money into the work on their stream, that what they're doing is just more expensive to do. And then there's ones that, they did kind of hit a right spot where they got popular and all that, but really the production cost of what they're doing is really, really low. Oh, I made it worse, didn't I? That's fine. But yeah, I think that'll be one of those things that I know YouTube was like properly looking into it. Like being able to customize your pricing for your, I mean, they don't call it subs, they call it membership over there. But there was talk about Twitch doing the same thing, like in passing. And I do think it'll be one of those things that if that were to come to pass when it first pops out as a option, that we will probably see a lot of volatility around a lot of things where you'll have a lot of people will push at creators who are just being, you know, unreasonable, they're charging too much, how dare they, and you'll have those who go for like the really, really cheap approach, and they'll see people charging more and be like, oh, they're just money gouging and all that kind of stuff. And there'll probably be like a counterculture thing that'll come out of that for a good while. Eventually it would settle. But you'd have a lot of people who would be pressured to kind of race to the bottom of lowering the cost of sub as much as possible. And then, you know, come to realize now they can't survive on the amount of money they're making because they just absolutely killed their revenue. At the same token, you'll have some who will be like, well, I'm a premium streamer and you should pay $15 a month. And will get like wildly outside of what's reasonable either. That I do think it'd be a very volatile thing for a while. And I think there will be content creators who do manage to go, hey, I know this is higher than what others charge, but like, this is the extra thing I am doing that I have to spend all this money, so I need the increased amount. And I think you'll have people who manage to do that. You know, they'll be able to make that argument with good reason, and that could definitely encourage people spending that more. Don't they already have tiered subs? So they have tiered subs. It's a little different, though. With a tiered sub, you still have the choice of taking the cheapest sub and then getting most of the benefits. Where this would be talking like, instead of $5, $6, $7 being the cheapest sub, and then you have, you know, the tier 2 sub, which is usually twice the price of a tier 1, and tier 3 is usually a bit more than that. Like it's kind of the equivalent, I think it's like 5, no it's not, either way. The point being, you do have that tiered thing. There's a difference between I'm just showing you extra support and then maybe the channel gives you an extra perk for it, versus if you want to sub to the channel, you know, I would have the ability to say it's $1, or to sub to the channel, you know, it's $15 or whatever. Like, it's a little bit of a different animal. It would be like if the channel could say, I have tier 1 subs, but I'm not going to allow you to get tier 1, you can only get tier 2. Like, tier 1 subs won't function. Or just the reverse of, you'd have like a tier half sub or whatever. At least YouTube lets you do one-time donations in your local currency. Yeah, that's the whole thing with Twitch, where they do the whole bits as the middle thing, and they've got reasons for it, with involving third-party stuff that uses bits and all that. It would be nice to just skip to cash and not have to do bits and whatever, but I understand Twitch has to make its money. Like, if Twitch isn't making its money, they turn the servers off, and then we don't have Twitch anymore. Let's see, Twitch is sitting on the cusp of transitioning from a tipping to service business model. Would radically change how people think about its use. Yeah, and that's the thing. With stuff like that, it would be a very significant culture shift. Like, and that's not even saying, do I think it's good or bad or otherwise. I honestly don't really have a strong opinion on it. I do know in the short term it'd be stressful as all get out, because I would have to do a lot of experimentation and tinkering and all that to figure out, like, for my community, my audience, and, like, continue channel growth and all that, like, what should I do? Because it could be one of those things that, again, you can have that race to the bottom. Thing of the follow, welcome to stream. You can have that race to the bottom where everyone's making as cheap as possible with the assumption that they're just going to get that many more subs as a result of it. But if that doesn't ultimately equate to enough extra subs to offset itself, so say like the price of a sub is $5 and it drops down to 1, it means you need to quintuple your number of subs, or else you're in financially a worse state than you were before. And I think what ended up happening is, like, the whole race to the bottom is if a bunch of people start charging $1, that kind of becomes the baseline. You could honestly kill a lot of channels on the platform. Yeah, and exactly as Ilmirin is saying, that also creates a situation where you could have people popping in a channel and being like, hey, you're charging $5 for a sub. Very clearly, you're not worth $5. You know, you're worth 2 at best or whatever. And like I said, that I do worry in that situation it would be a race to the bottom. Which we've had, like, with people accepting sponsorships, we've already had that problem on the platform. That, you know, there are people who are just trying to make more money, which is understandable when you're living paycheck to paycheck. Any extra money helps. But what they'll do is they'll absolutely take what are honestly pretty upsettingly below normal rate sponsorships. And it kind of becomes that whole race to the bottom where if people are accepting those sponsorships dirt cheap because they don't know their own worth, then what ends up happening is they end up having to do that many more sponsorships to get the same amount of success. And then at the same time, it kind of forces everyone else to start cheapening their numbers as well, because now they're not getting sponsorships. And again, a lot of that boils down to people who it's a hobby, they haven't done the research, and all that kind of stuff. You also see people restreaming at a lower price point as well. Yeah. It'd be a curious one. Like I said, I think it would be a whole big mess, which is one reason I think Twitch hasn't touched it. Because it is one of those things that maybe on paper has a lot of good stuff that could potentially come from it, but also just as likely is it could be hands down just bad result. That while well-intentioned and all that, ultimately it hurts Twitch creators and just generally creates this like really unhealthy culture on the platform. It'll be curious how things go with YouTube, because YouTube's a bit different than Twitch. There is certainly absolutely communities on YouTube that build around different creators and all that, but I would say it's not as big a part of YouTube as a platform as it is for Twitch. Like, again, you do have those communities, but at the same time, like Twitch the community is the main draw. Is Twitch revenue really as bad down as people on X say it is? Your first mistake is logging onto X on any level. X is basically a hot, smoldering sack of garbage. It's never been a good resource of information. It's only gone worse in time. As far as ad revenue being down, I haven't personally had that experience myself. One thing that has happened where people will be jokingly calling it the adpocalypse and all that kind of stuff is a big part of it is Twitch has given advertisers levers to pull and say, I don't want to be in this, in channels with this tag or this category or these kind of things. And so you will have people who are doing channels that is like political commentary, or that they drink on their channel or whatever, that the advertisers say, hey, I don't want my ad for, this theme park or whatever that's supposed to be family appropriate to show up next to a person who is throwing back shots and smoking on their vape. Like, I don't want my stuff with that. And so those ads stop showing up there, which means that individual with those tags sees less ads. And one of the things that's happened, some of the big names that are talking about this, is they were effectively giving political commentary. But with the whole things with tags going on now, is they're like, hey, if you're going to provide this type of political commentary, you need the appropriate categorization on your channel. And that is one of those categories that advertisers see political commentary in your stuff, and they scream and run the other direction and go, we want to be as far from that as possible. And so there's a lot of that going on, where you had, right when it first happened, you had a bunch of people pushing, being like, oh, I'm showing 3 minutes of ads on, to my audience every hour, and I'm being paid less, and these kind of things. When the reality is, there's a 3-minute ad block that may or may not have ads played on it. Like, the 3 minutes per hour is the maximum. You can have it where you have a 3-minute block and literally people don't see ads, because there just doesn't happen to be any ads that align with that demographic, or not the demographic, align with that area for that time frame, and yada yada. Hey Ninja, I'm doing good. Yeah, that too. There are specific areas that are more impacted than others as well. Yeah, advertisers do the same thing in real life with TV as well. You remember there being a whole thing where some advertisers complained about their ad being showing right next to a television product that had their product being used in a violent manner? Oh yeah, well that's the reasons why, like, a lot of moderation stuff does matter. Great. Well, thank you. It's good to be streaming. Like, because you'll have advertisers, again, they're trying to promote a family-friendly product, and you'll pull up, like, your Twitter feed or whatever, and they'll have, like, their product, and then directly next to it will be some truly, like, horrendous racist post or whatever. And while, it's not directly associated, they're like, I don't want my product advertised near this stuff. I want my product as far away from that as I possibly can get. But if you don't have that type of moderation going on, that's not something you can offer them, so they stop advertising with you, because it's seen as dangerous to do so, that it can hurt the reputation of their brand and all that kind of stuff. They just banned politics as a war by definition. Yeah, well that's, the reality is, when people are like, oh, no politics, just, like, of any type, the reality is that's not really realistic or feasible, or whatever you want to use for your terminology there, because what is political is going to vary person to person on your opinions, and then inherently any type of art does have politics in it. They can be pretty benign, but it just is. And if you want a story that's got any meaning or any value whatsoever, it's usually going to have to be relatable in real life in some manner, which inherently means you're looking at politics kind of thing. Now, there's very much a difference between, like, okay, well, this game, you've got the big bad company who's being terrible to their staff type politics, and then, one overtly is using, like, political party names and stuff like that. Like, there's absolutely ones that can be a bit more heavy-handed than others. But yeah. Rual's doing infrastructure without charging up front. Hey, the fact that we keep taking things to fix the infrastructure, that could be very political to some people. That we aren't properly compensating the parties we are borrowing the stuff, and we're just implying we're probably going to compensate. Yeah, exactly, as the Ints is saying, if you do not see politics in the content you're playing, it usually just means you agree with the politics. Oh, right, it's like right at the point where that... I can't get the scoop. The Bioshock 1 and 2 were political, and very well done. Infinite was a bit heavy-handed in the politics. I couldn't say because I haven't played Infinite. And I'll get that stretch in here in a moment. But I think it's fine for stuff to be a little heavy-handed in the politics sometimes. Like there's certainly a fact you're going to probably push some people away from your content. But again, like what people view as not political and actually political is going to vary by your views and all that kind of stuff. Like if I have a game that, you know, they're working for some employer who's like literally kind of enslaving people into indentured servitude and treating them like terribly, and people are dying and whatever on the workplace, and that in the game story we decide that they unionize and that's the way they deal with the problem, you're going to have people get all bent out of shape as it's super over, you know, like heavy-handed political kind of thing, when it is also kind of the reality of how that type of thing was tackled. But there's going to be some people who feel that's very heavy-handed versus I would view that as it's very realistic. Like Super with Freedom? Yeah. Oh yeah, no, like that's that was one of the ones that came up, is people were like, oh man, this shouldn't be as political, like it should be, you know, it should be like Helldivers, which, you know, is just fun, it's not political, and you kind of turn around and you're like, are you not playing the same game? Helldivers is a hell of a political game. It's political satire, but it's still political. I love, and it still happens from time to time, people talk about politics in media, and they'll be like, man, I miss when movies were political, like RoboCop. And you stop and you're like, that's maybe the worst example you could have chosen for something not political. Did you miss the entire movie? Did you just zone out and were like, Robot Man go bang? Robot Man go bang. Did you not? Like, dear God. That thing practically grabbed you with an aluminum baseball bat of politics and just kept hitting you until you couldn't walk anymore. For a record, I enjoyed it. But it was definitely not political. Right, why can't we just have X-Men instead of politics? It's like, did you miss everything that was the X-Men? The one that got me was a family member being like, I miss Star Trek when it wasn't political, and just staring at them being like, what are you talking about? At what point was that ever true? Like, there are documentaries about Star Trek and how absolutely trend-setting it was, doing so many things that in its day were considered absolutely not acceptable. but being like, no, we think this is right, we're doing it anyways. And sure, we don't have Kirk sleeping with every alien under the sun anymore, but you know, it was definitely, for its time period, extremely progressive. Wasn't Star Trek the first interracial kiss on TV? I think so. It also had the first, I think it was the first woman in leadership, in a leadership position presented in a television show. Like, there was so much that, like, at the time was seen as, like, extremely progressive for that time period. Even though by our modern standards, we'd look at it and be like, oh, that's still pretty bad. You know, it was a product of its time, but it was bunking the thing. Yeah, no, I'm gonna leave that message caught with Automata PS. But I don't disagree, like, yeah. There's a lot of stuff that nowadays that people people go, when did this become so political or whatever, and you're like, man, it's always been that way. You just, your views changed to no longer be aligned with the views that that content had. Please confirm your favorite romance after 20 years, and it's now canon. You can die happy. Oh, I missed what that was in reference to. Let's see. Oh, Gene Roddenberry wanted Kirk to be a person of color and Spock to be female? Or was it vice versa? You think it was the other way around? He was very, you know, communist. Yeah, no, it was a whole thing. Well, that's like, if you look at what the universe of Star Trek is, they literally, for the Federation, are beyond money. They don't deal in money. It is quite literally everyone has all their needs provided for them. Like, it is, you know, extremely leaning in all that stuff. Just came into the conversation, instant like, yeah, we usually don't get too far into this. It was just kind of a thing that came up. Yeah, the recent Star Treks have not been fun to watch at your pace. Some of the lightheartedness of Star Trek Next Generation has been lost. I admit I haven't seen much of the new stuff. I was under the impression stuff like the Lower Decks was like really good with its humor. At the same time, I've not seen it just from more so not watching much television versus really having it. But it is actually worth sitting, like, when you watch. You really thought your name was Rural Storge, and you thought it was fitting for this game somehow? Oh no, you're not the first or the last person probably today who will think that's the name. It is a name I came up with as a teenager, and then, you know, more and more stuff got associated with it, and now it's kind of like, do I walk back on all that time I've built up that recognition around it? Or do I love the shirt? Well, thank you. My wife got it for me as, I believe it was a birthday gift. And for those who have not noticed, it is actually a reference to something. She has good taste? Fact. I mean, other than she married me, and that's definitely questionable. But, definitely good taste. The only TV you watch is the news. I am so sorry about that. Honestly, news on the TV is pretty rough. But yeah, so far as the shirt, this may not catch to a lot of you. It's a Star Wars shirt. I like it because it's subtle, where if you know, you know. But if you don't, it just looks like a fun shirt. Just use it for local stuff? Yeah. Well, even unfortunately, local news is kind of rough. For those who don't know, at least here within the U.S., a lot of our local news got all acquired by the same kind of parent organization. Not all of it, but a lot of it. So the unfortunate reality is there is an organization who quite literally uses it for purpose of, you know, propaganda and all that kind of stuff, which really does suck. So it is one of those things to be careful about that, unfortunately, a lot of it has been acquired by a very small number of people for political reasons. And that's a well-documented thing. That isn't me just saying things. But you can check it. It's even a news article within itself about how that has occurred. That said, since that's become more public, there have been individual independent news organizations who have split off to take control of themselves. Yep, John Oliver covered it. John Oliver's not the only one. You feel like you'd be able to tell if you saw it in person. Seeing in the camera flux the quality potato computer, you can't tell. Yeah, no, it's Star Wars. It's Ahsoka Tano. It's got like the pattern on the head or the brain tails. That isn't to say all local news bad. Like I said, there are some that have managed to, since that's all come to light, break off, become their own things, all that. Q Sims raising taxes, boo. Alright, I think I'm going to have to accept that we're just going to have to put pavement down. I've been trying to just level this out with the sand, but these are just getting stuck in the same spot again and again, and it's just they can't get enough traction. I was trying to avoid it because unfortunately it is a bit of a trek. But I think we're at, you know what? Let's just pave the whole road. I don't need to. But to hell with it. Oh, you moved differently than expected. Okay. Yeah, this is the new paver. We haven't used it yet. So we're gonna try this thing, and we're just gonna run along this whole path and just pave the whole thing. It's a little bit of a cost and time that I probably don't need to do, but at the same time. Is that the top tier paper? I think so. Because there's only like, I think there's only the two of them, right? Let me double check because I'm honestly not sure. Shop, roads. Yeah. So there's not another paver. Like, we get a bigger steamroller here, and then after that, that's that. Now, as you can still see, the one. Is this game fun? Nah, I'm on my 5th stream here. I'm probably getting close to 100 hours, or probably not. I have like 60 hours. And it's definitely terrible, and I don't like playing it. No, it's good. I very much enjoy it. You just use the transport truck. Yeah, no, I'm doing the same thing normally. I'm just kind of looking. It's like it's right here in front of me. So I'm gonna have a long trek to drive on this, anyways, where I'm actually putting down the concrete. So it's like, it's just around the corner. But yeah, for anywhere I go any length of time, yeah, you get the heavy vehicle transport and you drive it places. This one's 2 meter wider. I'm looking forward to that. I'm curious how well it's gonna drive, because the big problem we ran into with the little one is it gets really finicky on anything that isn't precisely flat. It'll slide to the sides, making it really hard to make a straight line. They're the Montrals and Leku. Right, Leku are also known as Braintails. So where you're going, well, actually, it's also, well, actually, back at you. It's funny how the US still says Steam before roller. Oh, and they haven't been that way for 80 years? Yeah, that's not surprising, though. Like, I absolutely will call it a steamroller, but... Alright, so let's shove that back. No gravel? There's no gravel in the game. They could do that to add realism, but that means yet another thing you have to lay down. So it'd be like sand, gravel, packing the gravel, you know, making, like, doing the proper leveling of the gravel, then laying down either the asphalt or a base for the asphalt, depending on what you're dealing with so far as your stuff, and then turning around and then rolling it. All that sort of stuff. Like, you'd have so many layers, you'd get to a point where it stops being fun. So yeah, no, it's a deliberate thing that, yeah, there's some corners cut, but it's to be entirely way more reasonable. This will be an interesting place to deal with, where I've got these ridges I didn't clean up. You're so disappointed? I'm sorry. Still gonna play it. Alright, so let's clean up some of this area where I've got the wider parts here. Nah, it's a very normal conversation point on the channel about, like, realism in the game and all that, or in games and all that, and how quite often the chase for realism ends up being the thing that takes a game from being really good to really bad. Where it's like, no, it would be realistic to X, Y, and then you have to stop and be like, right, but would it be fun? You're like, well, it's realistic. That means it's better. It's like, but it doesn't. Is it fun? That's what I'm here for, is am I enjoying the experience? Realism can check itself at the door. I don't mind it being realistic, but at the other thing. See, why do we not need a truck asphalt behind the paver? Well, that's interesting. It actually put down the asphalt on not sand over there. Which in the game, we generally can't do that. Maybe because the sand is so spread out, even though it looks like one type of tile, it technically has both. Also, does this realism have a 10-minute loading screen between 2 minutes of gameplay? Yeah. Well, that kind of goes into the modding thing of one of the reasons I don't tend to mod my games hardly at all. Even as lightly as I mod some games, some of those load times can get pretty heinous with only a couple of mods added. This is probably going to be one lumpy road. As lightly, things before RimWorld. Oh yeah, no, RimWorld, I've known people who like to mod games a lot, and RimWorld's just one of those games they get there. And that with RimWorld, the load times on their games start to get into like the area of, you know, 20, 30 minutes that they hit the start button and they go and they get themselves dinner because that's how long RimWorld takes to boot up with all their mods. And I'm just like, you know what I want to do when it's game time? I want to play my game. Now, obviously, in reality, you wouldn't just leave that there. You would go and do the, you do the roller immediately. Like, the roller would genuinely probably trailing right behind this thing. You're still booting in just under 10 minutes? Yeah, to me that is like an unreasonable time. I understand everyone has different lines, but me, the idea of a game taking 10 minutes to boot, I'm like, man, I remember growing up in the days of Windows 95 and all that, and needing to spend, you know, start your computer, go take your shower and all that so that your computer be all set up on the other side. I remember those days. You know what I don't want to go back to? Any of that crap. It was utter magic when SSDs showed up and you could boot up Windows and not have to get into double-digit minutes anymore. Should have done a much better job of cleaning these rocks off. I'm trying to use it where I can shove the rocks out of the way a little bit with this, but it is really bad at dealing with the rocks. Even that little rock in the front is enough to stop the entire vehicle from moving. Good enough there. Pretty sure we have a rock stuck directly under the middle of our vehicle. I'm not seeing it, but you are struggling to move everywhere right now. There it is. It's just surprising, even with the bumper, it just like sucks the rocks right underneath so easily. This is absolutely a mess. Okay. When we went by earlier, we weren't actually clipping on this. Best road ever? It is a disaster. I don't really care though. We put entirely more effort into this than I meant to. Honestly, if I knew it was going to be this kind of problem to begin with, I would have made a road straight from where we started to the objective without winding at all, and just built up the road the whole way there. It would have been more time effective. Please, just give this thing a little bit more effort. It's not as bad as the first one. But it does bog down so incredibly easily. We're also doing a very long road that normally I would not pave. I'm just kind of accepting this far end here just needs to be paved. It's a lot of sand? Yep. You're going to use a lot of sand in this game. You love RoadCraft? It's solid. I've been very much enjoying it. Okay. This is the spot that the trucks have been struggling to climb. Which I am seeing, even though I kept leveling it out, it still has like weird textures and all that. If you haven't played a Saber game since Spin Tires, this game makes you want to give Snowcraft a try. To be clear, Snowcraft is a very, very, very different game from this and Spin Tires. It is more similar to Spin Tires than RoadCraft. It's not to say one's better or worse, but you are talking a very different animal. Snowcraft, you don't really have the infrastructure improvements like this. The closest you have in Snowcraft just boils down to, they'll be like, build a bridge here, and you just drive over some wood and a bridge appears. Like, you don't get to choose where it is or what it's made out of or anything like that. It just magics a bridge into existence, which is fine. To be clear, I think it's a good game. But if you're watching me deal with like logistics here and all that, that's just not the focus of Snow. Oh, did I say Snowcraft? Sorry, SnowRunner.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Snow. I love wifey as well. Snowcraft, the game where you it takes place in the Arctic, and you sit there and like. Oh, you sent me 2 games in Steam? SnowRunner is 50% off right now. Oh, neat. Well, thank you. I'll have to check that after stream. I really appreciate that. And thank you, Randall Thor, for the Gigantify. You had to build igloos and supply snow for roads. Right, you gotta pack the snow so it's easier to traverse. Make your igloos. Oh, I forget what it is. There was a whole thing that for protection against blizzards and all that, they're not walls, they're like snow mounds that Eskimos would use. So the idea is you'd have your actual igloo, but you might have like a mound kind of protecting your igloo from the worst of the wind, so you don't get like the giant wall of snow over your front door or whatever. Oh yeah, no, that's Grim saying, you know, SnowRunner is super fun but takes a lot of time to do anything. That's actually been one of the things. I have my not hard mode saved. I've been tinkering a little bit with that off stream because, you know, I don't want to play RoadCraft off stream and then spoil stuff for myself. You know, there's definitely if you want to stream a game, you kind of want to make sure people get to see you play for the first time a lot of the time. So I've been trying to, you know, do that. Okay, so let's go down here to the base. Unfortunately, I don't have enough money to get the even bigger steamroller. I do have this one. We'll do that. SnowRunner hits that visceral truck is stuck moment that if you've ever had a vehicle planted somewhere and get out yourself feeling, yeah. You enjoy driving around trying to pathfind and stuff in RoadCraft. You enjoy making the roads so you can traverse the area, but you hate having to make roads so the AI can traverse in the area. That's fair. You wish RoadCraft had slightly more scout play? Yeah, I think the devs may have backed off on the scout play in SnowCraft because that's what Expedition was as an entire game. And Expeditions got it got a pretty rough, you know, response to it, unfortunately. Because that was the idea, is with Expeditions, it felt like they took the scout gameplay and they said, what if we tried to flesh this out way more and just, you know, just made that a game. You're still calling it SnowCraft? That's fine. Yeah, SnowRunner. Yeah, that was kind of my feelings with Expeditions. Was it had some really slick tech in it. Like, I really liked the whole increasing and decreasing the pressure on tires, and where you could kind of like adjust your configuration of your vehicles and all that. But then the whole Expedition mechanic where you'd bring one set of stuff along and you'd work on it, and then, you know, return back to doing a whole thing. That in a lot of ways I felt that kind of just took too much away from the game. And even that would have been probably fine with me, but it did feel like, so far as variety of missions we got, it really, really narrowed the variety to almost, hey, do you know what you're going to do in this one? You're going to use the scout. Do you know what you're going to do in that mission? You're going to use the scout. You know what you're going to do in that mission after that one? You're going to use the scout. Which is being a little unfair on my part. They did have more than that, but it definitely felt like the variety of missions was very limited. You adored the anchors, but also meh. Yeah, that's the thing. For me, the big problem we ran into with Expedition, more than anything else, was a lack of variety in the content. I honestly feel like the content wasn't bad, and it's not even that they didn't scale up the difficulty as you went or anything like that. It was the fact you had to, like, keep coming and going from doing a place to, like, re-get your basic supplies. So it was a whole, like, logistics planning with your operator on what you're doing and all that. And that could be fun to a certain extent. But after a while, I quickly went from, this is fun, to, I really wish I didn't have to do this. I really wish this was like SnowRunner where I could just, you know, start working on an area until I was done with it. I preferred how Spin Tire is a little bit less cartoony. You think they're making them a little bit more cartoony each time? So, I feel like Expeditions and this both have, like, what you're saying. I wouldn't even call it cartoony. I would say that your vehicles just look kind of more... They seem less used. They're just, like, really clean, nice polished paint lines and all that. And I've said even from, like, when I do Farm Sim, I really do prefer in a lot of these games that your vehicles do look like what you'd expect them to. Chips in the paint, scratched, well used. Like, you know, maybe it looks good right when you buy it, but very quickly that goes away because, you know, you're using it. But, like, the environment around it, I wouldn't say this looks any more or less cartoony, at least to me. They definitely, the mud mechanics are a bit different. Pet rock in the road. Yep. But yeah, and I definitely agree, like, you know, we've been using a lot of these machines a lot, and it still looks like mint condition. And I'd much rather we start seeing, like, scratches and dents, maybe after you use a little bit, you'd see even, like, a little bit of rust on it. You know, it's very caked in dirt in a lot of places. And I wouldn't even mind if there was, like, a place where you go to get it, like, serviced up and it would make it look crisp again. But I actually very much prefer when games do let your vehicles get pretty scuzzed up, all that. And I definitely feel like SnowRunner really lets you scuzz up your vehicles a lot. They usually, like, even when you painted them, the paint job wasn't immaculate. It was kind of someone went in and just did a touch-up. It not just looks mint, it actually is actually the layouts, etc. So, like, cartoonifying it a bit. So when you're saying, like, the paint layouts, because yeah, there's definitely more of a design aesthetic to the vehicles and a less of a you know, a more pragmatic thing. It's not just like painted yellow, painted orange, painted whatever color. It's definitely a lot more of, they have like a whole prettied up design. But the second most map most of yesterday, and you're finding that the 3 ships for achievement, you hit the last ship, and it was Skyrim'd right into the air. But yeah, no, I definitely would like to see the vehicles look more used, worn, all that kind of stuff. Like, even if we had these paint jobs, like, to me the rusted vehicles don't look bad. They look about what you'd expect. They're heavily used, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, even your equipment should over time start to have a bit more character to it. This was a spot that we had like a really weird spot going on here over these tracks. So just quickly touching this up. This isn't where we were getting stuck, though. I don't mind, like, a more, you know, as you're saying, cartoony, clean one. I do wish I had more character over time.
1812 for gifting the sub to Comrade.
And thank you, Randall Thor, for gifting a tier 1 sub to Conrad. Conrad, you have yourself some nice advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes whether you want them or not. So thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, everyone in chat loved to have the vision of a GoPro camera stuck on a shovel while being flung around. Oh yeah, we were talking about Snowplow Simulator.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to her.
Uh-oh. People are getting sniped now. Watch your heads, people. Randall Thor giving a sub to Earth Rush Stony. So, Earth Rush Stony, you now have yourself some nice advertisement-free viewing as well as access to emotes. So thank you so much, Randall Thor. I really do appreciate that. Alright, this is the segment that actually mattered for what we were doing. That was like, all of this should help it go faster, but this is the one we actually had a problem. Some people do. I know for me personally, I've been running Twitch Turbo for way back. Like I jumped onto Twitch Turbo way before I started doing my own content or anything. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, you also do have, like, different regions will get more or less ads. So if you're in an area that has very strict rules around advertising and or, like, there's just not nearly as much of a market for it kind of thing, you can actually have ad breaks where you just literally won't see ads from start to finish the stream. But then if you're in areas like the US where we have fairly lax advertising laws and we are a very sought-after market, we end up getting pretty heavily hammered by the whole ad front. Yeah, no, so ads are fine within themselves. The fact of the matter is they get annoying because they're basically everywhere, and there's certainly commentary to have around that. At the same time, a lot of that makes a lot of content possible. Like, without advertising, most media wouldn't happen. Its ads also are what, you know, kind of let you know about products you might also want. The thing that becomes the pain point with ads is, one, you got crappy ads. In our time, is just you get hit ads that have no relevance to you. So they're badly targeted and all that. So you're being subjected to something that you really just has no meaning to you, have no interest in it, and the ad keeps happening again and again and again. And it's just frustrating because you're being forced to deal with it. And you're neither the target for that ad or anything. So it's just kind of one of those things that, you know, smarter ads tend to be less awful. At the same time, that requires pretty appalling amounts of data collection about people, which then creates its own problem. Yeah, let's not compare ads to cancer. Like, cancer is genuinely an awful disease, and ads are an inconvenience. These are very different things. I get it. I don't like ads either, but they do serve a purpose. There's just crappy ads too. Like, very genuinely, without ads, I would not be able to do this. So, there's that. Let's see, the pop-out ads that surround stream while not interrupting the stream are the best. If I could promote that as a way in the future, you certainly would. Yeah, it's, for those who don't know when it comes to the advertising side of things, as I've worked at a company that we were the ones purchasing the ads, not the ones, you know, doing the ad service kind of thing, that the unfortunate reality is when it comes to a lot of advertising, the more disruptive it is of your experience, generally the higher value the ad is considered, because the more that you absolutely cannot do anything other than watch the ad, it's just seen as higher value. And that sucks, and I don't necessarily agree with that, but ultimately, it does mean they make more money. because it's considered a high value add. Yeah, I get what you're saying, Devlin. I'm still just not okay with it. Like, to me, in a lot of ways, that could be minimizing of a truly terrible disease kind of thing. I know that's not the intent, but it is just kind of one of those things that's like, ads suck, but let's be reasonable. They're just a little disruptive. And for 12, 15 bucks a month or whatever it is, you can make them all go away. Where sadly, horrible diseases don't go away for 12, 15 bucks a month. Oh yeah, no, we've had, Conrad mentioned this a myth, the first and only ad you paid attention to was an Edge Bar ad for a mic stand, when you need a replacement anyways. That's like the key thing advertisers want, to hit you in the moment you want or need something, and lining it up so you are presented with the product at the time you need said product. That's the dream, because literally everyone benefits. But kind of the reality of what happens with a lot of that is people be like, I've had people sit there and go, ads don't work, why do they do it all the time? And I'll be very genuine with you. If you think ads don't work, I can objectively say you're wrong. Now, there are certainly people who buy in on ads less than others, that is true. But I used to work for a company that, as I mentioned, we would buy ad space. And with the products we offered, we had a call center, and you'd have the time, it's like kind of slow season, and a bunch of the people in the call center are standing around because none of the phones are ringing. And when that would happen, the higher-ups would be like, all right, let's go drop a campaign using AdSense, you know, targeting whatever they're trying to push at the time. And you put out that campaign, and it wouldn't be minutes after it goes live that they could not handle the number of calls coming in. And it was just like, advertising does work. It works absurdly well. And I wish it didn't, because if it didn't, we wouldn't be subjected to nearly as much. But the unfortunate reality is ads work extremely well. Now that said, you'll have a lot of cases where they put out an ad campaign, you'll get subjected to the ad, but you're just not the target for that ad. And yeah, you're not going to buy in. Like, if you're not looking to buy a new house and they present you with an ad with a new house, it's just not going to stick. But if you happen to be someone who's like been debating about buying a new house and this ad comes on that, you know, for a service to help with that, and you're like, oh man, I could really use that. Now suddenly that company's potentially gotten themselves a very high value customer. So it is just kind of one of those things. Alright, so let's get this off the road here. Yeah, and then there's the, do you get to pick what ads play? No. Nope, I have no control over that whatsoever. I know, I can't remember what platform. I keep wanting to say it was YouTube, but I don't feel like that's right. There was one platform that had over 120 or 130 categories of ads. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And we were allowed to give, I think it was 3 categories that we did not want to play on our channel. And then 3 categories that, or maybe it's 5 categories, that we felt were particularly well aligned with our channel. And that was it. So you couldn't make enough categories go away to mean anything. But if you were like, hey, this is something that I'm morally opposed to, you do have the ability to have that little bit of flexibility. Let's see, are you the one are you going to are you going to participate in the Zomboid Community Challenge Spiffo Rat Race? No, I don't intend to. I think it's a great event. But if I'm being honest, I'm pretty burnt out on Project Zomboid, and I've actually I've actually kind of found I just don't enjoy Build 42. Like, I spent a lot of time in Build 42, and it's just, I kind of came to the reality, it's like, it's just not for me. It is what it is. That, in a lot of ways, Build 42 gets in the way of what I want to do in Project Zomboid. And that thing, it's got a lot of cool features. I think Build 42 for people at large is a good thing. It's just not for me. Yeah, that's, I think you might be right that on YouTube they let you like I said, it's not, you can't just be like, I don't want any category of ads. They don't let you do that. But it can be a thing that's saying, hey, like, I specifically am not okay with gambling ads, or I specifically am not okay with ads for military service, or whatever. And you can choose to have those individual categories, like, not show up. But you can only do it for, like I said, I think it was limited to, like, 3 out of, like, 128 or whatever the crap it was. So you couldn't be clever and try and target it to reduce the number of ads. Because it also just put a different ad in the block. But I remember for me, it was something like, I think I had restricted military service because I personally think it's wildly inappropriate to advertise military service to children and, you know, teenagers and that kind of thing. I don't feel it's appropriate to offer, to have anyone in that age group sign on to things that are, you know, potentially that significant, let alone, I also don't think it's appropriate to advertise in general. The gambling ads is another one. And then I can't remember if they had it as like medicine or pharmaceutical or what the category was, but that was another one. Those are the 3 I restricted because I am someone who does strongly believe in medicine, and I believe that is something that you and your doctor work out. I don't think it is reasonable that you could pull up a YouTube video and that they turn around and start trying to prescribe you antidepressants or something without talking to you first and getting your medical history and all that. That isn't me being against antidepressants. I'm just saying that is a thing that you should be sitting down with a medical professional and not some algorithm just spitting out an advertisement who has no idea if it is even appropriate for you to have such things. And gambling, I see as potentially like a very dangerous thing for a lot of people. I'm not strictly against gambling, but it is one of those things I'm like, yeah, I just don't think it's appropriate that we advertise it. Like, if you go to Vegas and you want to hit up a casino, you've made that life decision. But yeah, the number of times is like, you can get these diet pills. I'm like, you probably shouldn't be advertising that. There are people who have serious, you know, self-image, food problems, that kind of thing, that you are potentially enabling a relapse and all that. So, again, maybe that should be kept up with medical professionals and all that. Ads be like, you just watch this political video, try these antidepressants right now. Oh man, I'm not gonna remember the company. There was a huge debacle, and it was all done well-intentioned, but there was an absolutely ridiculous debacle that it was for frozen meals for one. But, you know, the company was trying to do something positive, and they were including, you know, messages of encouragement as well as, like, you know, like encouraging like self-worth kind of thing, as well as, you know, hey, like if you're alone, like call a number, like, you know, that kind of thing. Like when I say alone, that's not, I shouldn't use that verbiage. If you're feeling depressed, stuff like that, you know, here's a number, talk to someone if you're considering like self-harm and all that. Like, it was very genuinely, they recognized that a certain percentage of the users of their products were going through really bad depression because of just a bunch of things that had nothing to do with the product itself. And they're just like, we want to help people out, so let's, you know, put like a suicide prevention phone number on, like hotline on there and everything else. And it was not well received by some people, to say the least. Like, it was well-intentioned, and honestly, it was probably a good thing, ultimately. But it just kind of hit people that, you know, it's like, hey, I can be single and not miserable. And it was kind of a bummer that it got... Oh, I did not want to change that waypoint. Well, I guess we get to see if the whole route works well. Where did you get this dozer? It was on this map. What kind of product? It was dinners, like, it was like TV dinners for one. So it's just, you'd have your box that, you know, your TV dinner for one was on. It would just be like a label on the side that was kind of like, hey. The middle one? Yes. The, holding commercial where the husband gets his wife exercise equipment. Well, that's just been a classic. You know, the gifts not to get a significant other. You know, the whole joking, like, don't get your wife a vacuum cleaner kind of thing. Which you get the idea is the whole getting someone a gift that's work. But it's also one of those things that at the same time, I 100% know at one point we did get my mom a new vacuum cleaner as a gift. Because the one we had wasn't great, and she was like, no, it's fine. And so we got her a really nice vacuum cleaner that made things way easier for her. And she really liked it. But it's definitely one to know the person you're gifting to, and whether that will be received well or not. Because if someone's really into cooking, and they love cooking, and you get them like a new set of pots and pans and all that, that could be a positive thing. If someone is not really into cooking, and you get them a whole new set of pots and pans and all that. So problem is I need to adjust this, because that got turned sideways. But it wants me to just spectate them. So can scooch you over to the right and scooch you over to the right. That should improve that. But yeah, so it's one of those things that, like, if they're into cooking, like, that is a passion for them, and you get them pots and pans, they might be excited about it. But if there's someone who is like, they're, you know, they just cook because it's more cost effective, it's just kind of an ends to a means kind of thing, and you get them a bunch of pots and pans, they might be pretty disappointed with that. Let's see, you get one of two commercials, and you get really, really not true dental gum commercials. Ironically, U.S. Canucks just added dental to your standard healthcare. And the other is some AI story stuff. Yeah, no, nowadays if I were to redo stuff, I would add whatever their generative AI or AI stuff to my never play this commercial on the YouTube side, if that even is still a thing. Because I am very, very, very against generative AI. Like, if I go to play a game and they've got art assets made with generative AI, that is usually a deal breaker. The only game I kind of let sort of slide-ish was Inzoi. And I still have mixed feelings about that. We played that the one time, and then kind of left it there. And that's because that was a weird one, in that it had generative AI. It was turned off by default. So you could use it optionally. And then on top of all of that, with the way the generative AI worked, is they did try to do it as ethically as they thought they could. It very much felt like the kind of thing that some higher up in the company said, you have to use this technology because, like, the investors demand it. And it felt like the developers tried to include it as minimally as possible while still technically checking that box. That could be 100%, you know, a whole thing. But yeah. The complexity of medicine advertisements is when the tool you have versus the hammer of every problem looks like a nail. Means both times you can tell, why is this person weaving everywhere? A different world in 5 years, we won't care about if it's got generative AI. Well, that's partly because most likely in 5 years, the floor will have fallen out underneath generative AI. Right now, for those who don't know, a lot of the major players in generative AI are running entirely on investor money. Have not figured out any way to be profitable. Like, most of them are literally losing hundreds of thousands of dollars or more. Oh, I didn't see where that got. Losing hundreds of thousands of dollars or more every single day they operate. You got stuck way back here. And eventually the investors will stop just feeding money into the fire, that they will have to figure out how to be profitable on their own right. And currently, even with no changes in laws, it's looking like that's just not going to be a reality that happens. Now, and that's for like the actual high quality stuff. For like the really crap tier stuff that spits out. That's going to be around because you can run it locally and all that. But that's the stuff that stands out as being like really, really kind of low quality kind of stuff. Perhaps, but you get mighty fine offline LLMs. You mean AGI will be? You imagine AGI will be profitable? So the big, high, large scale ones. Again, not really, that they are literally losing hundreds of thousands of dollars every day operating as they are. And I know people be like, oh yeah, but they're going to figure out ways to make a bit better money. They're going to figure out these kind of things. Like, there's a certain amount of truth to that. But I can tell you from someone who has worked with AI in the past and knows a number of people in the industry even dealing with the generative AI kind of stuff, even among the people who are doing the development of generative AI, they all kind of come back and be like, it's a buzzword. Like, by and large, a lot of those companies are just going to implode. It's also a thing that we're starting to finally see some major pushback against a lot of content providers of various types, that they keep getting themselves caught by surprise that they make something with generative AI thinking it is going to be extremely well received, and they announce it's got generative AI, and then they get really, really bad, scathing response by their communities. And then they kind of go, what? I don't understand. And so even, there was a panel involving a couple of higher-ups involving, I think they had Electronic Arts there and a couple other, like, big names that they've even started to advise within their own company to be far more cautious with the use of generative AI, that they're more concerned about it being harmful to their brand reception than any cost-saving benefit that they've had having. So a lot of them have been backing off the generative AI to some degree. It's starting to happen. It's still pretty widespread, but we are starting to see that they're looking at that things. As in corporate space, it's sold as a feature to advertise. In the consumer space, it triggers boycotts. Yeah, no, it's a definitely disconnect. So it's the same thing that happens in tech regularly. For those who haven't been in the tech industry, you've got a cycle that most tech companies go into, where you've got the new tech buzzword, we start promoting it, we somehow integrate in the product. Doesn't matter if it adds value or makes sense. That's not necessarily part of it at all. But you get all the investors up into a fervor that everyone wants to be on what they believe is going to be the new big industry to take over, kind of like where internet search took over certain things and Amazon took over things. I'm forgetting the term. It's not greenfield. There's a term for that where you create a net new industry that did not exist previously. And everyone wants in on that on the ground floor, because that's the thing. If you get in on the ground floor of that kind of advancement, that literally you just make buckets of money. And everyone wants to get in there, and every tech buzzword tries to imply that it's that thing. But what ends up happening is more and more investor money gets put into it, and eventually it becomes time to effectively put up or shut up. Not a monopoly, that's a different thing. But kind of put up or shut up, that the investors say, blue sky, that's the one, blue sky. It's a blue sky, you're creating a net new industry that you are the main player in, and everyone else has to play catch up. Because if you're that first one who takes off, a lot of times you will just print money. What ends up happening is, over time, what ultimately ends up happening with that is, as I said, eventually you hit that point where your investors start getting some heartburn, going, this needs to be profitable now. This needs to be profitable. Like, you've been in your growth phase, you've been attracting users, you've been bringing this investor money in, but now you need to actually make money. And that is where most of these technologies that are kind of empty of real value kind of things, like a lot of what generative AI is, that's usually the point that those implode. That you'll find some who do manage to figure out ways to make it profitable and all that, and there'll be a very small subset, and then everyone else kind of disappears. So that's like what happened with NFTs, that's what happened with blockchain, that's what happened with like cryptocurrency as a mainstream thing. Machine learning is a weird one because it actually does have very meaningful intrinsic value, but it was sort of also a tech buzzword, and they rammed it in everything, even things that didn't make sense, and then eventually started pulling it out of things that stopped making sense once the buzzword went away. Let's see, you work in extremely report-heavy organizations. Offline, LMMs have revolutionized your work massively to increase efficiency. You get, I get for cutting-edge research, but for you, it's ultimately rewording and improving quality. For instance, a report that takes 10 hours takes 1 minute to submit, with the majority of it being accurate. The majority of it being accurate sounds horrifying. But that's a separate issue. Alright, where did those trucks get stuck? Yeah, well, Internet of Things is also another one that's here and there, where it's like, okay, there was a certain amount of value there, but also a whole lot of things. Oh, the majority of it being accuracy checking. Well, then, why are you using an LLM versus, like, machine learning? Like, LLM is language models. That's predicting what order to put words in to make something sound like Shakespeare. Or, you know, a lot of that kind of stuff. If you're looking for, like, accuracy checking, that's where you get into stuff like machine learning patterns and all that kind of stuff. That's honestly the big problem that happens with a lot of these terms, is so much of it's being used interchangeably that AI is just being used for a blanket term for something that isn't AI. Yeah, no, but it's... So, I guess I should clarify. We're talking AI as in generative AI in this particular discussion. If you're talking about, like, more algorithmic stuff, you're more than likely talking machine learning, not AI. That's not necessarily distinctly true, but it's not generative AI if it's doing type of fact-checking. Generative AI is creating new sentences, words, art, that kind of thing. It is producing an artifact. Because if you're using LLMs for fact-checking, then that is a real dangerous use case. Like, when it comes to stuff like LLMs, the thing I've been starting to say is LLMs excel at having truthiness, which is not that they're correct or truthful, it's that they sound truthful. Thing saying he uses the LLM to write the report, they spends an hour checking it. Let's see, so report writing from facts and findings. Each needs its own context and is likely unique. The human does the accuracy check to make sure the LLM hasn't done poor information. By all means, that could be working. I would be scared as someone who has, again, helped write AI stuff before. I would be real scared about using that for anything really important. Even machine learning is really solid stuff. I still want a human brain checking things on the other side if it's of anything that matters. Like, it's one thing if it's just like, what is this doing? It's recommending a product on Amazon. Okay, who gives a crap? Like, did the sales go down? Let's go poke the algorithm. But if it's anything of real substance, I would be, even as the person who's written that stuff, not, again, generative AI, but even a person who's dealt with, like, AI and machine learning and all that, I would still be very, very cautious. Yeah, no, I get you have the human checking it. My worry there is you'd run to the problem where, you know, it gets it right often enough that people don't really do the time to properly check it and just kind of accept it as truth, which is a problem that machine learning has as well. That's like, it says 90% chance it's this. Yes, we'll just go with it. And maybe, like, if you got good checks, that's probably fine. It's still, to me, using LLMs for report writing still, like, unless it's a very prescriptive report, like you have the same thing, but then why would you use an LLM? Like, that's the only problem I'm getting snagged as. Most of the use cases I could come up with, you would just effectively have almost a template you had stuffed data in, at which point the LLM is irrelevant. The best way to think of AI or LLMs, it's a random person on the internet who decided the medical operation shouldn't be covered. A random guy on the internet. Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of things get really tricky. Like, don't get me wrong, you can produce stuff way faster using AI. That 100% I agree. But the issue is, so like one of the talks, like before generative AI became really a big thing that we'd have on the channel a lot, is we would talk about the use of machine learning and all sorts of, like, it doesn't even need to be machine learning, any type of system or algorithm or whatever that's making any meaningful decision. You have the situation of having positives, negatives, false positives, and false negatives. Those are your 4 potential outcomes. There is no system that makes any of these types of decisions that will not have at least some level of all 4. Now, you can influence it to be very heavily leaning towards one versus another, so the rate of false positive extremely low versus the rate of false negative extremely high, or vice versa. But to explain what that is positive say, hey, you know, a false positive be say, hey, this person stole something. A positive be like, you said that person stole something, and they did. Good job. A negative be, hey, that person I said didn't steal something, and they didn't. Good job. But then a false positive is when you say, hey, that person stole something, but they didn't, so you falsely accuse them. And then a false negative would be, hey, that person didn't steal something, and they did, so you basically let them get away. Now, that's an oversimplification for our purposes here, but it is just the reality is when you're making a lot of meaningful decisions and you're doing those algorithmically, systematically, you know, machine learning wise, whatever you want to go with, you know, insert any technology here that is going to be taking any of those kinds of decision making, it's going to get it wrong, you know, sometimes. And you have to do mitigation. For the record, humans will also get it wrong sometimes. But what ends up happening when you make it a system like that is it becomes kind of a black box that you may know the system you chose into and all that. And another risk you run into is because of the data points you feed into that system, that often you're measuring what's known as a proxy. You know, is this person intelligent? I can't hold up a thermometer to your head and go, you've got 25 smart points. Cool, that's really high. You have to do all these tests that measure things that imply a person is smart, while not able to actually measure that. which makes it far more dangerous to use those machine things for, like, determining, should this person be allowed to attend this college? Should this person, you know, be whatever? And you have all that. So that's just to cover the fact that, like, these systems, they have risks. And this is coming from someone who, again, helps implement these systems in the past. And so it is one of those things that you do have to go into a system and just assume its results are trash. And just have to have it prove itself that it's like, you know what? It actually came out okay. But the assumption of, like, all of it is not good until it comes back around and kind of demonstrates that it actually has held up to scrutiny. Because one of the mistakes people will have is they'll test a system and it'll hold up against scrutiny the first time. But then after that first time, no one circles back and they end up, as more data is fed in, it gets off the kilter or situation changes. Let's see, you'd rather retain human, take 10-hour report for sub 1 hour and have a human trained purely on the ethics and accuracy testing? Then for one of us, it's quicker quality and far quality. Yeah, like, you may have done a lot of testing. That would be something that, again, from my experience, I would absolutely approach with real heavy caution if I was to hire you in any way to deal with reports or anything that I needed. Like, it might be on the up and fine, but that would be setting off lots of red flags for me with my experience. That I would be grilling you to no end, being like, I really want to, like, go, you know, and verify everything. And honestly, I'd still probably be so sketched out, I would probably still not go with it. Even if you were just easily the cheapest one in town, I would be too worried about the quality of the report I got on the other side. Let's see, you'd rather retain... Yeah, we already got that. Which offers opportunity costs. Staff are far more proactive, and massive benefits everywhere. Yeah, no, I get all that. Like, there's definitely something I could say for cost savings and all that kind of stuff. Like that, like, I don't disagree with cutting costs. Like, you do what you do. But yeah, no, it's one of those things that makes the software dev technologist side of me, like, all my hairs stand up being like, no. And you use LLMs. That's the thing that's catching me more than anything. Very admittedly, it's the use of LLMs. Like, using AI, whatever. AI is a broad term that covers so many technology. It's just using an LLM for anything of substance, I honestly find terrifying. Like, if you want to spit out some fanfic or a D&D campaign, sure, like, there's no real risk. It also probably depends on the importance and severity of the reports as well. Like, if they're just little status check reports that aren't that big a deal, that could be not as big. But if you're getting people to review it for ethics and accuracy, that would imply it's a fairly important thing. Yeah, content generation and idea generation versus this can affect human lives. Right. Yeah, no, I get you can very much just get LLMs, but even the LLMs people have gotten, that even some of the ones that purport to be, like, really, really good, when put under scrutiny, have generally performed really badly on actual accuracy of data. Like, even when very carefully trained, their track record is pretty abysmal. Like, honestly, if it were up to me, stuff like the AI block on the top of your, on your search engine, I would generally, like, I would actually label that as misinformation out the gate and just call it a day. Can it get it right? Sure. But it's wrong so often. And thank you, Ilmern, for the, sorry, I'm getting distracted trying to find something. For the Gigantify, I do appreciate it. But if you give the data to use it in prompt, all you use it for is constructing words around it. Yeah, like, again, that gets into how important is the thing you're using. Like, if you're using an LLM just to, like, honestly, like, spitting out an email that's, like, your resume or whatever, that you can validate that very easily, whatever, you're kind of assuming the risk. But there's certain things that, like, when you're talking, like, major decision making that comes from reports, like, all that kind of stuff, that it can get pretty messy. And to be fair, that's not even restricted to LLMs. Like, the whole stuff they use for predicting weather and all that, that there's definitely some systems that are provided as being far more accurate than they truly are. And then there's also ones who do the honest thing and are like, hey, this is our best guess. We have a belief that this is accurate within 30% or something like that. You know, and there's better systems, like in certain ones we have far better accuracy than others. But I keep finding more and more and more that a lot of LLMs become their kind of own sources of truth. Get a hilarious AI search about 5 minutes ago. I was doing rough currency conversion, and the AI was like, it's about one US dollar per liter is 1,000 US dollar per meter cubed. Yeah. Fluctuating, suppose the human in the loop of the ethical sign-offs mean the human makes the decision. The Gen AI just does the heavy word lifting, taking information from A to B, checked repeatedly by humans. If you have 5 humans check accuracy, it would still be far quicker than A to B. Yeah, no, and I get that. I'm still curious what these reports are, and I understand you probably can't do it without doxing yourself, so, you know, don't answer if you're not comfortable. Like, that the report couldn't just be templated out kind of thing. That's where I'm really struggling with it. Like, that's my big catch here. Is like, okay, you're using it for this use case, but it feels like using the wrong tool for the problem kind of thing. Like, using some form of AI, machine learning, whatever, sure, makes sense. I can get behind that. But using the LLM, that's my snag. The AI is becoming its own source of truth, just like Wikipedia, its own source loop. Oh yeah, that's another thing is, especially with a lot of these systems, when they start consuming their own stuff, that ends up running into a whole edge case. Now they're using the generative AI. That's a lot of technologies that falls under. Machine learning can have that same problem too, if you're using the outputs of the machine learning to feed it. The classic, you're only as good as the data you feed into your system. Crap in, crap out. Bad input means bad output. Let's see, that's what Blackford's industry has been doing. You mean, I agree with you that you still find this trippy? There'd be much better tools. Just, you found it unfair to compare it with what LLMs are putting some information together. Yeah. No, I get that. The opposite is really true. The work is pushed as human created when it's mostly not, as it saved costs over the time. Well, I think there's absolutely one of those things that could happen with there. If the report itself is probably the wrong tool, then it should be go versus no-go decision. Dead internet theory. How close are we making the jump over water, are we? We haven't begun it because there's really no river on this one. Like, the only ones here, this is not something we're going to be able to make a sand bridge. This spot over here is even pretty wide, because the problem with the big jumps over water is the way sand settles in this game, it's going to settle in like a big pyramid. So the higher I need to jump, the bigger the pyramid is to not just be destroying of the water. I have to move that back from it. So you have this whole situation where the jump begins gets farther and farther away from where you need the jump to be, the farther the jump has to be. So you kind of get into an unresolvable situation. What I'm trying to do is get this route sorted out. Yeah, I think I'd need to put another point up here to try and get it to go farther around. Yeah, so sorry for like getting so heavy on. I'm not trying to say like you're wrong or whatever. It's just being outside the actual work and seeing how the sausage is made kind of thing. I'm just getting like really snagged on it, so I apologize. And that just comes from a background where I've done lots and lots of dev work, where way too often I'm asked to incorporate whatever the buzzword of the week is. And I cannot tell you how many times that has been just garbage the whole way around. And it's not even necessarily that the technology involved is garbage either. You know, the classic, the investors want to see you use this hammer. This is the hammer you're going to use. Let's see, have you ever had a coworker get fired for using the dark web? Dark web? Not that I could think of. I do wonder why a person would particularly need to use the dark web. Because, like, if you're running into a situation where a coworker has gotten let go for using the dark web, that probably implies there's a... That probably implies there was some shady things happening. You see, you're looking for lewd content? Oh, we've had that conversation before. Back when as a network administrator, we'd put on a proxy filter the first time, which means we could see everyone's what they were kind of looking for because of all the things the proxy filter was flagging. Man, when we turned that thing on, that was deeply upsetting. There wasn't that many people like getting way over the top with it, but we had a warehouse guy who spent pretty much his whole day putzing around in places you ought not be during work hours, and one of the VPs in the company, which was a very interesting bridge to gap, when one of the higher ups of the company was one of your worst offenders for, you know, closing their office doors and looking up all sorts of weird stuff. Big U for him. Well, the VP, the way we ended up handling that is he stopped and was asking, have they been having any internet problems? And we kind of gave him the, we know, but like, we're not going to tell if you're not going to tell kind of things. Like, it's not a thing you're going to do anymore because it's not an option. But also, unless you out yourself, we're not outing you. Because we knew that was going to come back to bite us in the butt if we pushed it. So it was one of those things that, you know, he was like, hey, are we having internet problems? Like, oh yeah, we put up a proxy filter, and we have stuff like pornographic websites blocked on it and all that. So a lot of those websites aren't working, you know, that kind of thing. So it's like, you know, if you've got a website you're trying to reach that really should be getting through, just let us know and we can get that sorted. You know, which of course he wasn't going to, you know, shoot a message off to IT being like, hey, can you make this pornographic website accessible? He wasn't going to do that. But it was definitely one of those ones that we put a stop to that. This one has been absolutely rough. So we need to go on the other side. Hey, you know what? I don't care. I don't care what your stances are. If you are in the office, look, it's one thing if you own the company, or if the company is like very openly okay with those kind of things. But like, if you're supposed to be working, and you're spending that time seeking out pornographic material in the on the company's time. Yeah, I'm sorry. I am absolutely okay with the company letting you go. That feels entirely appropriate, especially when you're talking about the company in question was a Department of Defense contract. Like, they have really strict rules. Again, very different animal. Very different animal if it's something that your company is expressly okay with or whatever. Or, you know, you work from home or whatever. But I have a feeling if someone walks into your office, they knock on the door and they open the door and they catch you in that moment, that is a thing that probably warrants HR and absolutely deserves to warrant HR. There is a lot of not great stuff going on with that. Working from home, that's a Teams meeting waiting to go wrong. Yeah. Like, you can make your life decisions, but that is a one where it's like, why did Jerry get fired? Oh, we found his search history. And you're like, oh, okay. Yeah. Hey, what you do in your private time is whatever you like. That is none of my business. Which was a thing that was always uncomfortable when working in IT. I would deliberately try to not find things, but there was always once in a while where someone was like, hey, you know, I'm having computer problems. Can you go look at this? Oh yeah, sure, I can look at this. You know, here's my normal rate and all that. And I mean, cool, are all my pictures there? Oh, here, let me check. Open their pictures folder, like, well, I saw a lot more of that person than I believe I was intended to or really wanted to. You know, it's not that I was going and putzing around in a bunch of individual folders. I pulled up photos and it was like, it's just right there. It's right there. It's right there in front of me. Like, this is not what I was seeking out for today. You don't understand the appeal? Yeah, I mean, it's not something I particularly seek out myself, but it's also those ones I don't judge anyone for it. It's whatever. Like, there's definitely things that can be problematic within that, which we don't really need to dig into, but at the larger thing, it's like, hey, if everyone's involved, consenting adults, I don't care. As long as everyone involved is on the up and up of what's going on, that is their business, not mine. Come on, you could do this. Fine. I'll try laying tarmac. I've been trying to avoid laying the tarmac here, because I'm worried that the angle's still not good. It's funny. This feels like it should be a nothing burger of a route, and it has kept us fighting it this whole time. Which way am I going? What's going on? To the left. Let's see, you ran into similar while you were working data protection. We restricted .mov files from laptop backups, and then went through recent backups of laptop, corp computers, and found a bunch of pirated movies stored in the company servers and laptops. This is enterprise level worldwide company, and there were people with blue badges. Let's see, which meant they were permanent employees. Yeah, like I would fire yourself from a great paying job. Yeah, there's always it's that whole juggle of going, okay, you know, I have been reached out from this higher up because this thing is snagged activity that they shouldn't be doing on the company. We're not talking like embezzlement or anything that's like, okay, no, never mind, this is a legal problem. We need to, like, this needs to be brought up to someone. It's like, okay, this thing happened. The bad behavior will stop now that this thing's in place. But at the same time, now I'm in that awkward position of it's happened. The person is trying to ask the tacit questions to figure out what needs to be done to fix this, and you kind of dance around what's actually going on to be like, hey, you know, there's this activity that is being prevented without actually accusing them of it. Should have whistleblower NOS practices? Yeah, no, the company I was talking about was definitely not remotely as well run to have whistleblower practices. Realistically, a whistleblower practice was a you just got fired. Maybe you can get around it if you lawyer up first kind of thing. That company had far worse problems than that. That company did get in legal problems more than once. All after I had left the company. Because to me it was a company I could get a job in. They underpaid like heck. But it was a place I could get a really good title, and it was a recognized name. So for me, being early in my career was kind of you take the crap pay to put it on your resume, and you just figure out how many is the minimum number of years you can put in this company, and then go after the next job without it looking bad. Because sure as heck no one is staying in that company any longer than they had to if they had options. Oh yeah, and that's the thing. If you're a big company and you're dealing with like major players and all that, it is absolutely worth your time to have policies around like bug bounties, whistleblower things, like all that kind of stuff, to try and catch, because then you even have to get to stuff like embezzlement and all sorts of stuff that's like, yeah, the company can get very big legal hot water. So you want to make sure everything's on the up and up. Do you find it awful that the game about off-road driving has vehicles that are totally open diffs, expecting them to be able to exist? Which, are you talking about RoadCraft, or are you talking about SnowRunner? Because I believe that's true of both. But this one's not really about off-roading. If you think, like, this game is genuinely the only off-roading you do in this game is your scouts. Otherwise, by and large, you're building roads and that. And then occasionally they'll give you a mission that you have to move thing from point A to B. But again, you're supposed to build bridges, build roads, do the work and all that kind of stuff. Oh, the semi's getting stuck? Well, right, but this isn't a game about off-roading. It's a game about building the road so they don't need to off-road. But yeah, so this is like the big thing. It's just, I'm not putting in the time to get some of it set up right. So I'm like weirdly cutting corners and then not cutting corners. Like very genuinely, if I realized this task is going to be this involved this way, instead of going the way I was where I zigzagged here, since we're going from down here, I probably would have just gone, probably this part would have stayed the same, but I probably would have just swept around this way and just gone the whole way up that left side and just made myself a whole system there instead of trying to use the existing road. Because the existing road is crap. But yeah, no, the Wayfarer, I honestly think, can you remove roads? Yes. You can remove the roads that you've paved. You take the machine right there, the bulldozer, and it has a mode that's like road destroying, where it tears up the ground. But yeah, no, it's I do agree for me personally. I wish the Wayfarer wasn't quite as bad as it is. I think it should be relatively not great. But yeah, no, it's can't believe you can't paint lines, 100% deal breaker. Oh man, if you've ever been into a town where someone clearly was partaking in certain things that they're not supposed to partake in during working hours, where you've got that one middle line down the road that's just like all over the place. We're gonna have a lot of that if they have it where we can put down the stripes. Just a disaster. We had in the city I grew up as a teenager, we definitely had that at like one spot. They had repaved the road and they put down this stripe and it was just all over the place the whole way. And eventually they circled back and cleaned it up. Well, first of all, we were just gonna cancel that and reset that. So let's move you down here. Move you down there.
What's the worst?
Try again. But it was so bad that they eventually went through and they got the thing to scrape up the road and they scraped up the existing stripes and put down new stripes. That it was that bad. Versus, you know, every once in a while you'll see like one spot that's a little wonky and you're like, yeah, it's just whatever. Alright, now that it's paved, it's actually getting through there. So I really just needed to make it a complete road from the beginning. It also probably would have been way faster if I would have just, grabbed our big, like the really, really big dump truck that spills everywhere and just gone with that. Yeah, that looks like it'll fix it. That was way the heck longer than I had planned.
Yay! The Canyon gas holder is back in action. Sadly, we need to secure a lot more gas containment capacity before we can hope for a break. With that in mind, be the good sport that you always are and head north. You can check the last gas holder in the steel beams facility and then find a nice spot for a new operating base, preferably by the river. Scenic views and ease of transport all in one.
So we actually found that before. I need to use the restroom real fast. And I also am out of drink to hydrate, so I need to go grab something. Let's see, when you auto-build an asphalt road, it shows the white line in the middle, but it doesn't exist. Gotcha. Alright, so I'm going to be right back. So thank you so much for tuning in. I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and I hope you've been enjoying the stream. Like, are very not comfy. Alright. We can dive deeper than the vehicle. Yeah, I mean, the idea behind this vehicle is like it's a big glass. I feel like I should be leaving. Nope, it's time to leave. Nope, 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 nope. I'm gonna have failed this like at the door. Oh, come on, just give me a tower. Figure out check. Excellent news, the wonder has been built, completed the great monument. All of us are very proud to be part of the Glorious Empire. Excellent news, you did a great job. We completed all the goals of the city. We can move on to the next place and create a new city in order to expand our Glorious Empire. That's good, because I was going to literally lose the next term. Great architect, the Emperor, I regret to inform you you have been dismissed from management due to low loyalty. Oh, okay, I won and I lost in the same turn. Excellent, perfect. It's fine. This is the demo, by the way. We had a marble meteorite just strike a duck and kill it. Okay. I get it. I get it, Cassandra. You didn't like that duck in particular. That duck in particular was the duck you decided did not deserve to live anymore. This duck, Duckling 11, Cassandra, not a fan. Just really didn't like the way the beak looked. There's something about it just really irked her. Where are you up to with that? Did you interrupt? Oh god. Did you interrupt my picture? Stop getting in the way of the camera. Oh, come on. It's perfect. Really going, you know what? That's gonna be an immediate problem. I can't move. I am physically one with the emeralds. The emeralds are me. I am the emerald. Help. I regret this decision. Unstuck. I need to not be holding the button if I do that. But yeah, so it is. Why did I go to the moon? I don't understand. Why? I think I found a bug in the physics engine. What do you think, chat? Alright, we are back. So game should get there it goes. Alright, so trucks are doing truck things, that's good. Alright. So you want me to go find the river base, and I want to do that right away. Because that'll give me a point to spawn to. Catch is going to be is getting this vehicle back out of this hole. And yeah, for those who missed what's happened on this map is it was a natural gas mine. So where they had like their natural gas wells and they're pumping it all out. it did collapse and explode. So things are not great here. That is unfortunate. That is real unfortunate, because we are not going to be probably able to right you back up easily. That's fine. We'll just pop back down here. We'll just drive up. Okay, retain, deploy. It's fine. Alright, so we're trying to head towards the green diamond over there on the right. Because that will end up being where the river base is, which just let me spawn vehicles up there, so as I'm trying to move stuff around, I don't have to drive all over the map to figure it out. Okay. Such a well-made road. This road is certainly a little bit of a hot mess. I can absolutely see people taking the time in this game to just... It's better than Lightning McQueen's first attempt. But yeah, I could definitely see people taking the time to like go around the roads in the map and just take all the not great roads and pave them and make them nice and all that. All right. It's also amusing to me. Like, this is just age difference kind of stuff. It always catches me by surprise when I hear a Cars reference. Like, I saw Cars. I actually think I've seen most of them over the years, mostly because being stuck on flights, being like, what the heck am I gonna watch? And then not really having a whole list. I'm like, I haven't seen that movie, sure, why not? Like, no negative judgment, it's just not content I seek out. But, like, the first one I remember seeing, I don't think I saw it in movie theaters. I think I saw it on DVD or whatever. But it's just one of those ones that anytime I hear it, just catch me by surprise. Like, oh yeah, Cars is a thing. Like, and for the record, you know, if you're in the right age group, like for growing up with it, it actually seems like it'd probably have been a really fun series to grow up with. I'm just struck with the chronic problem of old man, where I take my cane and I shake it at the clouds every once in a while. It'd be like, back in my day, we had just one land before time. Eventually there was two. Now there's 17 of them. I was gonna add different words that probably would have delivered that better, but Cars is a good movie? Yeah, no, I enjoyed it. So, I showed up here at the river base. That's fine. I thought that was explore the remaining area. I see. We will untick that. Basically, up movie, no, old man? No. I didn't immediately put the entire audience into tears upon 30 seconds upon starting my film. That is the biggest thing that Up accomplished more than anything else. There was like a conventional wisdom that if you wanted someone to care about a character and to have any like real emotional feelings for them, that you had to like spend the entire movie like building them up so you could kill them near the end, like, you know, really deliver that the hero had to do their thing. And then Up was like, no, hold my beer. I will have you openly weeping in 5 minutes. Hang on. And just absolutely just destroys you in the first, like the very first opening segment of the movie. Yeah, and that intro is like, we're speedrunning tears mode. You thought Pixar could get those salty tears coming out of your face. You don't know. We can deliver those tears on demand. Let's see. Are you being done? What do you do with the items that are blinking yellow, and the ones blinking blue? So, okay. So when you look at the different recycling areas, so we go down here to where I can make steel pipes. So you notice how the number's got a bit of a blue color to it, and that these have a blue color to it? That means I could take blue stuff, so stuff like these cans or whatever, drag them into this area and it'll fill up this bar, which means I can make 5 metal pipes out of that, and then if I take them to storage, they're up here. So when I have missions to fix pipes, that's what we got there. But for the yellow ones, we have the construction depot. You sell them for money. I've only done that the tiniest little bit. It hasn't really been necessary. But you can drag those back to the construction depot. But the big thing is there's different colors. Green goes to the green one, dark blues go to the dark blue one, and like the lightest blue-gray goes to the lightest blue-gray. And the yellow goes to construction depot. I don't know why they don't have the color coding on that one. So, your guess is as good as mine. Yeah, you can also sell other stuff. For me, money's just not been a big issue. Yeah, I don't have all the stuff I could buy right now, but I have a feeling by the time I finish everything, I'm going to have more money than I need. So I haven't been sweating it too much. All right, one thing I need to mark on here. So let's just mark up here. This road up here. If I could avoid having a convoy go on that, that'd be really good. Because this is one I would have to build a road on because I'm like all-wheel drive, low gear, diff lock everything, and we're getting through it just fine, but it is slow boating. Any of the actual delivery trucks would just sink in and get stuck. So funny long story, you had to pack a twist top glass bottles, use like half the case since the start of the year, just return them because they messaged you say there were defects, and to get new case, really didn't think they were, but hey, have a case for free. Turns out they were. These ones are like 10 times easier to open. You just didn't buy such items often, so you didn't know it was wrong. Ah, got you. So it's like you have to like really fight it versus it just popping off easy. Okay, so that did give me the river base. I just had to drive around. Oh my god, there's so many side quests.
Good job. We're making some progress with the gas holders. Can't say the same about these other requests, though. I'll just tell you about the 2 most important ones. One is to restart the steel beams facility, which isn't too involved. Just restore its power by bringing a backup transformer to the nearest power substation. Then build a road to the facility's loading area. The other request is to plan a route from the nearest tunnel to the riverside gas holder, so that our convoy can get there and start the job. I know it's not too exciting, but it has to be done. So, thank you in advance.
Okay. So, this vehicle I got delivered to like the opposite side of the map for some reason. So we'll just work on that for a minute. Okay. And unfortunately, it does not have much for top speed. Also, so people had talked about that the devs came out and said they were potentially going to add a hard mode that adds fuel efficient or fuel stuff and all that. And I was like, man, I don't know about that. Like, you know, I even made the comments like, I'm not going to say you're wrong, but it would surprise me. But that's apparently 100% legit that they are talking about adding a hard mode to the game. Honestly, for me, I don't think I'm going to worry about the hard mode for this one. Like, SnowRunner, I've been very much enjoying the hard mode. But just the more and more I look at, like, the idea of, like, managing your fuel and all that for this game, it just feels like it's going to not cross from the, like, it's not going to add that extra stuff that SnowRunner has. I feel like it's just going to be tedious. No joke, hard mode damage and fuel would make this a buy for you. Yeah, supposedly they're adding that. Like, very, very genuinely for me in this game, I think that'll actually be a bad experience. Yeah, it's not harder, it's just tedious. Yeah, very genuinely, I don't think it's gonna hit the same way that SnowRunner does. Like, SnowRunner, the whole thing is about managing, like, everything around your transportation and dealing with bad terrain and having all the balanced decisions, and you have to decide, okay, well, do I muscle through this and it's going to take me more gas, or do I upgrade this vehicle, making it more gas efficient and all that, you know, and adding your support vehicle, all that stuff. Have we paved the road we're driving on ourselves too? This one, no. The paved roads, once you understand what they look like, are fairly straightforward. And yeah, so it's just one of those things that, like, very genuinely, it just feels a lot like the gas is just going to become one of those things that'll be annoying to deal with more than fun. And I also imagine the gas, so like if they have the gas have the cost, like it does in SnowRunner and hard mode, where it's, you know, it's not super expensive, but it does have a cost. That becomes a whole problem where this game doesn't give you as many opportunities to make money. And we've got a bunch of it, so it may not be a problem. But it does feel like weird. Just as long as the convoy do not get damaged, absolutely will get damaged. You only get 1 attempt per convoy. I honestly don't know the answer with any of that. Yeah, no, that's, I do agree that I think they're only adding the hard mode as a means to... I have to deliver that there? I don't know how that's going to work. I only now looked where I have to deliver that. This is... we have to go to the place that I struggled so much to get the four-wheeler that we had to, like, use a bunch of winching and all that. Yeah, no, it's I don't think the hard mode's the right decision. I think the devs made the right decision for this game to not have the money and, or sorry, not have the gas and the repair and all that. I get it, people, like, there's a lot of people who want this game to be SnowRunner and it just isn't. They want it to have, like, the repair, they want to have the gas problems, they want to have all these other things. It's just not that game. I do feel like adding that functionality to the game is going to get people to play for a little while and go, this game sucks. I'm very much enjoying the game. I think it's one of those cases that people are judging the game before trying the game and not realizing the things they're asking for are going to be a bad time. And again, this is someone who enjoys hard mode in SnowRunner. I think SnowRunner's hard mode is excellent. They're just very different games. So I gotta get up there. We do have that ramp there. I'm not feeling very confident that this thing's gonna get anywhere with that. Assuming it can even get across this water without drowning itself. There's a good chance I might have to put down sand for some of this. Oh yeah, let me test and figure it out. Don't just feed me the answers kind of thing. A big part of these games is like learning things, discovering things, all that kind of stuff, and if people just go, oh, you can't do it with that, you have to do it with this. Oh, you need to build a bridge, like that kind of thing, that takes away that discovery. Alright, so we'll see if you can climb this. I'm a little dubious. In real life, this is what helicopters are for? Right, but video game. Also, we work for a company who is supposedly fairly frugal about a bunch of things. And helicopters are heckin' expensive. Alright. Yeah, so reality is that is not climbing that on its own. Now, with this spot, I absolutely know a way that will work. That is really cheesy. And I'm gonna do it because, you know, it's going to amuse me. So what we're gonna go ahead and do is we're gonna drop down here. And we are going to abuse the crane because we can. So the plan is, this can definitely climb up that. And we can drive the crane all the way up there, pick up the vehicle, and then just set it up top. But yeah, no, genuinely, I feel like a big part of this game is coming up with different solutions to problems and all that kind of stuff. And then a lot of ways, like the damage honestly would be fine. So can you make roads on the map anywhere you want? Almost anywhere. They won't let you put a road on top of a bridge, but otherwise it is, and they also won't let you build up an area where there's, you know, a place to drop off stuff or pick up stuff, but pretty much anywhere else. Like I can go right over there and just start dumping sand in that river and make a way across that. That's totally fine. It'll let you do that. It might be a complete waste of time and how much sand you're gonna have to dump down there to do it, but you can do it. And I just realized I made the mistake I've made a dozen times because I still haven't built those bridges. Is that I've gone the way I can't go. And I've done that. Honestly, if towards the beginning... Oh wait, never mind. We didn't have concrete slabs at the beginning, did we? Honestly, if I would have made those way earlier, I would have probably saved much time. Like a lot of time from going this way and realizing I haven't made those bridges. But I also haven't needed to, so there's that. But yeah, now you can build bridges and roads and, like, not literally anywhere, but it is very, very much allowing you, like, I could easily go here and say, you know what, bridge. You know, I want to just make a bridge across here. Boom, boom, bridge across. Or I could just dump sand and make like a road across. You can do all sorts of stuff. You wouldn't mind a vehicle that could pump out water? I don't think I think water in the game, the way it's made, is just kind of a static thing. I don't think they have any, like, actual real water physics. Like, it couldn't carve a path and drain a lake or something like that. Gonna make a road through the woods. Well, you haven't bought the game yet, but definitely wanting to play some. It's not like SnowRunner, but it's super fun. Yeah, that's the whole thing. That's basically what I've been trying to tell people, is just drop your SnowRunner expectations. It's just not SnowRunner. It's not trying to be SnowRunner. It's never intended to be SnowRunner. Like, from the very beginning, they've been like, hey, this isn't SnowRunner. It's something different. And so a lot of the negative reviews they were getting being like, hey, it doesn't have the mechanics from SnowRunner. It's like, yeah, they were pretty clear on that one, actually. But even, like, because with the gas consideration, here's our starting base. Now, when you start out and all the roads are crap over here, whatever, you drive over. So you drive over here, you spend some fuel, you build your bridge, and then you come back over. And then you drive over and you go this much farther, and you get all the stuff repaired. You end up driving on nice roads the entire way back. So there's not really that pressure like in SnowRunner of, I need to save enough fuel for myself to, like, track through this mud. And yeah, they're going to give you a vehicle to work as, like, a hub relay point where you can drive up and it'll have some repair gas or whatever. But it really doesn't feel like that's going to add much to it, other than you're just going to have vehicles make laps. But, like, it's not going to be a satisfying logistics problem to solve. It's just going to be, buy the vehicle, okay, it costs money, and, you know, leave it relatively where you want to work. Or even if you run out of gas, just drive the vehicle out to it. Now, if they do the whole thing where recovering your vehicle costs money and everything costs money, in this game I think it's going to be literally just collecting things and then chucking it in the construction building to make the money, so it's just going to be grinding the money that way. And I think that's going to be a very unsatisfying and tedious way of playing. So where SnowRunner to an a certain argument is like a survival driver game. That, you know, it's a driving game for shipping stuff that you have survival mechanics in the sense that you've got gas and money and all that. This game is just not that. I'm genuinely expecting them to add those features. And when they do, a bunch of people are going to complain that it's really tedious and grindy or whatever. What's the difference between SnowRunner and SnowRunner Hard Mode? So the difference between SnowRunner and SnowRunner Hard Mode is in SnowRunner Hard Mode, when you recover your vehicle, it is very cost prohibitive. So you do not want to recover your vehicle unless you really have to. Also in SnowRunner, you do have to pay for gas. It's not free, which can be an added expense. I believe you get paid less for stuff. Repairing stuff isn't free either. This is not the way I should be doing this. Let's just drive around. A lot of stuff isn't free either. So it does add a lot more consideration. Because, like, SnowRunner on easy mode, you can be like, I need to drag this vehicle out of the mud over here. And you can drive up to it and you can start muscling it with the winch until you run out of gas. No problem. You respawn your vehicle, you drive right back up and pick up where you left off. Until, through frustrating, just beating the crap out of the vehicle for a while, you do eventually drag it out. In hard mode, if you do that, you're just going to bankrupt yourself, which will literally soft lock your game that you can't complete it because you have no vehicles that are usable, nor can you afford to recover your vehicle. So you have to be a lot more deliberate in being like, no, I can't actually do this mission right now. Let me go work on a different one in the meantime. There's a lot more strategy that goes into it. And being careful. So it's a lot more like running the missions you know you can do versus the ones you're not sure of. As well as a lot more... Yeah, no, it's got 8 maps, there's more's coming. To be fair, maps 1 and 2 are kind of the same map, but not really. Like, 1 is a before and after type scenario. So they get a little bit extra mileage. They do change the map between them. But it does kind of hit there where it's like, is it its own map? Yes, but kind of no. But yeah. But yeah, so the whole point is SnowRunner hard mode is way, way more difficult. There are 2 more in the rebuild DLC as well. As you're told to store all your vehicles before leaving the map to a new mission. Why? Like, your vehicles are available in every mission. It's not like SnowRunner where you have all the different maps going simultaneously and you have to, like, bring your vehicles back to the garage to then store them, to then grab them at the new location and all that. You don't lose them? No, you do not lose them. Not a whole lot. We're trying to do this mission where it wants me to get this vehicle up where we had to spend a lot of time to get the scout way earlier in the map. And this vehicle, unlike the scout, is horrific capabilities. So we are cheesing it by using a crane to get as far up here as I can. And then just put it on the top of the hill. That's a little concerning. It's probably fine. We're just doing a little dancing, a little wibble wobbling.
The paint room.
The paint's fine. Okay, so I'm running into the problem that because we wibble wobbled a whole lot, we've been kind of bouncing down this hill a little bit. We'll just carry it up there, it's fine. Okay, we can make this work. Let's plunk you right over here. Now, it's still a little bit tricky, because if I remember correctly, we got to drive up along this river. And I think I did this without requiring the winch when I was here before. But still, it's a little bit more top-heavy than the Minuteman that we drove up here. You've had pizza with less cheese, but you applaud it. Now we had a scout and some sand. Yeah, to be fair, we came up here legitly way earlier using the Minuteman.
These guys aren't big on wasting time. That dig is large enough to hide a pyramid. No wonder they needed that truck. Something tells me we're going to be hearing more from them. That could keep things interesting.
I was curious if we were going to see any major changes there. Alright, objectives. Transport truck to the sinkhole. Okay. So just working on getting one vehicle there. Let's use the treaded scout vehicle and winch it up to the same spot with a lot more effort. Thank you to follow. Welcome to stream. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. I've kind of learned that the heavy crane is extremely strong. So it is just kind of one of those things that anytime I run into a situation where it's like, yeah, I'm gonna have to fight with this one, you just grab the heavy crane and be like, and now I don't. All right. And then this is another delivery truck that does not have diff lock or all-wheel drive. The good news is we did pave most of this route. The bad news is there's that last little stretch. Yeah, and I'm sure we'll go and get a better heavy crane or whatever down the road. We're honestly getting to the point where there won't be many vehicles.
Not many folk like cleaning up their own mess, like these oil spills, and even fewer like cleaning up someone else's mess. So you have the right to grumble. But there's something to keep in mind. You're not cleaning up after someone. You're helping Mother Nature. I keep telling this to myself every night, and sometimes I even fall asleep. The magic of self-suggestion.
Okay. Thanks, Kelly. I'd rather say I'm getting paid. Kelly is a very interesting character. I do wonder how she hasn't been fired with, like, how often she says deprecating things about the company and its customers and everything else. You'd think that eventually she would have crossed a line. They're like, all right, look.
Gosh, doesn't this place look menacingly beautiful? Of course, it's dangerous and bad for the environment, but still, it has this certain magnetic quality, like a slow-motion train crash.
Let's see, you've been playing RoadCraft from yesterday, and you're struggling. You came across your videos from day one, and it really helps new players like us a lot. Thank you. You're welcome. I'm glad that has been helpful to you. I was trying to think of, like, did I even talk through anything with that? But yeah, no, it's stuff like, I mean, it's, I guess you didn't play the SnowRunner series where it talks about stuff like all-wheel drive and diff lock and all that. It can be easy to not realize how important some of those things are, and upgrading your vehicles, and, well, not upgrading, but replacing your vehicles and all that. As rewarding as it feels, someone's going to need to come back and for a thorough cleanup. Okay. Bring the pump to the oil spills. Okay, the pump doesn't look that big. So we'll probably want to do here is go to our base here, cargo, mule, retain, yes, deploy. Her Minnesota accent makes you happy? Yeah, there's been a whole lot of people who have been debating what her accent is, and I'm just like, man, I don't know. It's fun. People have been like Montana, Minnesota, Canadian, and I'm like, I don't know, like it doesn't sound Canadian to me. but I'll also fully acknowledge I don't know, like, I know some Canadian accents, but it's not like I'm an expert in any way, in any accents for that matter. It sounds American. Yeah, like, it's not an accent that it would, you know, pop up and I'd hear her and be like, oh man, that's such a weird accent. Like, it's just like, nah, that sounds pretty typical. But I mean, about the only accents that really stand out to me in the US are like kind of the over-the-top ones. You know, like Bostonian accent, New Yorker accent, Southern drawl. Like a lot of those really, really significant accents. The more subtle ones don't really notice nearly as much. Like, I'll notice sometimes, like, weird word choice. That, you know, like, just in certain places they use words in entirely different ways than I'm used to. Okay, we have got the package. Might just start paying a bit. I'm sorry. She deserves better than that. But I can picture her being up north somewhere, that kind of accent. Kelly deserves better than that comparison. We don't need to dig into that any farther. Seems like this thing's kind of heavy. My truck's not moving as well as it was before we loaded it up by a pretty noticeable margin. We'll just leave it as a controversial politician, and we won't take that any farther. So we'll move on from it. There's an AI. So with a lot of the work you do, like here's an example, is you'll make roads like this, and then you have to set your AI, like you have to set AIs to do routes on your map. That's weird. But they're pretty straightforward. They just kind of follow paths and all that. Yeah, no, I don't know. Kelly's whole thing in the game is just like, where she's like, you know, the company's gonna get rid of us as like replaceable people and all that, and you're like, man, I get you're unhappy at the workplace, but like, tone it down. I hope the AI gets refined. What would you want the AI to do differently? Would you want it to be able to just navigate better? Because I think the whole intent is that you have to make paths that they won't just figure out ways to work around. Follow paths better? Well, they've got... So with the paths, they've got turn radius. So it's learning to back off the points enough that they can make the turn radius and all that. Or using more points and all that. I could see that what they could do is you put the points, and instead of just having points, it could be good to have it where it's like, this is where the vehicles will likely actually go, roughly. I could go for something like that. Not ramming the vehicles in front of them, I could go for that as well. Okay, so I need to get you there. I don't have a good spot to get you from up here. Looks like I could maybe go down this bird path in front of me. Now, that said, I do wish there's a little bit more of like a normalization for when you're putting points, that you can get the weird thing where they wiggle back and forth. That I do wish it kind of like normalized that, where if you have a bunch of things in a row, it wouldn't just wiggle back and forth trying to line up perfectly. That instead be like, oh, here's the general line we're going through, so we're just gonna aim the median kind of thing. Which does mean its ability to like maneuver around individual pieces of debris would get worse. But I think that's fine. This is a sketchy spot? Yes, it is. We are driving down into a sinkhole caused by a collapsed natural gas mine. That actually mildly startled me when all that stuff popped out. Just from all like the games I've played where things just like hop out at you and you gotta react really fast. And my brain was kind of like, what do I do? And it's like, this isn't that kind of game. You don't do anything. They're just tires. Oh, they actually are lowering the oil spills.
Gosh, just take this sight in. Now that's inspiring. Of course, the damage will take time to heal, but it's not going to get any worse now. And all the local critters have you to thank for saving them. Thanks from me, too. I'm not a critter, but still.
Alright, I'm rerouting this one. We put this down before we made the road. Okay, try that. Alright, objective, side objective. We received urgent order. If you bring the missing container to the river base without questions and without delay, our vehicle fleet will be supported till the end of this operation. Find the object. Do you mean that object? The bright purple and white object? The one right there that seems very at odds with literally everything else in the area. I think I might be able to find that object right there in the middle of the whole area. Potentially, that object right there. Snowrunner question, are rocks like this your mortal enemy, as they are in RoadCraft? Or are you capable of traversing small rocks without entering orbit? Yes and no. Rocks will 100% betray you in SnowRunner as well. But depending on the vehicle, some vehicles are better about it than others. There are definitely vehicles that will do what's called high centering, which is where you get stuck in the middle of your vehicle so that you can't get your wheels down. That will absolutely happen. So, you know, just expect that. Mainly just get stuck in rocket. You get stuck on rockets and get stuck on rocks that says sent into orbit. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm curious about that comment because I have not orbited myself in this game much. The only exception was during the demo where I tried to deliberately bury one of my vehicles in sand just to see what would happen, and it violently extracted itself through implosion. And when it did, it collided with the model of the vehicle I was in and just catapulted me to the moon. Like, when I say the moon, it threw the vehicle like 150, 200 feet. Like, it was a pretty significant throw. Yeah, I know they're improving the AI. That was a curiosity, because I do think it's good that the AI isn't smart enough to just navigate stuff on its own. Like that it is something that you have to kind of make the intention being like, this is the route we're going to take kind of thing. And then you have to figure it out. because they make the AI good enough at maneuvering around on the course and all that. Then, you know, it'll mean very little needs to be done by the player. But yeah, like the thing is like they ram into each other and all that, yeah, I could go for that. That, like they deliberately would stop like they do with you, the player, and just start blasting their horn at you. I can make this work. That isn't actually how I meant to make that work. I meant to take the arm and shove it. I wasn't expecting it to immediately create enough vibration that kind of just rolled out of the way. There we go. I was like, don't tell me that's not the object. I will call you a liar. Yeah, I think we just had to get close enough. And just close enough was real freaking close. Alright, so getting back out the way again came in as a little sketch, but I think that's it, because the other way would be going along here and then up there. The hardest part's going to honestly be turning this thing around. So problem is, I don't get any traction on all this metal crap. Come on. Ah, I knew that was gonna happen. There's a rock right there that's gonna keep getting in between my tires. So I'm trying to abuse the stilts a little bit, both to try and shove the rock out of the way, or also with our very top heaviness. Yeah, I've got the rock underneath the truck right now. One of them. That's the big issue I got here, is I got all these rocks causing me grief. And we're also at risk of getting ourselves stuck here. We can just get past these rocks. I can start trying to get up here. There we go. And my hope is that I can get up this, even if we can't get the crane out up that wall that we came in, I could probably get high enough that I could go to the other side and just... Yeah, I know the crane can move. I just don't really need to move it very far. Like, I could move it to change my center of gravity, and I could also use it to shove myself off of stuff at times, but doesn't really reach down, so to do that I need to be tipped over pretty far. Or I need something that's higher elevation nearby, which we have now. Please stop getting stuck up on all these rocks. Alright, put the maximum extension. Start lifting, that makes the front heavier. Alright, come on. Like, right at the cusp of this working. I'm going to take a little bit of a risk here. I'm going to use this as a lever. Can we get to rub up against that ledge? Maybe not enough to matter. Can we get to rub up against that pole on the other side? I'm not sure if it's long enough. I don't imagine there's anything behind me I can shove off of. Because it only need the tiniest little gain. Actually, if we get just a little bit lower, I get this to sink underneath and get pushed down, which should push me up. Alright. Who's going around? We don't got time for that crap. Alright, well now I'm beached on a rock. Okay. So, that was a huge hassle. Alright, so where the heck am I going to get out of here? Alright, so if we just take this road to the left, you should be fine. But yeah, no, doing stuff like wiggling the arm and then like toggling these, even if you don't take them the whole way out, anything that just manipulates the size of your vehicle is gonna screw around a little bit with the mounts. That was a huge hassle as a perk summary of this game. No, that's SnowRunner. As much as I love SnowRunner, 90% of SnowRunner is you're just trying to take this thing, you know, quarter mile down the road through the mud, and everything's awful. By the way, also, this area is covered with a river. And on top of that, it's uphill, both ways. Yes, it doesn't make sense, but it's just that way anyways, so don't worry about it. SnowRunner's the one that, like, you have the huge hassle, and even more than that, like, you'll do the map like Michigan, it'll be the mud right outside the base, and you just have to go through it again and again. The mud is forever. You cannot be without the mud. Alright, so all side objectives done.
Well, this task was a bit strange, don't you think? First, the order just landed in my inbox like nobody's business. Had all the proper authorizations, but no return address. At least the payment cleared. And fast, too, and more than the usual rate. So, if that's the extent of it, then I guess I'm happy.
Okay, and we can activate that sand quarry. Okay, so you want me to build some road from where to where? Okay, so they want me to build road through here. And they also want me to do what? They want me to deliver the object that's down there, which is a transformer, up. Okay, we could do that. But is there any way to explore to find all the areas and unlock them without a quest? Yeah, so to a certain degree, yes. You can drive around and just like explore the map. We actually did that on this one, but some points you won't be able to do anything with until the appropriate quest comes by. Like the river base we had to the far north, I found that a long time ago in this map, but it wasn't accessible until I got a quest to go set up the river base. That said, it can still be worth exploring. We did that on the Hurricane map in Communicado. And it was very helpful to like go through and be like, these areas are bad mud, these areas I would probably need a bridge to be able to do anything with. And having those all marked right at the beginning actually ended up being pretty useful, because then when it came time to plan routes, instead of just trying to remember where things were, I was able to just kind of drive up there and be like, okay, go around this area, go around that area. Okay, I am going to have to build a road here or a bridge there. And kind of just knowing the lay of the land. So I still think there's some value in exploring. Now, that said, it's nowhere near as valuable as it is in SnowRunner. Like, in SnowRunner, they have the whole thing where you can find, like, a usable truck just buried in the water, and so you drag it out of the water to get yourself a new vehicle. They don't really have that in this one. What they'll do is be like, hey, we need this piece of equipment, you can find it over there. Or you'll unlock a base and be like, oh, we happened to find this piece of equipment in there. So it really does kind of just hand it to you as needed. But a big part of that is this game doesn't have like 30 trucks that fit, well, not 30, have like 10 different trucks that fit the same niche with their own subtle little differences that are really hard to tell apart. Instead, they'll be like, this is a truck that's good for this. Cool, it's good for that. Straightforward enough. Not feeling great about this one. I don't feel like I'm actually balanced well up on this edge. Seems to be going fine. You give me a giant crane to play with? It's fine. They gave it to us in, I think it was the sunken map, but then we bought like the better version of it. And how's it going, Night Dweller? Alright, so get this delivered. I apparently do have a road to build way up here on the north end of the map, which shouldn't be a very hard road to set up. It looks like it's actually a pretty straightforward road that just goes around a corner. Now, it definitely feels like we're wrapping this map up. We've explored all of it so far as area, unless, you know, some major area gets unlocked or something. We've done a ton of the side quests, working on the main quests, and when we started the stream today, it had said I'm already roughly done, halfway done with the map. So it's been going pretty smoothly. I do like that a lot of these maps are taking us about, you know, a little over a stream to get done, which feels like a pretty good amount of time. The devs estimate the entire game is about 80 hours of playtime in its current form, and we're pretty close to on track with that. I think I'd actually come up a little bit under, but, you know, having played lots of SnowRunner and lots of other games like this, and having tons of experience with all of these kinds of things, I feel like that's actually not unreasonable for, like, for that estimate to be a bit off in that scenario. But I don't think it'd be, like, way under. I don't think we're gonna sneak by with, like, 50 hours or something like that. Fix this. I need to twist the front? No problem. We'll twist the front. Okay. Because that'd have been easier, at least I think that's easier than trying to climb over all those rocks. I think the idea is you'd use the crane to pull it up to put into a cargo vehicle and then just drive the cargo vehicle over, but eh. The crane is really strong. It handles just about any train you throw at it pretty easily. Like, one of the only negatives it has is a bit of a long vehicle, which does limit its mobility a little bit sometimes. Yeah, no one surprised me. Well, that's what things when they quote 80 hours.
Thank you, One Modest Gamer, for subscribing for 3 months.
And thank you, One Modest Gamer, for the tier 1, sorry, not tier 1, Prime sub, very different, Prime sub. I really do appreciate that. You only get one of those a month and you used it here, so thank you so much for that. It does mean a heck of a lot that you'd be subbed for 3 straight months. Well, 3 months total, I actually don't put those in a row. But regardless, 3 months means a lot. But yeah, no, it's, when a game has a quote of like 80 hours, 100 hours, 60 hours, that's usually just like a very rough, this is a guesstimate, the average player, quote unquote, which average player is very subjective, will take that long. But yeah, it's the 80s sounding like it's gonna be pretty close to on track for what we've got going on. Which, honestly, considering that I have done stuff that I didn't need to just because, and then we've also had the collab time, I do think it'll be in that ballpark. Close enough to be an entirely reasonable estimate. Alright, so let's check a couple things. First, we're going to go up here and go to the shop. So I've got the bigger mobile crane to get. Oh, that's because I'm on the crane tab. Yeah, so we got the bigger mobile crane we can get. We've got the cargo truck, the logging forwarder. Right, this is the better dozer. I would like that. And then there'd be the heavy dump truck, which I should probably have gotten at some point. We've got that asphalt roller. Was there... Oh, the other one I don't get till 19. Okay, regardless, so we're gonna go here. Oh, actually, transport vehicle. I should have checked this before. You're 25, so you're just barely out of my range. That's fine. All right, so let's go here. We're going to grab the heavy transport vehicle, retain, deploy. Please stop putting them straight on where it's nearly... Literally, I'm stuck here needing to pull off, like, a 30-point turn. Or just slam it against the wall and keep shoving. You can sell your old dozer? I can, but I'm not going to. Well, actually, if you're talking about the rusted one, you cannot sell the rusted ones. The rusted one, that's the no money icon, is telling you can't sell it. And I know I could sell my not as good one, but there's literally an achievement for having all of the vehicles, so I'm gonna keep it. Because I'm honestly not that worried about it. Alright, so from here, I want to put you on the truck. Because the average player probably won't finish. The average finish time will probably be over 100 hours. Your boyfriend and you are focus players on this type of game. You'll continue to finish close to 80 hours of her getting and they would come out. Well, yeah, no, okay. So the language about the average player won't finish, I don't disagree. Statistically speaking, anyone who buys, like, not even this game, but just games in general, the vast majority of players, there's a very large amount of drop-off that usually happens right around the time that a game begins to establish itself at all. And that's usually people making the decision that they started playing the game, and they're like, not for me. So we're certainly going to lose a lot of people to that. There'll also be the people who just can't put the time in on one game and they just won't finish as well. So that is a fair counter. But of the people who finish the game, I do feel like 80 is a reasonable amount of time. To quote, I do understand you're saying that, like, you focus on that as well. But imagining if they're considering, like, the average player who plays this kind of game through, because I imagine if it's not your kind of game, you're probably just not going to finish it at all. So I think it's going to be strictly people who do tend to play these kind of games who do end up finishing it. I think it's still fair to say 80. The point is, if you're going to play through the game, you're probably in the ballpark of 80. Maybe more, maybe less. Like, it's not a big deal if it's either way. Okay, so we've got those two figured out. We still have more vehicles we gotta move around. So let's grab you. And I will need the dump truck. What's the time here? Probably about 2 a.m.? Yeah, about 2 a.m. Yeah, no, you're not wrong that the average player won't finish. But that's not even a matter of skill or anything. It could very well be you boot up the game, you were expecting SnowRunner, you didn't get SnowRunner, you got mad, you close the game, and you don't finish. Or, you know, you play the game, but it's just not jiving, so you don't finish. Like, there's all that stuff. Did I ever unlock you? Yeah, you're unlocked. What is your radius? I thought your radius was huge. Nah, it's fine. I was gonna say, because I was just gonna dump sand behind me as I was going and then follow up with a bulldozer to kind of do a low effort sort of kind of clean this up a little. Not properly. Like, genuinely, if I wasn't streaming, I'd probably be close to done with the game, maybe. Because I do have a tendency of when I get into a game, like, putting my entire free time into it. But just with content creation, I have to be careful about it, because it's very easy. It's very easy I could get into the game and then just play it off stream and kind of take away all the content that it would otherwise people would want to see. Does asphalt road seem worth making? Sand seems good enough. Sometimes you'll need to have vehicles go uphill, and you get a bit better traction on the asphalt. So it's almost entirely for the wayfarer, the big semi, that sometimes going up those hills, even on the sand, they'll spin their tires, unable to quite climb it. And if you put down the asphalt, it just ends up being a necessity to get that last bit of traction to help it climb. So you've never finished a game, but making it your goal to 100% this one, it's a good... This feels like a really good game for 100%ing. Like, the objectives are very well spelled out, the achievements seem very straightforward, none of them are something dumb like put 2,000 hours into the game or build 10,000 roads. There's, you know, build a certain distance of roads, but just judging from the numbers, it looks like an amount of roads you would probably just do trying to beat the game in the first place. Yeah, and you have to make really wide turns, yep. Simulation, your favorite category? I wouldn't really say I have a favorite category, in general. I play simulation, slice of life, tycoon, city builder, settlement builder, you know, RPGs, action RPGs. Not so much the latter two on stream. A whole mess of different ones. It's also one of those things that nowadays, the category of simulation in itself is just so broad. I don't even think it's fair to, you know, approach it as like, hey, this is the category I'm streaming exclusively, because there's just such a wild range. Because, like, technically, if I build, if I play, you know, SimCity, City Skylines, I'm playing simulation. If I play this, I'm playing simulation. If I play Kerbal Space Program, I'm playing simulation. To a certain degree, you could even argue games like RimWorld is simulation, Project Zomboid is arguably simulation. It's just too broad a broad of a thing nowadays. Versus, you'll have people like, no, I mean simulation. And it's like, but even in then, you've got, you know, simulation like Flight Sim. You know, would you consider a dangerous simulation? I would, but that's like space flight sim, so it's not a realistic thing in the way it's presented. It's sci-fi. It's just one of those kind of things. I'm wondering, I might not be able to use my big bulldozer for this part. I might have to use the little one. Because that is looking too narrow for my big bulldozer. I'm still going to use it and see how it goes, but there's a pretty good chance I'll have to circle back with the little one to finish it off. I mean, as far as on stream, like, I do play a decent amount of simulation. It's also one of those things that usually whenever someone's like, is blank your favorite or least favorite, or do you like this one the most or least or whatever, I usually don't answer that too much. Just because, for me, it's like, does the day begin with Y? Then it's probably a different genre today. Like, not that it's anything against simulation or anything like that, it's just very genuinely I'm the kind of person who does bounce around between a lot of stuff. Sim is the new RPG. I mean, I wouldn't say it's new. It's been that way since ye olden days. Like Roller Coaster Tycoon was, you know, simulation. Descent was simulation. You had like Pilot Wings, you could argue, was simulation. Yeah, no, I mean, that's just the thing. Everything is simulating something. And anything where you play a character is arguably roleplay. It's just one of those things. There you are. Yeah, any game that is trying to mimic something that exists in real life arguably can sort of fill, you know, arguably sort of fit simulation. The Sims was called an RPG originally. I think that's fair. I mean, your characters have stats, they build up. You are playing a role. You know, what that role is varies run to run or whatever. I would think it'd be totally fair to call The Sims an RPG. Is it a JRPG? No. Is it a traditional RPG? Certainly not. But just calling it an RPG in general? Yeah, no, I'd say it is. If everything is simulation, then nothing is simulation? Well, I think the reality is, with where we've gotten, just using the term simulation in itself isn't specific enough. Even if we ignore, like, all the really weird edge cases. Even if we ignore, like, the really weird edge cases, I'd even argue, like, simulation within itself is just such a broad genre with how many things do qualify. Again, city builder, driving simulation, flying simulations, things trying to simulate, like, colonies and all that, things trying to simulate the way evolution works. You know, there's just so much there. I'm trying to see if it's affecting the terrain, but it's hard to tell. I'm trying to watch, like, right after the blade, not after the vehicle, because my treads are tearing everything up. Soon, first-person shooter games will be called shooting simulators. I mean, they already are to a certain extent. Like, you have those games that are trying to simulate realistic gun physics. I think it'd be fair to call them simulation. It's not what people think when you say simulation, but it is a simulation. Especially nowadays where, like, they go for the hyper-realism stuff of, you know, all that sort of stuff. Yeah, all games are sim. Yeah, no, it's just like I was saying, it's kind of the same thing. Is something pop music? It's the exact same problem. Is something pop music? Well, once upon a time, pop was a very specific thing. But as there's been more nuance and other musics got evolved and a bunch of those genres kind of started to blend a little bit more, taking elements from each other, calling something pop music is pretty much an empty term. Whereas going, is it Europop? Well, Europop's more specific. Or, oh, if it's, you know, lo-fi pop. Okay, well now you're getting a little bit more specific. That means something. But just calling something pop is like, the heck does that mean? GTA is a sim too? Simulate beating crime? Well, GTA would also be like, you have simulated driving and all that kind of stuff. So I would even argue if Need for Speed can be considered a racing simulator, or F1 or whatever, you have the simulated car physics that, and honestly, the car physics in GTA, well, often a joke, they're better than the original Need for Speed were. Sure, the newer ones are probably way better than GTA is, but there'd be a whole thing. Like, a lot of those descriptors just lack nuance. It's especially a very, very common thing these days to genre blend a lot of things, whether it's books or music or any of that, that you try and take things that people like with one genre or another and kind of mix them to create new and interesting stories. You know, new and interesting worlds and experiences. And it creates that same problem of like, but what genre does it belong in? Well, that's complicated. Or like one that gets me is people will sit there and they will call games like Stardew Valley a farming simulator. And I understand it, but to me it's going, you know what? I really feel like the slice of life, you know, branding makes way more sense. That you are having kind of a life simulation, life experience. Like I don't have a problem with it being simulator on the name, but like it's not really simulating farming in my mind, but I also not going to be like, hey, don't use that term, it's wrong. It's like, well, no, it's right. It just, to me, makes it more confusing. See, on the other side of the coin, so many niche genre names that it's near impossible to keep up, like metal music. Yep. Well, that's the catch. As we broaden things, it's harder and harder to keep track of things and the appropriate descriptors and all that. And that is a problem. But in some ways, having those specific genre names does help. Because you might be like, man, I'm really not enjoying metal. Metal is a music I don't enjoy. And then someone pops there like, well, what about this? You're like, man, I actually really like that. What is that? Well, this is, you know, this subgenre of metal. So you don't like metal, but this one specific slice of metal you're into. Let's see, Stardew Valley being a farm sim is an insult? I wouldn't say it as an insult, like, because again, you are arguably simulating farming. Now, it's simplified farming where you go and you whack the ground with a hoe, dig up the ground, and, you know, just slap in some seed and some water and you call it a day. But I do think it's fair that it could, like, defining it as a farming simulator is fine. I just don't like it. Because to me, the main emphasis is the kind of slice of life, living in your little town and doing all that stuff is like the main point of the game. Whereas the farming, while it's certainly a factor, is a component of the game, but not a main attributor. But unfortunately, that is the thing that very genuinely, that entire genre where you start, live in a little town, and all that, very much is called like farming simulator, which gets farming simulation games, which gets weird when it's like that's not the main focus. Like it's just a mechanic you could do, like when you're talking, for example, Graveyard Keeper or Potion Permit. Wait, was it Potion Permit? Whichever one was the slice of life versus the there was two there's actually a bunch of them. Yeah, it's not exactly wrong, but it's not completely right. Right, it's one of those ones I'm like, you're using this descriptor and it's fine, but you're kind of focusing on the wrong part of the game. Then Minecraft is a farm simulator? Do you see the problem? I do not see the problem. I do agree that Minecraft is a farming simulator. I wouldn't call it a farming simulator, but you can farm in it and it does simulate it and therefore is a farming simulator. Would I personally go, oh, you're looking for a farming simulator? You should go play Minecraft? No. But that's just kind of the aspect where most games, like a lot of things, have nuance. They're multifaceted. They're not as simple. But that does create the problem of when you are specifically looking for a game that is going for a realistic simulation of farming, clearly Minecraft is not what you had in mind. So I do acknowledge and agree with that problem. You can, if you want to observe that on Steam, every once in a while they'll be like, it is the whatever fest week, like the City Builder Fest or the whatever. And there is some real blurry lines around a lot of that. But at the same time, it's kind of one of those things you're like, okay, well this is a game that focuses on RPG elements, but does include some city building mechanics. Should it not be allowed to participate in the event? And it's like, well, it does have the city building elements, but is a city builder proper. And trying to draw those lines in the sand gets really ambiguous and all that. Main genre does not equal everything that can be applied to it. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, but then we have games that also mess with that kind of thing where you do have things that have multiple main genres to them. Where you could have a farming simulation game. So imagine Farm Sim 25, but instead with heavy RPG elements. So like you level up your ability to drive the tractor, or your character is able to level up to do different things around that. Then in that case I would argue that the RPG is a primary element of the game as well as that. So you have, again, genre blending. And I imagine the farming RPG category would not be a rich... No, actually, it probably would be. In hindsight, it actually probably would be a rich category. Right, I get what you're saying, Dino, but there are plenty of games that really do blur those lines about, okay, is it a core mechanic? I would argue, just, you know, devil's advocate here, I would argue that to Stardew Valley, the simulation of farming is a core mechanic. Like, literally your progression is locked behind it. It is your main revenue source for most of the game, and all that. So I would argue that that is a core mechanic of the game, and therefore it is appropriate to have the farming simulation tag. Even though simultaneously agreeing that I don't think I would describe it as a farming simulator personally. I would consider it a slice of life game. But that's the thing, it's subjective. Which is part of why it's such a messy thing. Unless we start drawing very, very arbitrary rules, at which point then every other game that comes out as an exception where it has a new blend, whatever, we have to have a new set of rules, which becomes completely unmaintainable. Which is a problem we've run into in a lot of other things that try to be like, no, you know, you can't label this that because whatever. I do understand people get irked when it's like when they think farming simulation, they think, you know, Farming Simulator 2022 or 22, 25. There's like one or two other major titles in that genre, and that anything else that the label is not using it appropriately or whatever, that, you know, it's not a real simulation. But at the same time, you know, they are simulating farming. What should they get there? Yeah, and like Valheim, you literally are required to farm to do core progression as well, so one could argue it has a farming simulation considering you plant the crops. I believe they need to be watered and a whole bunch of other stuff. I'm really hoping I don't have to like put this down just doing tags versus genre, y'all. Yeah, but I don't believe Steam dictates genre. I believe they just use tags. I could be wrong in that. I have to look at it. I don't remember what the metadata is. Yeah, RuneScape is a farm, combat, exploration, RPG game, yeah. Many components making it difficult. What is Space Engineers? Yep. Yeah, so it's one of those things that it makes searching for games absolute hell, which is the negative. Let's see, for you, Need for Speed is not a racing simulator, it's an arcade racing game. To be fair, that depends on the version of Need for Speed as well. There are some Need for Speeds that try to be far more realistic, and then there's some Need for Speeds who really kind of phone home a lot of stuff. Oh, Pac-Man, that's easy. Pac-Man simulates climbing the corporate ladder through arduous effort that never does really pay off, and you just find yourself back in the maze again and again every single day, continuing to struggle through everyday life without ever making real progress. I'm surprised you didn't catch those undertones. I'm teasing. It's an arcade game that didn't really have any story behind it, you eat the things, ghost comes out, and then you kill the ghosts. Or they kill you. Something kills something else. Come on. There we go. What is Streamers University? I have no idea. That sounds like one of these things that people put together to try and help new content creators learn their practice and or extract money from them. Cue existential crisis. Pac-Man is an addiction simulator. I could actually go for that. Considering you gotta eat all the pellets, and then, you know, you start eating pellets and you start seeing ghosts. Alright, so pull off the road over here. You feel like every game is slowly evolving into an idle game. You progress slowly by doing nothing. I, in some ways, would argue the opposite. That I usually always kept a handful of games kind of on standby that I jokingly called my ant farm games. And those are games that you can, you know, play the game for 15, 20 minutes, then step away for a little while, let the game run and things happen, and then, you know, repeat that kind of thing. And I liked those games for when I was trying to work on stuff because I'd effectively use what's kind of the equivalent to the Pomodoro method for project management. Well, I guess project handling, whatever. Staying motivated. That's what I'm going to go with. And those Antfar games, style games, are really good for that because you pop in, you poke it a little bit, you get your things set up, and then once you did that, you would turn around and work on whatever you need to be working on for 15, 20 minutes. And then, you know, that would be about the point where it's like, oh, time to go poke the game to get the next thing going. So don't get me wrong, there's definitely games going the idle route. I don't disagree with that. But a statement that games at large are moving that direction, I've kind of felt the opposite in a lot of situations. You can hold tab? Oh, cool. That's neat. Yeah, you're probably talking, if people are asking how long this game is, the quoted amount is 80 hours, but it's probably like right kind of in that 80 to 100 hour range is, I think, a very reasonable amount to quote. I've obviously not finished the game, but the devs themselves were like, yeah, it should take you probably somewhere in the ballpark of 80 hours at the earliest to finish it. I think if you really, really went for it, like really went for it and you knew what you're doing, you could get it under that 80. But it probably wouldn't be by very much. You know, outside of people who take the time to, like, learn the ins and outs of the game and get into speedrunning and all that. I'm sure eventually we'll have some speedrunner who will blast through the game in all of like 20 hours or something by breaking physics and teleporting around the map and launching stuff that, you know, all over the place or whatever. But yeah, and also with what Ash is talking about is a lot of games, they move in the directions of like battle passes and all that, and, like trying to constantly keep active content going, that they'll do like daily quests or whatever crap to try and get you staying on their game all the time. And it just does not work well with idle. like I said, I do believe there are absolutely idle games out there, especially, to be clear, if you're on mobile, a lot of mobile games are idle games. That is one thing that is very, very big.
Great.
On the,
steel beams
mobile.
facility is back in action, and everyone should rightfully rejoice. Our river base can't join the party, though, since there's no convenient route to get any of those beams in. Can you guess who has the honor of planning the route? Ding, ding, ding! It's you. And while you're at it, you can produce some more steel beams. Now you have a few ways of getting steel beams, which is a good thing in my books.
Don't make me make the route across here. Don't do it. Let me guess. So we're playing a route from where to where? We're playing a route from up here. Ooh. And it's implying that we're gonna have a really not great vehicle. So this route here is awful. This route down here, not inspiring a whole lot of confidence either. Man. I think the reality is I'm going to need to set up this area here and then bring it on down and around. And that's probably too far for me to just take a, well, that's going to be also steep. Bridge off the cliff like the other map. So the loose dirt begins, because it got patches all the way up here, the loose dirt begins pretty far over. That's going to be too narrow. There's a wall there. I might be able to cut it across there and only have to fix that spot. I'm a little worried. How much of a pain would that be? So let's go and just pretend from there. Yeah, I'm gonna it'd probably have to be 2 phases because these ledges. It's like phase 1 to just get down here, and then phase 2 to go down there. I think honestly paving the road is the right decision. Because if I do it anywhere farther up here, I might as well just pave it across there. It'll only be if I can cut all the way past here. Maybe I can drop it. Yeah, it's still got that same problem where that ledge is in the way. So B1 wants to have to like... The other bridge is going to have steeper angles. You can't make the length. Sand ramp down the ledges. That'd be another one, is just dumping sand and just work your way down. Now, the problem is I think we don't actually have sand up here. I think the sand starts like around there. Yeah, so that'll be the biggest kicker, is we don't have sand down there. Yeah, well it's not really the angle that's the problem. So, if we look at these angles, the issue here with the angle is it's not the angle itself that's the issue, it's getting cut through by that area trying to go to the bottom. So like this one has a much less angle, and I might be able to just barely weasel it through there. That's still going to be an issue. Now, I could sit here and do one of these things that, like I said, find a spot here that I can get you to rest and then put another one down there. Honestly, I think at that point I'd rather just huck sand on the ground than having to collect all the materials. It is an option to go around there, but I'm also worried I might have to bring something back up here from over there, and then do I take it all the way over? So I think if we make this road over here, we can attach the river base to that stuff. This road looks totally fine for us to use hauling literally anything. So I think that'll all be fine. But it's just going to be this route up here is going to be pretty miserable. Alright, so let's go here. We have our side objectives done. Prepare resources for upcoming repairs. Collect steel beams for upcoming repairs. Establish... Yeah, so I've got this one here. Yeah, either way I'm going to have to go across. Because I need to... Our rewards are done. I'm going to cancel that route and not worry about it. Yeah, so you need to go over to the base. Yeah, so either way I'm kind of stuck doing it, because I can go this way. And this way is terrible. I might be able to skirt around there, building a road just along the edge here. That might be an option as well, to avoid going quite as far. Well, I think I am just going to go for it and just deal. That's, I don't think I'm going to do like a full-on paved road. I think my answer to this is we're just going to dump sand and hope for the best. Yeah, sometimes going for troubleshooting. Yeah. Man, this one I feel like we've already got some sand down there. If I get my really big sand truck, we should be able to get the sand down really quick and then just drive back and forth. I honestly think that one won't be as bad as the route we came up with. It was also fairly flat. It was just loose sand, so it's like literally just putting down the layer. So dispatching the vehicle is not going to work. I'm going to go ahead and do it anyways. You are mad about this whole area. Let's go clean you up. You're working on your thing. I also happen to have all the vehicles I need for dealing with sand right here. Or sorry, for dealing with this right here. Which works out pretty well. Oh, you gotta go down there. Okay. Okay, so they got there before they tipped over. So grab that. Now instead of grabbing the sand truck I've got over here, let's go over here, we're grabbing the big one. Oh, do I still just have the... Okay, you're still down there because memes. Let's actually check this again. Shop. Road. Do you have... Okay, so the big dump truck, we're not quite up to that yet. Yeah, so go here. We can grab you. Retain, yes. Deploy, yes. And I did that just so I don't have to deal with it over here. Can you just route out the cliff and hope it lands on its wheels? Technically, yes, I could just keep attempting it till it succeeds. But that would probably be just hitting the money and being like, you know, make that happen, make that happen. Yeah, and that's, to Met's thing saying that, like, making money as like a thing that needs to happen requires a game to be fun. It is something that is actually improving recently. That a lot of companies are starting to see the writing on the wall of continuing to do the really predatory monetization and all that kind of stuff. There is kind of a limit of what you can get away with. I'm surprised you're still going. Are you seriously just gonna make it across there without any problems? Because I am game for that. So we had one of our trucks rolled over at the spot I just marked here. Okay. Alright, so here's where we're going to start just as far as we can. It's going to be wayfarers, which means we're going to be dealing with vehicles that suck at all terrain. So I'm just going to go with the strategy of from all the way to that paved road, the whole way over, it all gets the sand treatment. Because this thing carries a heck of a lot of sand. Which is like, it's one main feature of what if we could put 4 times the sand in the same vehicle. Let's see, when we work progress of society into an age, we need to take a loan to buy a game. What? I'm missing conversation. But yeah, no, it's a thing that we've been starting to see. Some of even like the big names out there are starting to go, we need to find other ways of selling our games. That companies like Ubisoft and all that are starting to get pretty panicked in the fact that they really just haven't had much in the way of successful launches in a while. And a lot of that has to do with like their monetization and a whole lot of that. And very genuinely, some of those companies, you can only go so many misses before you start genuinely facing some pretty hard decisions, pretty hard financial stuff. Not that I think Ubisoft is just gonna up and close shop tomorrow. But there's been a number of a lot of the AAA studios who've been really panicked recently, because it almost doesn't matter what microtransaction kind of stuff they do, because they just can't get their games to sell in the first place. And there's certainly been exceptions, that there's been very popular IPs that have still done fine. Like honestly, the AAAs, as much as Microsoft's had some checkered stuff recently, they're probably one of the ones that have held up okay-ish, even though they have done the classic buy studio, produce game, you know, close studio. Ubisoft was bought by Tencent. You're pretty sure the Altera was closing everything down? Yeah, and as much as people like to badmouth Tencent, they are just kind of a company that invests in everything. My understanding is a lot of times they actually stay out of the actual production thing on a lot of stuff. They just kind of have the thing, it's like, we bought a bunch of your shares, make us money. Which again, isn't great, because it does put that pressure on, you know, you need to be more profitable than you were yesterday. I don't care how big you are, I want more profit. But yeah, no, Ubisoft's had a really bad go of it. It wouldn't surprise me if we see more and more Ubisoft try to cut back on the number of releases and try and focus on just a couple of IPs that they feel very strongly for. that they think they can really make happen, and then really back off on other stuff. Or just the opposite, they take like an entirely different approach where they try and make a lot of fairly inexpensive games that they can produce quickly to try and land a new series, but not like AAA, more like in the AA kind of quality. Because that's been kind of the conflicting strategies we've been seeing out of the big companies lately, is a little bit less investment on nearly as many titles, focus on either the IPs that they've got really well established that they think they can just milk, or going the other end of just trying to produce a large number of games of decent quality, you know, and see which ones stand out. But all those things take time. Which a lot of them, for making those smaller games, are publishing / acquiring companies who do that. Which again has its own problems. Hey Azriel, how's it going? Can I get a shout out for Azriel, by the way? Another content creator on the platform, plays a lot of simulation games and all that good stuff. You know, RoadCraft, Farming Sim, bunch of stuff like that. So if you like any of that, which I assume you do, like that'll be something to check out. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Ubisoft sold Far Cry and Assassin's Creed, like FIFA. People got bored of this games and they want a new IP. They did not make a quality new IP. Yeah, I mean that's kind of one of the struggles going on. Is they're and this isn't even a game thing. This is like just entertainment at large. A lot of new stuff hasn't been doing well. When people are trying to do net new IPs, people are having a tendency to buy established IPs, even though people be like, I really wish they would do some new stuff more. The buying behavior is often the opposite. So, you know, people are saying they want one thing, but when it comes to actually opening their wallets, they're doing the opposite. At the same time, we have a lot of issue where the games that are existing IPs, they're just not getting good reviews anymore. Like, people are genuinely tired of a lot of the games they've been playing this whole time. Like, they're not looking for Assassin's Creed 12. They want something new, but then they buy the old one and then complain about it, and then don't buy the next version of that IP. So it's been really difficult for a lot of companies, and again, in many different many different mediums, to navigate. The new follower just started playing this, never played SnowRunner or MudRunner, but like the look of this. Gotcha. Well, I mean, to be fair, while knowing SnowRunner and MudRunner will help you with the controls of this game, it's very unlike SnowRunner, so it doesn't really mess a lot. You think that's why indie titles and Baldur's Gate 3 do so well? Yeah. So it's kind of one of those things that, as a big company, you get kind of trapped where people want you to produce the thing that you've always produced, but also, like, if you produce something else, they hold it against you. But also on top of that, if you don't change, they also hold it against you, and there's kind of no winning. So, you know, if Ubisoft goes a number of years without making Assassin's Creed, people complain that they're not making Assassin's Creed. But at the same time that they make Assassin's Creed, people complain that they just keep making Assassin's Creed. So there's kind of no winning that fight. Yeah, no, I definitely agree that the investor situation is a massive problem. Again, you must always be more profitable than you previously were, or else, you know, you're losing investor, get mad, big pressure, possibly, you know, punt the CEO, you know, or executive people using voting shares and yada yada, fiduciary obligation and all that garbage. Like, that's a whole issue too. But yeah, it's been a difficult thing for people to navigate. They made Skull and Bones infamously advertised as quadruple A to try to get pre-sales, and it immediately flopped. Yep. Well, I also feel like one thing working against Ubisoft is they've gotten themselves a really bad reputation over the years. You know, stuff like always online requirements on single-player games, forcing you to use Uplay with everything, and while they backed off on a lot of that stuff over the years due to bad response to it, you know, trust takes a long time to build and is very quick to lose. So there's a lot of people that those actions basically made them into never Ubisoft kind of people. And so it's just kind of one of those things that they're in a weird place where it's been difficult for them to land new IPs and our existing IPs. People are like, oh, but I've played that before. Like, it's just another Assassin's Creed. Yeah, it's got this new mechanic, but like, it's at its core, it's still the same game. And if you change it too much, the people who like Assassin's Creed get mad because it's not the game they wanted. Wifey. Okay, you sleep well. I love you more. And let's not get started with the allegations that they never actually addressed, same as Blizzard. So you don't want to mess with them and their games, at least to that sort. Yeah, none of that helps our cause either. And I think that's the unfortunate reality with, like, a lot of the gaming companies that have been around for a long time deal with that same kind of stuff, and, you know, so far as having it, not the not responding to it, you know, that it was like a boys club run like a fraternity and all that kind of nonsense. That there's all sorts of not great things that happened there because it was the culture at the time, which doesn't give it forgiveness. But it is those things that means by modern standards to be like, hey, that's not okay anymore. Like, you've got to take corrective action about that behavior. Yeah, and then their director comes out saying gamers should get used to not owning their games. Yeah, not doing them a favor. Yep. I feel like some of those companies that when they were much younger had such major successes. So, you know, Blizzard with the Warcraft series and World of Warcraft, that they kind of got that whole thing on their heads that, like, they know better than anyone, like, they know better than their customers, they know better than their peers. And so when people give pushback, they're like, no, you know, we made this product that was wildly successful. And it's like, cool, you did that 20 years ago. What have you done recently? It's like, you know time changes, right? You mean that's not all that happened within Blizzard? Yeah, no, it's not. Alright, so I want to say I'm hoping that even though this is just sand, that they'll be able to handle this route just because it is relatively flat. But the only big name games that were successful this year was Monster Hunter Wilds. I haven't looked at a lot of the main published games to see what's done well in the AAA front. Because honestly, most of the delivery on a lot of AAA front for me these days is, hey, it's the same game we've always made, but like we added one slightly different mechanic and also the graphics are better. And it's like, cool, I already was able to see the individual peach fuzz hairs on the model. I really didn't need to see more. There's a certain point where that stops really being a meaningful selling point. But the indulgence of layoffs and union busting, that, yeah, the gripe with that, paying themselves obscene, yeah, no, there's all that, like the mismanagement and all that. And, you know, not treating their employees well, and the aggressive adoption of generative AI that's happening in a lot of those companies as well. It's just, by doing that, they're effectively not making games that I'm interested in. Like, I'm very much someone who votes with my dollar in the sense that if I don't like what your company's doing, I don't care what your product is. I'm not gonna buy it. Because it's one of those things that if you pay money towards a company, and there's sometimes you don't get a choice, but if you pay money towards something that is doing behaviors that go against your values, you are quite literally enabling that exact behavior. Now, it's different when it's like the power company and they're doing something awful, but you don't have an alternative, or the alternative is so harmful to you individually that it's not really a choice. That's a whole different animal. But with, 17,000 games coming out in Steam last year, there's a little room for consideration of being like, you know what? I liked that series. I loved that series at one point. Also, F those guys. I'm not buying it. Because, man, I used to get everything Blizzard when it came out back in the day. I couldn't tell you, like, I think the last Blizzard thing is I got Overwatch when it was relatively new. And it was fine, like, it didn't land as well as, like, Team Fortress 2 did for me. Like, it was fine. No complaint like, oh, I got a problem with this character, or some nonsense like that. It was just, I don't know, I feel like more serious isn't the right word. Just the nature of the world took itself more seriously than Team Fortress 2 did, and I don't think that worked as well for that genre. I feel like part of the magic of Team Fortress 2 is so silly. Like, the little dumb videos they came out with for Team Fortress 2, whereas, like, Scott being like, if you was from where I was from, you'd be dead. They did those teaser videos for, like, over a decade after that game came out. They were still producing one. Or, like, the whole thing with, Pyro, where, like, everyone who's talking about is like, I think in a course of 2 sentences, Scout refers to Pyro by, like, 3 different gender pronouns, because the whole thing is they never really tell you what Pyro is, so they're, like, literally just making fun of it kind of in the whole thing where, he's not here, is she? And you're like, because people were like, they're finally going to confirm Pyro. They're going to confirm if Pyro is a he or a she. But they deliberately trolled people by, like, making it go all over the place, so there was all that. Similar to Borderlands? Yeah, exactly. Borderlands, for the most part, didn't take itself so seriously and all that, so it kind of worked really well. Whereas there's been a lot of looter shooters that have come out since Borderlands that there's certainly been other ones that have done well, but, some of them tried to take themselves super seriously. To be fair, there were devs who tried to come out with, that were like devs from the original very first Borderlands who tried to make their own thing, and it didn't end up working out. The Division? Yeah, that's the thing. Like, the Division itself, the Division 1 and 2, like, the Division itself, the main story and all that was fine. Like, it wasn't unhappy with it or anything like that. It was fine. But the Division 2, like, Washington versus New York, there was just the bitter cold of New York and surviving in that, as opposed to just Washington. It's like, don't get me wrong, Washington is also an iconic place. Washington, D.C. and all that is like an iconic place and all that. But like that New York, just brutal winter really, really stuck way better. And it made a lot of the factions feel a little bit more meaningful and all that. Whereas the Washington, D.C. factions didn't really hit the same. And then, to me, the thing that blew my mind is I enjoyed the Division 1 enough. Like, I played through the whole thing, it's like, cool, and that probably would have been where I stopped. Like, didn't grind the gear or anything. it was like, I enjoyed it. I did all like the different areas on the map once, and like all the, I don't remember what they called them, like raid dungeons, whatever. I went through all those at least once, but I never got that itch to grind getting all the better equipment and all that. Like later on, they added like the survival mode, like the wave-based survival mode. I put a lot more time in there and got a lot more gear. But for me, the one mode, which is kind of a surprise that it was the thing that really hooked me, was like the survival mode, where they take away all your equipment and make you just try and manage, you know, with like cold being a mechanic and all that. Because it was kind of a nice way of having a little bit of a reset button to go back to when you didn't have that all stuff, to like give you a reason to go after loot again. Because it felt like towards the end game you're getting like nuanced upgrade or getting set bonuses what you're chasing. And that wasn't as fun. And it was also in this like nice bite-sized form where, you know, you'd put in half an hour to an hour, whatever it was, and do like a playthrough. And it really shocked me when The Division 2 came out, and for as wildly successful as that mode was, that it was one of the most loved features of Division 1, they, like, one, it didn't come out when the game came out, fair enough. They decided to, like, put in time for it later. But then later, it never got added to the game, to my knowledge. So they had this, like, really beloved mode that people really wanted to play, and it just was absent. And part of it is thematically making it work was going to be way harder in Washington, D.C. They would have had to, like, make an area like New York or some other way of appropriately doing a proper survival, because the cold was such a main aspect of that. And then they had, you know, had a thing that they were going to make a Division game that was just the survival mode. And I'm like, okay, that sounds good. I would actually buy that game. And I believe they canceled it. Let's see, Borderlands 2 is going to take 2/2K, you think is a good thing? If GTA 6 is a blast when it comes out not buggy, I'm hoping Borderlands does too. Yeah, I think Borderlands is also dealing with a difficult thing, because Borderlands 1 was kind of a fun gimmicky game. Like, it was a little rough around the edges, but a lot of people enjoyed the characters. And then Borderlands 2 came out and just really, really knocked it out of the park so far as, like, you know, Handsome Jack as a villain was an extremely good villain. Like, one of like the best villains we've seen in gaming. And, you know, they did a good job of, like, he showed up, he was a proper antagonist who harassed you constantly, and in a way that was, like, very enjoyable to get involved with. So, you know, when you got to the end of the game, it's like, oh yeah, you're gonna save this planet and everything, you're gonna fight the monster, and put an end to Handsome Jack's nonsense. But you're like, no, to hell with that, I don't care about the good versus evil thing. I just want to wreck this man's day. Like, this isn't about good or evil or the right or wrong thing. F this guy and the diamond pony he rode in on. And so they did a good job of, like, you conclude that story, Handsome Jack is dealt with, and yada yada. And now they've set the bar on what their villains need to be incredibly high, which I think really hurt Borderlands 3. Because Borderlands 3, the villains were fine. They weren't anything to write home at. They were fine. They were like these cringy influencers and all that. And I honestly think in a world where Handsome Jack hadn't happened, they would have actually been relatively well received. But when you're going from someone who delivered so solidly as Handsome Jack did to these other characters, not really something that came across very well. At the same time, if they just retcon Handsome Jack back into it, which they could very easily do, it also would make it feel hollow that they did ultimately defeat Handsome Jack. And so I feel like they've kind of written themselves into a corner on that one, where delivering on a villain that solid is going to be extremely hard. But also, that's now the standard they've got to meet. And I actually feel like the prequels did okay as well. Because the prequels weirdly also had Handsome Jack, not as like the main villain, but sort of kind of as the main villain. So they did a good job of like, you know, hedging their bets on that one. But I don't think they can get away with keep doing that. I think it'd be another one of those ones that after the second or third time you did it, people get tired of that. They need an evil Claptrap. They've done evil Claptrap. I could see them having a main villain be like an evil Claptrap kind of thing. You can only have Sherlock Holmes face off with Moriarty so many times. Yeah, exactly. I think, was that Borderlands 1 where they had a DLC that was around like the giant evil Claptrap? That may have been 2. I don't remember which one it was. Or I guess they weren't evil, they were defective or whatever. But yeah, no, that's the thing, is they gotta get a new villain. The thing that made Handsome Jack such a strong villain is that they were an antagonist, not a villain in its own right. So the difference being is, a villain is just the bad guy you beat. An antagonist is someone who is constantly just sticking you again and again and again, harassing you, and just really making it personal kind of thing. And Handsome Jack did that in a very arrogant, dismissive kind of way. That definitely he bordered on a whole lot of not great things, but it was, you know, he's the villain, he's supposed to do that. And he did it, like just really well delivered. And you could give a character almost that exact same personality, just slap a different name on them, and it would probably do okay in Borderlands. Even though it would feel like, you gave me Diet Handsome Jack, I understand, just 1 calorie. But, like, it's still sort of Handsome Jack. You know, just a different name. And, like, some of the absurdity he has, like the fact that he wore his face on his face. Yeah, they tried with the Borderlands 3 villains, and like I said, I think it was one of those ones, in their own right, they were fine. They were supposed to be cringy, that was kind of the point. But it was just kind of one of those things that they had really big shoes to fill, and they just, like, the shoes were just too big. They delivered something decent, but not something great. Which I think is just going to be a struggle that Borderlands has, unless it can manage to nail another character. At which point, will the developers kind of learn a way to have us beat the villain in a way that is satisfying, while also allowing them to continue working with it. Oh, I don't think I helped my cause at all. I didn't realize it got stuck that far back. Yeah, so that vehicle's fine, it's these ones. Yeah, so it's already stuck. Okay. So the lesson here is, this last stretch here I gotta flatten it. Because the Borderlands 4, from what you're following, is going to be more Space Destiny vibe gameplay. So far, the fan base likes it, but not a fan that it may be $80 for it. Yeah. Well, I mean, I do feel like that's also one of those things that is going to be a sticking point that we're just going to run into as gamers. That for the big name, high budget games, the reality is the budget has increased. Like, not like, yes, there's greedy stuff and all that going on, but if you look at the price of games from back in the original Nintendo NES days to now, a lot of games have not changed price that much, despite the cost of producing the game and the value of money massively changing. But at the same time, what I think is going to happen is we're going to see a lot more indie games because they can deliver on the prices we've grown accustomed to forever. Hands down, the best villain was Voss. He dies at the halfway point. Voss. You protest games by not buying them? That's a good way to protest a game. If you are unhappy with what a game is, Far Cry. Gotcha. Yeah, I still haven't played Far Cry. I've heard really, really good things about the Far Cry series. It's just one of those games that when it came out, like, just didn't happen. Like, I just, you know, too many other things at the time. But I've heard really good things, because I think it wasn't it Far Cry 3 at the beginning that you get grabbed up by the guerrillas, rebels, whatever they go by in the game, and the guy's like, hey, stay here and I'll get you sorted or whatever, and you literally have the choice of just staying there, and if you wait long enough, they do just like sort it out and let you go. Which I thought was like an excellent thing, because every game has kind of trained you that like when that type of scene shows up, there's not a second part coming. You just begin doing the thing that waiting does nothing. So it kind of teases you that if you fall into existing games stuff, you know, all that. Far Cry 5 was great, but being let down. It's one of those games that was like console first experiences, so it came out on PC, so when you get on the PC, like the UI is kind of rough to deal with. Like navigating it feels weird. That's actually a problem I would say this has in a minor situation. The screen that stands out the most is this screen. That A and D don't scroll back and forth, they scroll up here. Q and E does that. And then you got to go all the way to the right and left arrows. And that clicking, oh, they actually made it so clicking on these help. I think when it first came out, the clicking didn't work on that. And so it was like this weird thing you had to stop and put your other hand on the keyboard and the arrow keys, and it's just really distracting. Alright. So after this drop-off, we'll smooth it out again. But these story games rarely hit for you. Watch a movie, pressing the action button. I mean, that's fine. Like, there's certainly... That's actually one of the reasons why I like a lot of games, so like, South of Midnight, for example. A lot of games have been trying to do a little bit more where they're like, okay, you know, are you more concerned about the fighting? Are you more concerned about the story? And giving us options around those. And I know it was like a whole big meme about, you know, people complaining and wanting a skip the story button And that's where some people are like, well, I should be able to have a skip the action button. A whole bunch of people like threw an absolute hissy fit over it. And games, including that in general, I'm like, no, I think that's good. There are games that the gameplay is not the greatest, to understate things a lot, but the story is excellent. Like, for example, if we go back to the, oh man, what was the name of that Star Wars? Knights of the Old Republic? Not the MMO, the RPG. If we're being entirely honest about it, gameplay-wise, it was fine. It wasn't amazing, it was fine. But if you go to the story of it, the story was incredibly good. So it's kind of you played through the game because the story was really engaging, and you know, you figured out how the combat works and you just kind of win the fights. But it's not the most satisfying or enjoyable combat. It's fine, it's serviceable. But like that story just held you and you're like, no, I'm gonna get through it. Honestly, that is a game that by mid-game, I would have been okay if there's just like a button I'd be like, just win the fight for me. I don't actually care. Like, I'm watching a movie in game format right now. Just get me past this fight. It's not that interesting. I wanna see where the next thing goes. And I've had a few games like that I'm like, the story is amazing, but the gameplay is just kind of, it's fine. You love KOTOR? Yeah, KOTOR is excellent. And to be clear, I did enjoy the combat. It just, towards the end of the game, you kind of figure out how to win the combat pretty easily. You get their combinations that work, and it's just, you're just kind of going through the motions. Like, I didn't feel challenged anymore at the end of the game. And then also, like, again, the style of combat to it, it was fine. Like I said, it wasn't anything that's like, oh my god, this is amazing, I'm loving the gameplay. It's like, yeah, it's, you know, for its genre, it's pretty alright. And I know some people get upset with that, but it is how I felt about it. But that, like, I was going to finish that game for how good that story was. That was something that was going to happen, because that game was getting finished. Because the story was super engaging, kept me along for the whole way. Because you got baited by DayZ Standalone, done with zombies, you played other stuff, yeah, that's, there was definitely, so before Project Zomboid, before I got into it, I've made the comment a few times that I'll have a lot of people suggest to me, like, whatever the latest zombie game is, and I kind of have to be like, you know, in all honesty, I'm not really that into zombies as an enemy. They're fine. They're serviceable. They're generic enemy number 5. But, you know, they're right there with, like, skeletons and goblins and everything else. They're a good filler enemy. They can work really well thematically with some games, but I don't seek out zombie games. And I was just kind of, like, Left 4 Dead exploded and was amazing, and I loved that game. And it was right around that time every single game out there was adding zombies. Not literally, but there was a hell of a lot of zombie games all coming out at the same time. And as a result of it, so many of them were not good. There were diamonds in the rough, but there were so very many really rough zombie games. And then it kind of got like, you weren't getting that many other enemies showing up in games. Like every other game, it was like zombies or something that may not be called zombies, but thematically, they're still zombies. Like, you know, maybe this one was like some disease, that one was a fungus, this one was like magic or, you know, whatever. They give them different names to like try and make them something else, but they were still ultimately just zombies under the hood. Because it was also a very accessible thing for a lot of devs, because one of the hardest things to develop in games is AI that isn't terrible. And if you make the enemies dumb thematically, i.e. zombies, you can just kind of hand-wave the really bad AI being like, no, it's not bad AI, they're just authentically really dumb. Being a terrible AI, original Fortnite. Man, I played the Save the World version of Fortnite. Like, I've to this day, I do not believe I have ever played the Battle Royale version of Fortnite. But I did get a copy of Fortnite when it was Fortnite Save the World, where it's kind of a... There was like kind of a base defense sort of thing. There was a construction side of thing. You go into these missions to like help the van get out successfully or whatever. And I remember actually kind of enjoying it. I never got big into it. But like I had a buddy who played all the time, and it was something we played multiplayer here and there. But by the time Fortnite Battle Royale came out, it's kind of the exact same situation as, like I mentioned, the zombie thing. Everyone was having a Battle Royale. And I had gotten kind of my fill from PUBG. And at that point, it was around the same time I started not playing competitive games anymore, because the cheating was just getting so egregious in so many different games, and at the same time that was happening, I had to deal with like other games that the communities became like utterly toxic. Did you ever play Orcs Must Die? I did, and I enjoyed it. I haven't played in a number of versions. Yeah. Easy apocalyptic environment equals zombies. Yep. It's your low effort apocalyptic thing. And there are good zombie games, to be clear. Like, one of the main games I played on the channel is Project Zomboid, and it did come out not far after that same time frame where it's like I was just kind of over zombie games. But it was a very different animal. Now granted, that was its early days, and I probably would have been disappointed in its early days. But it definitely became a really solid game. Oh yeah, no, I got really good at PUBG. Which is part of the thing that used to irk me, is later on in PUBG, you know, when cheating became really rampant, that was kind of the thing that irked me, is you'd put so much time into a round of PUBG, and then, you know, someone would wait till you're like 20 minutes into the round, things are starting to shrink, and then suddenly you'd see them start moving around at Mach 5 and headshotting literally everyone left, and you're like, you know what? F this game. Like, I'm tired of this. It would be, you get like your 3 or 4 rounds you had for in the night around work, and you'd get like 3 of them with cheaters that would ruin the whole thing. And then you'd have like that one you'd actually get a decent round to play through. And it got really annoying. And at the other hand, I was playing Heroes of Newerth at the time, which is kind of in the area of like Dota. It was a MOBA or whatever. And I really enjoyed that game, and I got really good at it. I don't remember what ranks I got to, but I ended up getting pretty high up there in the ranks. But it was just one of those things that the game had gone from being this extremely niche game to having a little bit wider appeal. And then it turned into like every other MOBA where literally every single round you would have someone, you know, talking about what sexual experience they were going to have with your mother, and, you know, all sorts of the horrible things that should happen to you. And I've told the story a number of times that, like, the time I finally just stopped playing the game is I was rolling a support character, and our team was handily winning, with every single one of us on our side having a positive kill-to-death ratio. And, like, it wasn't like we were solid winning and, like, just stomping the other team into the dirt. Like, it was a very good match that we were leading the whole game, but it was just, you know, a very well set up thing. And there was the one guy on our team just literally cussing everyone out on our team, you know, saying all sorts of racist crap and everything. And I kind of just sat there, like, you know what? I'm just not having fun with this. Like, for all intents and purposes, this round we're playing right now should be like the peak for fun, where you've had this very challenging round that you are winning, things are going smoothly, and all that. Like every like the fights are actually going smoothly, like people are engaging as a team well and everything. It's like, this should be the kind of match that you're like, hey, you're not just stomping it out so you're unchallenged, you're having a really good time with that. And I'm just not having fun because this dude is just a fun vampire over here, just sucking all the fun out of this by making me spend the entire time listening to this garbage. And you can just turn off their mic or whatever, but in a game like that that's actually got a competitive edge, there's just no way to win it that way. Like, your team has no organization and the other team does, you're going to lose, unless the other team's just that bad. And so it's just kind of one of those things like, you know what? I just don't want to deal with this. Like, this isn't what I want to do in my afternoon, is just deal with this crap. And so I closed the game and I never played again after that. And it wasn't like a one-time thing. It had been an ongoing thing, but it was just... There was definitely that, like, moment of reflection where I'm like, you know what? I come home to play this game, and more often than not, I don't leave having fun like I used to. Like, I think I'm still riding on the nostalgia of that fun. But the unfortunate reality is, with the way this is the norm round, is just dealing with people cussing each other out and calling each other all sorts of racist crap every single round. The toxic culture has killed so many games for you. You have that have been great. Atlas was a pretty big disappointment. Yeah, no, it's kind of the same thing, but like that happened at the same time I was kind of stepping away from PUBG because of the cheating. Like, I kind of backed off Tarkov, but that wasn't necessarily related to that. That was more I got tired of getting that stupid watch for like the 10th time. Hey, Suey, how's it going? I've been having a lovely evening and all that good stuff. But yeah, so it's just one of those things that I kind of just stopped playing competitive games in their entirety around that, because crossing a number of genres, you know, people weren't moderating, and that kind of made games hard to enjoy. And then the cheating that got so rampant made games hard to enjoy. It just wasn't worth the time anymore. Long weekend, which is super nice. Nice. For those who don't know, Sui, absolutely fantastic content creator, fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, plays a lot of similar games to us. I missed what game you were playing on the shoutout, but I do hope you've been having fun. I can actually lift this back up, can't I? Been recently playing, Claire Obscure, Expedition 33, Duck Detective, let's see, The Ghost of Glamping, and Crashlands 2. So if any of those sound good to you, you can catch it all over there with Sui. Also plays a lot of things, like has played lots of RimWorld and Project Zomboid. Played a decent number of simulation games as well, like American Truck Simulator, Farming Simulator, and a whole bunch of stuff like that. Lots of indie games get played over there. And so definitely someone to check out. Good times there. But yeah, because I used to play a lot of competitive games. I used to do, you know, Counter-Strike all the time, Call of Duty back in the day. Like, around Modern Warfare is like the last one I played, because I did not like the Death Streak power-ups. I thought that was some of the biggest BS ever added to the game. Because if you knew the good ones, you could really abuse those things to just feed yourself kills after kills, especially in maps that had knowledge. And so it's kind of pretty annoying when you're trying to play like a first-person shooter and suddenly you're just having explosives dropped on your head and all that. That, you know, with the fact that they could kind of see where you were and all that kind of stuff, really did take the fun out of it. Okay, so we got over here. Where did the actual path end? It got up here. Which makes sense, this is all loose sand again. Okay, they may or may not be able to make that work. That dip. I might have to bridge that as well. Okay, so now let's grab our bulldozer again. Because they were able to navigate all that, so that's the big thing. But yeah, so I used to, like, I also did, like, lots of StarCraft 2 back in the day, which this required me to dial up modem so it's not randoms. Used to play a decent amount of Dark Rain. Used to play Ultima Online, did lots of EVE Online, loved playing World of Warcraft on PvP servers. I had buddies that every once every once in a while would want to be on a PvE server, and that was fine. Like, I didn't hate that, but I definitely enjoyed PvP servers more. Just because they were effectively that wild card you couldn't count on knowing exactly what was going to happen. And don't get me wrong, sometimes you just had people who were just trolls dropping down to much lower level areas as level 60 rogues to just kill new players or whatever on that server. And that could get pretty frustrating. But still, I may have misjudged that again. We'll see. I think it's that dip that's getting us in trouble, because that should be able to do the rest of our route without a problem. Let's see, probably, while PvP was not punishing, it was rewarding, but not punishing. Agreed. That was one of the nice things about, like, there's times where I want PvP to have, like, a high stakes to it. Alright, so I need to deal with that spot mostly. Because that one's going to get pushed forward and the other one's going to get stuck. Yeah, it's curious if it was going to be able to, like, adjust its route and figure itself out. It might. It's right there. Actually, it looks like you are going to fix yourself. Because I don't care if it gets it on its first go as long as it manages to pull it off. Just spinning their tires the entire way. But yeah, OG StarCraft, not really. I did play it, like, through the campaign, but I never got into the PvP. But that's getting back into the days of more where you had to, like, find people to play with and all that. They didn't really have, like, public servers to really access people nearly as well. At least not that I remember. Versus I feel like it was, I think it was StarCraft 2, the way you actually had, like, the whole lobby list you could just join into a game that way. At least I remember it being easier. Okay, so you should be better off. I didn't realize that wasn't running the whole time. Okay, so it would be good for me to drop a little bit of sand along here, just so they don't spend the whole time spinning their tires. Let's see, StarCraft 1 had online PvP and lobbies and stuff, but it's a little work to find a match yourself. Yeah, I remember it was, and it was probably also those ones that's probably playing a different game at that time. Oh man, GameSpy. That goes back a ways. Yeah, that was one I completely forgot the existence of. So like I said, I want to back up enough that we can get one more load of sand. I'm going to take it all the way down there, and hopefully we don't spill much that I end up having a problem because we spilt it and made things not flat again. It is the one really big downside of this dump truck is it just spills constantly. Should be any second now that we get the option. Yeah, and I definitely remember that, as there was a lot of games that depended on GameSpy at that time that kind of went away because of it. My only good news is at that point I wasn't playing games that depended on GameSpy very much. Okay, so let's get you out of the way. You had BattleNet? Yeah, like I said, I don't remember much with the StarCraft 1 PvP. I don't think I got into it very much. Like, if I did, I just don't remember it, which is pretty unlikely if I did get into it. It's not that I never did it. I think it was just at the time with me and my buddies. The one buddy I tended to play RTS games with, we really enjoyed, was it Deadlock? Man, I don't remember the name of it. But either way, we had another one we were into way more at the time. No, Deadlock was the 4X game. Dark Reign. Dark Reign was the one we were more into. And then after Dark Reign, we kind of got into Red Alert. And then StarCraft 2, we got into that a bit more than StarCraft 1. Okay, so we've got all those done. So I still need to collect steel beams. And then prepare resources. So I need steel beams, concrete slabs, and pipes. So that shouldn't be too hard to pull off. So you can go down here for our steel pipes. So step 1, I'm just going to try and get all those supplies to exist on the map. That's fine, I'll deal with that in a minute. Do I even need you to still be working, actually? Infrastructure, which one's the one that just failed? All rewards received and canceled. Okay, I want to say the tractor's worth a decent amount. Oh, I should probably set these. Subjective, set you, track, okay. So I need 11 steel pipes worth of materials that we will need to store. We'll have to make them, and then I gotta transport them. So that's 8 worth. Now we go over here. I can grab the really, really large pipes. And I gotta figure out how I want to store them. The good news is, where we're at on this map is relatively close. Like, the supply here is right next to one of my bases. And I believe the supply for the steel pipes is also right next to one of my bases. You have to remember where the concrete slabs are. I think that's by the hole on the west side of the map. Oh, for this one. There we go. Okay, let's drag that on over. I think I can pull off stacking 11 pipes on the Wayfarer. I know I can do 9. It's after 9 that it gets a little dodgy. I think I can put one sideways in front of the 9, and then hold one in front and get the total 11 on the Wayfarer. I don't think there's another vehicle I can carry quite that many pipes on. Alright, that's 10. As you carry the last few, having them strapped on your smaller vehicle. Okay, so there's the 11. Alright, so now before we go anywhere, I will most likely want to use this to deal with actually loading whatever vehicle we move these in. Alright, so I only have to get it from here to there. So we're talking a very, very short drive. Let's check the shop. We do have all the options. So we do have the cargo truck here. That's 43,000. I wish I could get a better eyesight of the size of this thing. I'm imagining I can only go 2 rows deep. So while that would certainly work, it would definitely not carry more. So we're just gonna go to garage. I'm gonna grab the Wayfarer. You go right around the corner here. Now we want to try to load up the 11 pipes here, and that'll take care of the pipes. The concrete, I believe, is on the other side of the map, and it's probably going to be our least convenient one to deal with. No, it's fine. It'll probably be our least convenient one to deal with, unfortunately. We'll have to figure that out. Well, the thing is, if I take the smaller truck, it can only carry 3 at a time. Plus 1 in its hand, so that's 3 trips. If I take the really wide-based one, I could probably stack that 6 high. But it also would mean weirdly trying to position that arm out of the way, which will be a whole thing. And I'm sure some of the other vehicles will also be fine. But because this is right around the corner and almost entirely flat, it feels like this is the place that the Wayfarer actually is worth using. Kind of like the one and only place that it really shines. Of just, I've got flat terrain and a lot to load. Probably fine. 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, just all of them. Give me the pipes. How about the flatbed 8-wheeler sideways? The flatbed 8-wheeler sideways. No, they won't spawn in the vehicle. You have to load them. At least not that I've seen. Yeah, so with the cargo one... So if we go... the 8-wheeler sideways... Not sure which vehicle you're talking about, sorry. Let's see, 605 vehicle. Alright, so which one is the 605? Just out of curiosity. So 605. Oh, the heavy transport? I mean, maybe. That said, I don't really have to do any difficult terrain, so... But this one I should be able to fit the full 11. Okay. Yep, no, I gotcha. I just already have this here, so I already know I can put enough on it, so I'm not too worried about it. At least I'm pretty sure I can put enough on it. I was hoping I'd be able to do like I did with the other ones, where I was able to grab it from way over here and just not even have to correct any of the position. Because that's always nice, you can just, you know, grab them one after the other from one spot. You got some glitch too, that spilled all the pipes after unstrapping. Oh, you mean in the bigger one? I haven't had that with anything like this. I have had problems where, like, when I was spawning in stuff that, you know, I spawned in a bunch at once and they kind of spawned in the same physical spot and they glitched out real bad. But that was like before I loaded up anything. Alright. Alright, so this is going to be one of those ones I'm going to have to just really lower down using the rope. clean that up later. Okay. So I might have misremembered this. 'Cause I thought we actually managed to get 10 on the last time. I felt pretty confident we could get 11. But now I'm not seeing it as much. But we'll put what we can on here. If I gotta grab 2 more, that's fine, whatever. At this point, we're already loaded, so it doesn't matter. It'd take me longer to move the load around than it would just to be deliberate. So then the question is, can I abuse this and how much? Because honestly, if we can get one more, then we can just drive this back with the last one. Because I'm imagining this will be the last of what we need for this map. Because my hope is I can put it right here on the end of all this. Okay, do I think I can get away with any more nonsense? I don't think so. I think this will be one of those ones where you take this set of 10, and then the crane will take the last one. I don't really see an angle where I can make it sit long enough for me to strap it in again. Maybe turn the third pipe sideways also. I mean, honestly, if I had taken, yeah, if I took the middle set, I could actually put the one set on the far end, just start stacking all the pipes sideways, it probably would have worked. Yeah, that's the thing. I think it would be possible to put the back pipes the way they are and all the other pipes in front of it sideways, and that might work. I don't think you'd be able to go farther than that with our current setup. Am I going the wrong way? I feel like I'm going the wrong way. Yep. That's not how you get around that turn there, friend. I'm also curious how you dug really deep dirt trenches in the asphalt, but you know, you do you, I guess. Okay, so we can drop these off over here. Everything for just a moment. Just trying to delay the next ad break. We can delay it by up to 15 minutes once per stream. I mean, it's several 5-minute, delays or whatever. Because I do think it won't be too much longer before I have to wrap up for the night. But I would like to get this at least done in the interim. Yeah, no, I'd say today's been a very productive day. It seems like we're basically just collecting the last bit of resources on the map. And that we might end up, after all that, have like one more thing we gotta do kind of thing. Definitely feels like we're on that home stretch. We'll see. I might just play it through. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. All right. Okay, and just like that, we got 10 in there. Let's grab our crane real fast, which should be right here. Okay. And that'll be the 11. And then we'll check what the steel and the other one have. We have steel, beams, and copper still to do. Yeah, I think I'll plan to play it through, and if it's one of those things that we end up getting in our mission like after this one that's a really long one, then we might stop there. Because if I play this through, that means I'll be in good shape next stream to just start the next map. It's also interesting that we had that sand quarry over there we never really looked at. Okay, so that's another one where we got the river base and then the steel production over here. So bear with me for just a moment, chat. I need to use the restroom, so I'm going to quickly do that, and I'll be back in just a minute, and thank you again for tuning in. Or, arms wide open. Bring you to this place. I'll show you anything. Something has happened in our world. Something is really bad in our world. Oh no. What has happened here? So I'm gonna hit escape. Where are you? Clear all raw resources. Yes. And it's all better like nothing ever happened. Yeah, it'd be awfully... Alright, you know what? It's fine with me. Alright, let's pick up where we left off. Okay, so what we need to do now is we have the concrete plant up here. That's probably the worst one we've got to deal with, because the concrete plant is way up there. There isn't a place to really cross to the river base efficiently, and then the other base is way down here. So that's probably our worst one, is the concrete plant. I also don't believe there was that much concrete right here at the plant, but I vaguely remember seeing a bunch of concrete somewhere in the map as like a huge stack, and I don't remember where that was. It was one of these bases around here. There was just several stacks of concrete slabs laying around. I'm like, oh yeah, I can grab those, and those will be pretty good. I don't think there's a river base. That'd be too convenient. Take a quick tour. There. See, we got all these slabs right here. There's at least 7, 8 slabs there. This is probably enough slabs for us right here. So concrete shouldn't be a problem. We literally just drive down the road, pick those up. And then we got the steel beams. And I believe the problem we had with the steel beams, because I had to get those earlier, is I want to say there was just nothing really metal around here to recycle at any real volume. And I need a bunch of those. So in the meantime, what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to start here. We're going to go to our crane. We're going to bring it up. And then I feel like we can handle this in a pretty decent sized vehicle. I'm not sure I want to do the Wayfinder. I do feel like that's going to be a bad time. But I think this one here will be an okay choice. Because if I turn the arm around, I do think I could fit a lot of stuff in that back. Because I think I can go too wide and just keep on stacking. And with only needing 9, if I put 4, 4, and then 1 in the middle, that should work out pretty well. And it's this way. I am hoping that these are legit, because we have run into a map before where we had a bunch of stuff sticking around like that, and then I wasn't allowed to actually use it. May have misjudged things. Yeah, because if we can pick up those concrete slabs, even if we have to stack them like 9 directly on top of each other, that'd even be fine. We'll make it work. If I can't stack them, like I said, the big problem I had was the concrete factories on the other side of the map. You might as well pick up all the stuff along the way to recycle as well. All the stuff along the way. Oh, that's actually a good question if I could pick these up. That's what I'm not sure about, is which of these are actually in play and which ones aren't. I can literally not grapple over to those. I think all of these are a lie. That's what's implying, is that all of this is a lie. Yep. Yep. None of those are real. Are you playing alone? Yes. I am playing solo. Had to go all night on sunken plotting a course for a semi to go from unfinished passage to the port. Hurt your brain, had to quit for now. Yeah, there's a couple of those that are pretty rough. Okay, so what we're looking at is I am going to need to bring a bunch of concrete scrap up here. The good bad news is there is tons down here of concrete scrap. The bad news is it's down here, and that's rough. One thing I can do to help that a little bit is I'm glad I left you right here. Did you finish Sunken solo play? Yeah. It just takes time. Alright. Is there a better place for me to get concrete? Because like I said, there's a bunch here. There's a bunch there. I might even be able to like park a vehicle up here and then just pick it up back and forth. And definitely drive down there. And that's right here. The alternative is to do something that's really easy to get a hold of and just make like a ton of steel pipes and move them, which wouldn't be the worst in the world, but pretty obnoxious. I'm just checking if we have like any super easy to get at resources. Because I know we unblocked, there was a lot of concrete here somewhere. Yeah, we had a lot of concrete there, but that's just not convenient. Alright, well, let's just do our best with this. Because you need metal. I don't think, like, I got a couple trash cans over there. I don't think much of this is recyclable over here. We got some up here. Okay, well, let me jump in this. By the steel plant. I like your CC. My CC. Sorry, I'm not sure what you mean by the CC. Oh, closed captioning? Gonna do my best. Yeah. And I do my best with the closed captioning. I'm glad you like it. I put a lot of work to make sure it's, you know, decent. Hit the wrong button to let that go. Okay, that's a little bit over 1. That's about a third of 1, so we'll save the drums to last. Because we need how many steel bars? Oh good, I only need 3 steel bars, more than I already had. That shouldn't be a problem. And this should do it. Okay. So get you out of the way. You're not needed here. We won't need a big vehicle for this. Any small transport should do. So I'm gonna go ahead and grab the mule. It'll be more than big enough to handle it. We could just toss the 3 in the back, drive them back over here, and we'll be good to go. The biggest challenge is going to be that concrete. I just don't have a way of getting a lot of concrete that I can quickly move over there. But we'll figure that out. Because like I said, there's definitely concrete inside the pit nearby, but it's really hard to pull that up. I am tempted to see if I can get a vehicle like this or the, like one of the vehicles, park it along and see if I can't get the big crane to reach down low enough to just pull it out of the bottom and bring it up. I don't think I'll be able to, maybe in 1 or 2 spots. But then getting 9 concrete slabs worth will be a bit of work. Okay. Oh, we're also apparently shipping those. We're actually getting more as they speak. I mean, I'm already here. Okay, so we got all steel beams spawned. Alright. I do like that these load really easily, typically. I say as I immediately wedge one underneath. Normally I can get the arm kind of positioned just right, that they'll just roll up the side. And I can just go boop. So you just get the arm into position, spin them up the side, drop them in. Not packed neatly, but don't really care. Alright, so then we got just the concrete after this, and I need 9 of it, which is not an insignificant amount. And as I mentioned a couple times, I don't really have a great place that I can get the concrete to the concrete plant. Not unless I've overlooked something, which is entirely possible. There could just be a pile of stuff over there. I don't think there is. It might, I mean, the only hesitation I have with, well, that's weird, that one's not actually anchored in. But, it is one of those things that the thing that's double wide with a little claw grabbing, I'm kind of feeling like that's meant for you to pick up stones. And that's really kind of its only strong suit. Because even going down, I think the concrete pieces would still be too big for that little claw to pick up. If it is able to pick it up, then that'd probably work really well. Just drive down there with the treads, pick them all up one by one until it's got, you know, pretty full load and just drive right back out. I just don't think that's gonna work. I think test 1 is just try the heavy crane. Oh, it's over there. And just have the heavy crane sit up on the edge. If we can grab the concrete out and just drag it into stuff above, even if it's going to be a little laborious, that'll still work. Cool, we got that one. And so it's now just this one to track here. So concrete is over there. We don't have a convenient way to get up there. So it's going to be grabbing the big heavy crane first. And remembering to not take the wrong turn so that I can access the stuff easily. Oh, wait. Wait. Can I grab these? If I can grab these concrete slabs on this side, that might be the play. I can. Alright, slight change of plans. I don't need to do the painful thing of like trying to lug crap out of the hole and hoping it works. So with this one, I'll go ahead and grab you. Because it should be able to put 2 of them lengthwise. This thing doesn't move very fast, but it can all-terrain really well. And I just had to bring it back over here. So I think this will work just fine. I had totally forgot about that stack of all those concrete slabs right there in that one. Man, this thing's turn radius sucks. I know I say that every time I use it, but while it genuinely does not care about what terrain you're driving over, it can do it. That turn radius sucks. Now we can get really lucky and position this. I don't think we. I was gonna say if we can position this just right, I would have the possibility of just having the crane positioned, pick up the slab, reel it in, and having it just drop into place. I'm gonna try to position it to do that, but I'm also not very confident. They need to be able to get close enough to the slabs that they can grab while also having this positioned enough that we can get them to drop directly in. I think genuinely I'm just gonna have to spin around and drop, spin around and drop. Yeah, let's not roll it. I'm not gonna be able to get in position there. We'll just drop it down here and I'll just have to drop them in one by one. It's only 9. Okay, one of my routes messed up. All rewards received. Then I don't care. Okay. It is not big enough to carry them all, like, forward back. I think literally just stacking them 9 tall, I think I can get away with it. If not, we're going to have an interesting trip. Okay. Cool. If you don't mind me asking, what did you mean by those stream tags? Anti-min-max, anti-realism? It's more of a gag. But generally speaking... like, people will come in and be like, hey, streamer, did you know it is better to do this? And then they'll make a whole big thing. So it's like a backseating thing. And an anti-realism. When people are like, hey, this game would be more realistic if whatever. And a lot of times it could just be utterly obnoxious. Because half the time, people be like, oh, the game would be more realistic if you could, without any consideration to game balance and all that stuff. It's just a thing that I kind of tease about as just kind of a thing where I personally don't see realism as a desirable thing to seek for its own sake. A game can certainly be realistic and be totally fine. But often there are individuals who realism is the pinnacle that should be sought no matter what. And I think a game that does is unrealistic is somehow bad. And the vast majority of the time, that just leads to bad games that are just not really fun. So this game would be more realistic with the fuel crowd. That one's a little different because there's at least some argument to be had there for if it adds. I think it would be a detractor. In all honesty, I think genuinely it would be bad. For like this one, it would be, oh, well, realistically, the roads would wash away if you didn't use compacted gravel. So you should have to like level the ground, put down your sand, put down your compacted gravel, pressure gravel, do at least 2 or 3 passes of pressure gravel, then turn around and need to put the asphalt on, and then be on a timer that you only have so long to be able to actually press the asphalt before it cools off too much and the whole thing's ruined. And then on top of that, after you press it, you need to not drive on it for a period of time while, you know, it cures. Like, it'd be that kind of thing, where someone's going for the hyper-realism, they're like, right, but hear me out, would that be fun? Yeah, that's, the fuel damage one, that one I can kind of go because the series has had that for a while. So now when I'm like, that's more a mechanic for that, not like it's a realism mechanic, but it's something that has been existed / is for the challenge. That wouldn't really quite fall under that. Like, people when I play Project Zomboid arguing to no end that they're like, well, in real life, a crowbar wouldn't break after so few zombie kills. It would, you know, probably last for almost ever. It's like, yeah, you're right. You're not wrong. Also, imagine the game works like that. You'd find your first crowbar, and then there'd be literally no reason to go seeking out new weapons for the entire rest of the game. Congratulations, you won. And it would pretty much ruin a lot of the fun of the game. So you're not gonna lie, exactly what you described, but not off-road or challenging. Just straight highway construction simulator would probably sell well enough. Yeah, like, don't get me wrong, if we're talking like construction simulator kind of thing, like that is the core thing that you are going to make, you know, you are going to make a highway as like your big thing. So like not like this one where you're kind of using the highway as an ends to a mean, but like genuinely it's a construction simulator. Yeah, I agree. I think that actually sell pretty well. And in that game, I think it would be fair to have building the highway be, you know, this 10-20 step process that, you know, you put down the stuff, you lay your rebar grid, you do all that sort of stuff for like bridges and all that. I think that would be fine for that game. But in this game, it means making a single road would be utterly obnoxious. Also zombie. Well, yeah, that's usually my counter argument. That's usually my counter argument when people really push for like the realism in Project Zomboid. Is I'm like, cool, you want me to make you the most realistic zombie apocalypse game? Congratulations, you load the game. It's like regular life. There are no zombies and there never will be. I have just made the most realistic zombie game. We deleted the zombies. They're like, well, no, but with zombies, I'm like, well then, I mean, zombies aren't real. They're not fundamentally plausible. Like, as presented in all their lore, almost none of the zombies would be even viable. Like, the closest we have is, like, rabies, and even that would burn out in that particular scenario. But this is also straddling dangerously between the lines of not SnowRunner, not Construction Sim. It looks fun enough, but there are a few more hardcore both fan bases to be upset solidly. Oh yeah. Well, that's what I think the big problem we're running into in this game right now is just a very large number of people wanting this to be more like SnowRunner. Yeah, zombies are real, but only in ants and caterpillars. There are caterpillars that get zombified by wasps too. But it's exclusively an insect family kind of thing. Because they hijack the nervous system and the body kind of, like, their muscles work kind of in a hydraulic form versus that. And you always have people like, yeah, but they could bridge to humans. It's like, no, that means you fundamentally don't understand mechanically how it works. Like, don't get me wrong, for fictional purpose, like, the fungus hijacking the human nervous system, sure. It's fun fiction. And you could have it, but not in a zombie-esque way. Not with anything we've even seen anything remotely like, ever. or could even feasibly see a bridging of species. It's not like the flu. Like, fundamentally, the way those funguses that take over the nervous system of insects would have to be literally entirely different from what it is. But again, for video game lore, it's fine. It can make a compelling and fun story. You just have to have a certain level of just ignore the realism aspect of it. Alright, can I Velcro strap those all down? So how many do I have? I have one. Oh my god, I can't remember. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It is almost like that was intended for you to do it there. I'm not gonna say there is a problem, chat, but I am currently. Oh wait, there we go. I am currently holding the go forward button. So we may be discovering the maximum load of this vehicle. Yeah, being able to hijack a car doesn't mean to be able to hijack a space shuttle. Even that would be more feasible. This would be akin of, if you could hijack a car, could you hijack the muscular system of another person? And it's like, these are not skills that equate to anything. But yeah, no, I get the whole thing. Like, it's just not a whole bridge. But so you do kind of complain a bit how every survival game doing the exact same idea, like Stone Tools. Oh yeah, well that's people ask me to play survival games quite often, and I've enjoyed a decent number of them, but it is one of those things with like the survival genre quite often that it's like, okay, I played it, it's, you know, how is it? It's okay, like, it doesn't do anything original, it's the same thing. That's the way I felt most releases in the survival genre have been lately, with a couple of exceptions. That's like the next big one everyone's hyped about, and you're like, okay, well, it's made by a different dev team, but it's also, you get your stone tools, to get your copper tools, to get your iron tools, to get maybe steel tools. Like, they'll vary a little bit on, like, what metals or materials you make your stuff out of. But a lot of them, it's like, yeah, it's the same thing, except the one twist, and a lot of times the twist is kind of an empty thing. There's been exceptions. There's been some good ones. But a lot of them, you get into them early access, and you're like, you know, it's fine. Like, it's not bad, but, like, there's not a compelling reason. You're calling it an entire survival? Well, that's the thing. I went super hard in the survival genre, too. But that's part of why when the new ones drop out now and they have the exact same mechanics, I'm just kind of like, oh, I don't need to be going this way. I am making this harder on myself than I need to. I just have to get it to the base, which is back the way I came. My brain is still on the, I need to be at the concrete factory. I have the end product. I don't need to go to the factory. I've got what the factory makes. But yeah, Noah's like, you know, I went hard on games like Valheim and all that, and it was just one of those ones, you know, after you play enough of them, you know, there are some that stand out. I don't wanna just be like this whole genre dead. But like, there's so many that come out and they're like, this one has insert enemy type. How is it different from insert other enemy type? They're stronger at night. Oh, okay. I see. So it's the same game, it's just there's a day-night mechanic that involves the strength of enemies. Cool, man. That might be good, but it's not enough to get me to be wanting to play like a whole new playthrough of these kind of games. And there have been one like that's kind of the one, like, I kind of felt with like RuneScape. So for the record, I don't have a background in RuneScape, so it having the label RuneScape on it doesn't really do anything for me one way or the other. Like, RuneScape was one of those games I think I would have absolutely no-lifed if I ever got exposed to it in a real level. But by the time it appeared for me, I had already been like Ultima Online and a whole bunch of other stuff and just didn't have the capacity for it, so it just never happened. So it's no decision for and against RuneScape. It just, you know, only so many hours, there's so many games. Some didn't happen. Your mom's Facebook just got phishing hacked. You called her and told her, and she insists she isn't taking care of it till tomorrow. Just delete the Facebook. Just be done with it. Just get it out of there. Alright, and objectives, boom. Gas holders, we have all our qualms about the oil industry, but it's the heart of this region. Seeing it beat again means more than I missed without saying all objectives done. Man, that's always a dangerous one, like when you have that, be like, hey, fix that. They're going to start blasting all your family members with spam and possibly scam your loved ones. It's one of those things, like, if you're not going to secure your stuff, you might as well close it. Oh, she meant to send it to you. Never mind. Oh, it looked like a sus link? Oh, okay, well, that's different. Because the worst part of none of the mechanics of, like, RuneScape, the newest game, looked bad. But it's just trying to be 3 games we already had. Well, that's, like, I didn't get to play it, but for me, when I was watching it, I had debated picking it up. But I ended up looking at it being like, this just looks like another survival crafter, except I can make my hands go up and then this axe goes at stuff.
This is what all this has been building up to. Finally restarting the local oil industry again. At least that's what I'd like to believe, because for me, it's just a big old paperwork-induced headache. While I sort this paperwork out, you get to do the things that matter. And a whole lot of them. So, I won't go into detail. Just get all the resources we gathered where they need to go, and reconnect everything to the grid, and we'll be good to go. Here's hoping.
Okay, infrastructure route. So I need to make a route from that building to where? Oh, just right there? That doesn't seem right. I'm not complaining. Okay, so go this way. Let's not take that route. Let's do the wider turn route. Well, actually, that's not right either. So go this way, go around here. And then you hit the let's go button, and you just see a mushroom cloud in the distance. As I figure it's gonna happen. Alright, so cancel that. I'm amused with this one. We are doing the same mission as these ones for the infrastructure in the same vehicle as well. So, like, weirdly, it's like we're part of the convoy.
Doesn't this place look different from when you started? Seeing positive changes never gets old, even if I just sit here at my desk while you get all the fun parts.
Excuse you. Do you mind? So I might have to make them wiggle to get around this. Gotcha, so weirdly they've got a couple of tracks in the middle of here that the semis will get stuck in. So I'll get this one put into place, and they'll fix their route real fast. Because yeah, it looks like I just need them to not go along those existing tracks. This is not the right way. Okay. We didn't know, parents sometimes with, like, the tech stuff. I've been, like, my parents have been pretty good that, like, I went, like, way back and kind of was just in the, yeah, if you send me a link without all the information with it, I am 100% not clicking on it. Like, you need a proper subject line and let me know it's coming. All that we're fine. Like, unless it's something obvious that you're like, hey, I'm gonna be booking this thing, you should get an email. Like, you tell me what it's for, we're good. Alright, so yeah, so problem is this area here. Let's try having you scooch over to this edge. And scooch over to that edge and see how you do. You started way too far back here. Okay. Look at this, and then a link format you haven't seen before. Yep. And the appropriate, you did the exact appropriate thing where you're like, hey, is this legit? Because this looks sus as hell. Which is the exact same thing I would do. Like, even if my wife Tomb sent that, I'd be like, hey, you know, did you send this? Because this looks sus as hell. But Tomb is very smart about that kind of stuff and will absolutely be like, hey, you know, shoot me a text being like, hey, I'm gonna send you a link to a thing. Or, you know, it's something that, like, is very clearly something I'd recognize. That is really close to snagging that gate. Considering all the really rough areas I had to drag him through, like this back road up here, that you see the vehicle going on right now up there, right there, just having this nice, easy road straight through these main roads, that all I had to do is just wiggle it once or twice to avoid sand spots. Then she got annoyed for you calling her and waking her up. Yeah, that's one of those ones, is like, yeah, you'll just have, like, it's like, sorry, Mom, but you just gotta live with that. If you're gonna send me sussy links and then go to bed, and I, you know, get back in touch with you, like, 5-10 minutes later, that's just something you gotta live with. Don't send sussy links. Goal complete. Reboot. Rehabilitate the region of the gas industry and logistics.
With this, the local industry is officially up and running again. It may not be the cleanest oil operation in the world, or the most important, but it does keep the entire region alive. And you got it running again. Having that as a line on your resume looks impressive, don't you think? Of course, I'm not saying you did it all alone, but you sure were instrumental, and that's what counts.
All goals completed. We have revived by our efforts the local oil industry bounced back big time, and by repairing the river lock, we've reopened the arteries of commerce, allowing life to flow through this region once more. Okay, before I switch off of this, let me just make sure. Yeah, so technically I can get more rewards for that. But with that, let's see, feel free to delete this if you don't want that in your chat. You mean you're giving her frustration because your GMA is on her last leg and she thought your GPA was calling. But still, gotcha. Yeah. So what I'm going to go ahead and do, though, is it is going to be about that time. So we're going to be wrapping up here because I'm a little bit over, but it was one of those things where I was like, you know what, I'm at the home stretch of this map. Let's just finish this map so that next time we play RoadCraft, I can just jump into a new map. We can check out someplace new. In the meantime, if you are watching on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly for you because I don't have a host plan, but thank you so much for watching over there. Don't forget to like and subscribe. If you are over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere because we're going to go ahead and get a raid going. I have actually updated my raid